My wife and I decided to start our life together in a house that seemed perfect. It was one of those old houses with a modest garden and a porch that we had already imagined decorating for Christmas. It was our first home as a couple newlyweds, ready to start this new stage of life. The house had a rustic charm with a wooden structure that creaked with every breeze, but it was exactly what we were looking for. A quiet place with distant neighbors where we could build a home. There was nothing suspicious about the property. Even the real estate agency gave us a reliable impression. Deep down, we just wanted a place of our own. On the first night, while we were trying to settle in, something strange started to happen. It was late, and I was practically falling asleep when I heard a noise coming from the walls of the bedroom. At first I thought it was just the old wood creaking, but the sound had a strange pattern, as if something was rhythmically scratching, a noise that echoed back and forth. I tried to ignore it, assuming it was normal in old houses, but my wife noticed it too and became uneasy. She asked me if I was hearing it, and that only made the atmosphere feel even heavier. We tried to convince ourselves that it was just our imagination. The next day, while we were unpacking boxes, my wife found something strange. Near the kitchen door frame, there were writing marks on the wall, somewhat scrawled but still visible. As we got closer, we could read them. They were short sentences like "Don't trust the silence" and "Leave before it wakes up." They looked like messages left by someone who had lived there before, maybe a teenage joke, but at the same time I felt a chill run down my spine. It was a very strange way to give us the welcome. My wife let out a nervous laugh and suggested that maybe it was a local superstition, but I admit I couldn't get it out of my mind. As the week went on, things started to get worse. One night, I woke up suddenly and noticed an icy air in the room. When I looked at the clock, it was 3:03 in the morning. I got up to see what was going on and saw that the back door, it was wide open, swaying in the wind. I was sure I had closed it before I went to bed, but there it was, wide open. My heart was pounding, and I felt a tension in the air that was impossible to ignore. I tried not to wake my wife and checked the whole house, but I didn't find anything out of place. I went back to bed trying to convince myself that it had just been a coincidence. But after that night, sleeping became a battle. We stayed more alert but tried not to give it too much importance. I thought that maybe the wind had opened the door, some draft that we hadn't noticed, but 2 days later something even stranger happened. We were having dinner in the living room when the TV that was off turned on. Only the screen remained black for a few seconds, as if it were heating up, and then it began to show a disturbing static noise. The whole room was filled with that high-pitched sound, making us jump out of fright. I approached the TV and turned it off, but when I turned around it turned on again. I turned it off again, this time unplugging it. It was then that I noticed that my wife was pale, holding her fork, unable to eat. That night we slept with the lights on. The house no longer felt cozy as it used to be, as if the atmosphere was charged with something dark in the middle of the night. Once again the sound of footsteps woke us up. They were slow footsteps coming from the hallway, as if someone was walking towards our bedroom. I held my breath, trying to hear better, and my wife squeezed my hand, trembling with fear. The footsteps stopped right in front of our door. Then silence took over the house. We remained still, waiting for some. I heard some sign, but there was nothing. I gradually began to feel that the house didn't want us there, as if something was trying to push us out. The next morning, we decided to check every corner of the house for any signs of who might be coming in or what might be causing all of this. We found more messages hidden in the house, as if they had been covered by layers of old paint. Messages such as, "He observes and don't provoke what sleeps." It was as if someone had tried to leave us warnings about something he couldn't fully explain. My wife suggested calling someone to bless the house, but I was skeptical deep down. I wanted to believe that this was all just a series of strange coincidences, but that night something happened that made me reconsider. It was all almost 3 in the morning, and we were awake, too scared to sleep. Everything was quiet. But suddenly the back door opened again slowly, as if someone was pushing it from outside. The icy wind came into the house, and I felt a chill that paralyzed me for a moment. This time I was determined to find out what it was, so I took a flashlight and headed towards the door. My wife begged me not to go, but I felt that I must do something. When I got to the door I looked outside, and nothing alone, the garden empty, and the biting wind of the early morning. After that night, the atmosphere in the house only got worse. It was as if each room carried an invisible weight, something that oppressed and made the air feel heavy and cold. I began to notice that my wife was becoming more and more restless, as if the house was draining our energy. Even the days seemed dark inside the house. The sun was coming through the windows in a strange way, turned off, and the silence was always interrupted by constant noises, though barely perceptible. One day, while my wife was showering, she screamed my name. I ran to the bathroom and found her trembling, pointing to the foggy mirror. There was a sentence written as if someone had run a finger over the wet surface: "You don't belong here." Panic began to take hold of us. We talked about the possibility of leaving the A dream that was slowly turning into a nightmare. But the reality was that our budget was tight, and leaving meant practically losing everything we had saved to start together. Yet after one last scary night we knew we couldn't stay. We packed up quietly, determined to leave at dawn. That was the best decision we could have made. But just before dawn, the scariest thing of all happened. The door of our room locked itself, and we heard heavy footsteps approaching. The sound came from all directions, as if something surrounded the room. We tried to open the door, but it seemed to be being held from the outside. Panic took hold of us while I struggled with the handle. My wife began to pray, crying in fear. It was a few minutes that seemed like hours, until suddenly the door finally struck and the house returned to silence. When we left the room, we didn't exchange a word, grabbed our things in a hurry, and left the house first thing in the morning with our hearts beating at full speed. With each step toward the car, we looked back, hoping something would follow us. The feeling of being watched only disappeared when we got far enough away from the house. It was as if we could finally breathe again. During the drive we remained silent, trying to take in what we had just experienced. The house was left behind, blurring into the landscape, and I knew I would only find peace when we were far away. After we left, we tried to forget what happened. We found a small apartment that lacked the charm we had been looking for, but it was safe, and most importantly, it didn't have that oppressive feeling. However, there are things we can't ignore. Some nights I still wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning, with the impression that the back door is opening on its own. My wife also has recurring nightmares, feeling the same cold that filled our bedroom, and from time to time, as she passes in front of the bathroom mirror, she swears that she sees those words again as an echo of the past. After leaving the house, I decided to investigate more about her. I spoke to a neighbor in the area, and he told me that the previous residents never stayed more than a year. No one mentioned why, but he knew that some had also reported strange events. One of them, he told me, left a message inside a closet, a sentence written in trembling letters: "You won't understand, just leave." That sentence was engraved in my mind for a long time. It was as if everyone who passed by had received the same dark warning. Today, when the people ask me about our first house, I just say it was a difficult stage, without going into details. But honestly, I will never forget what we lived there to this day. I wonder if the presence that was there wanted to scare us or just warn us. Maybe we will never know the truth of what happened in that house, but what I learned is that you should never ignore the signs. Sometimes leave in the moment. Suitable is the only option. Although the reason remains a mystery, I used to visit my friend Matt's house almost every week since we met at school. It became a habit. It all started about 3 years ago when he and his mother moved into that house. It was a large Victorian house in a quiet neighborhood of the city. I never thought too much about the place until soon I began to notice something strange. Every time I went at first I thought it was my imagination. The house was old, with long hallways, dark wooden doors, and that constant feeling that something was watching you. But over time it became impossible to ignore it. Matt never seemed to notice anything strange for him. The house had an old charm. I tried to think the same, but every time I walked through the door a shiver ran through my back. It was like the house knew it was there. The first time I really felt something was wrong was one night when we were playing video games in the basement. Suddenly we heard a door slamming upstairs like there was a draft, but all the windows were closed. Matt laughed, saying that the house was talking. I laughed too, but the feeling of discomfort stayed with me. From at that time I started to pay more attention to the sounds and the atmosphere in general. There was something about that house that I couldn't ignore. Something in the attic. Matt said he never went up there, that it was closed since they moved in. According to him, his mother had kept some old things from the family and no one used it, but sometimes when the rest of the house was quiet, he would hear something. Light footsteps, like if someone was walking back and forth. I wanted to ignore it, convince myself it was just the creak of old wood, but I always found myself looking up, hoping to hear the sound again. One night, after playing late, I was heading to the door to leave, when as I went up the basement stairs I saw something. A shadow at the end of the second-floor hallway. It was quick, but it was there. I stood motionless on the stairs watching, Matt called me from the doorway asking why I had stopped. I told him it was nothing, and I ran downstairs after that night. Everything intensified. It was as if the house knew that I was noticing it. Every time the tightness in my chest came in, it got stronger, the air felt dense, as if something was waiting. One night while we were watching a movie in the living room and noise interrupted us, a loud bang upstairs. As if someone had moved a piece of furniture. Matty grimaced, but didn't say anything. It was the first time I saw him uncomfortable. I asked him if his mother was home. He shook his head. He was traveling. We were the only ones in the house. My skin stood on end. Then a heavy sound passed again, dragging. Something was moving in the attic. I looked. Matt, waiting for him to react, to say something, but he just sighed and turned off the TV. "It must be the wind," he muttered, but he didn't sound convinced. That was the first time I noticed that although he pretended to ignore it, he also felt it, and that was enough for me to start really worrying after that night. Every visit to Matt's house felt different. The air seemed denser, the silence heavier, and each a few weeks later something happened that made me really rethink continuing to visit him. It was night. We were in the kitchen and Matt had gone to the bathroom. I was alone, drinking a glass of water, and then I heard it. Someone whispered. My name. Wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the sound of the wind or a random noise. It was a low voice, slurred, coming from in the hallway. My first thought was that Matt was playing a joke on me, but when I went to the living room, he was still in the bathroom without having come out. The fear settled in my stomach like a rock. Something had called me. But Matt didn't seem worried, or at least pretended not to be. I wondered how many times he had heard things like that, and he just decided to ignore them. Since then I began to avoid being alone in his house. Yes, Matt would leave the room. I would follow him. If I had to go to the bathroom, I would hurry. And if I went up to the second floor, I would avoid looking down the hallway. Until one night the house decided I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was late. Matt and I were in the living room when his mother came downstairs with a pale face. She asked us if we had been to the attic door. We looked at each other, confused. We said no, and then, in a trembling voice, he told us that he had heard footsteps upstairs, that he saw the doorknob of the attic move, as if someone on the other side was trying to open it. My blood froze. Matt, for the first time. He didn't laugh, he didn't make jokes, he didn't try to downplay it. He just swallowed dry and was silent. His mother didn't mention the subject again. But something about her, it changed. That same week they called a pastor to bless the house. I don't know if that helped at all, because the last time I went everything got worse. It was a Saturday afternoon. Matt and I were alone. His mother had gone out, and he was in the kitchen preparing something for us to eat. I was in the living room when I heard a rumble, a loud bang upstairs. My heart skipped a beat. Matt ran into the living room, his face livid. "Did you hear him?" he asked in a whisper. I nodded helplessly. There was a thick silence, and then the doorknob started spinning on its own, as if something was on the other side, trying to get out. Matt and I froze. Time seemed to stop. The knob stopped moving, and then the door opened. The darkness of the attic was absolute. There was something inside, and the worst thing was that on the threshold, in that total blackness, I saw a shadow move. I don't know how, but Matt reacted before me. He rushed to the door and slammed it shut, turning the key in the lock. We looked at each other, trembling, without saying a word. We left the house and did not return until his mother returned. That was the last time I set foot there. After that night, Matt started coming to my house instead of inviting me to his, and little by little he began to avoid staying there alone. Also, a year later, his mother never talked about what happened in that house, and neither did Matty and I, but sometimes when we see each other, I notice that he avoids mentioning that place, as if by ignoring him, he could make sure whatever was in that attic didn't follow me. I don't want to know either. But sometimes when I'm left alone in my room, I'll remember that knob spinning on its own, and wonder what would have happened if we'd let the door open all the way open. It was my second week working as a night security guard at the Longview Plaza Mall. I took the job because I needed to. Somewhat stable, and the schedules fit my routine. Wasn't glamorous. I basically walked the empty aisles, making sure no one was forced in, and dealing with the occasional alarm failure. It was a paycheck and kept me moving, which was better than sitting behind a desk all night. The mall at night has a different kind of silence. It's not a peaceful silence. It's the kind of silence that makes you more aware of everything around you. The soft hum of the air conditioning, the faint crackle of lights above me. Even the sound of my own breathing seemed to echo on the polished tile floors. There were no conversations in the background. Not the sound of shoes hitting the floor. No smell of food coming from the food court, only empty shops, dark displays, and the glow-off from the hazard lights that stayed on all night. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed it. I was making my rounds, walking past clothing stores, glancing through shop windows, making sure everything was in order. There were mannequins perched behind the glass, dressed in clothes that wouldn't fit anywhere outside of a trade show, and then I saw a shadow moving. I stopped, squinting at the store, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I thought maybe it was a reflection of something, maybe one of those ceiling lights flickering, but Number was behind the mannequins. It was a quick flash, almost as if someone had bent down. My heart rate sped up a bit, and inadvertently I held my breath. I took a step closer. I leaned over, trying to peer into the darkness. Nothing. I couldn't see anything. No movement, no sound, just the mannequins, motionless and lifeless, staring at me. I shook my head and exhaled, telling myself that I was just tired. I had been working several night shifts, and I still didn't get used to the schedule. I kept going, finished my round, and went back to the security office. The office was a small, narrow room in the back corner of the shopping mall, full of monitors showing the various security cameras. I sat down, took a sip of cold coffee, and stared at the screens. The images were mostly static, showing the empty aisles and shop windows, but I kept my eyes on the screen showing the store where I thought I saw the shadow. Nothing. The store was completely empty. I shook my head again and looked away, trying to from not thinking too much about it. Maybe an hour later I was making my rounds again. The mall maintained that same eerie silence. I passed by the electronics store. When I heard it, a whisper was soft, almost like a breeze, but I knew that inside the mall there were no drafts. I stopped in my tracks, my ears struggling to catch it again. Nothing. I slowly turned in a circle, scanning the aisle. Empty. The shops were dark, the exhibits motionless, and no one was around. I swallowed hard, feeling my throat dry away. My hand instinctively went to the flashlight on my belt and turned it on, the ace of light cutting through the darkness. "Hello," I called. My voice bounced off the silence, louder than I expected. I waited. I heard nothing. I shook my head, feeling a chill run down my spine. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the atmosphere of the mall get to me. But something didn't feel right. I could feel my heart pounding. My palms were starting to sweat. I kept moving forward, directing the flashlight into the dark corners, looking for anything out of place. The rest of the round was uneventful, and eventually I went back to the office. I sat down and looked back at the cameras, my eyes scanning the screens, looking for any sign of movement, any shadow, anything that didn't belong there. The hours passed slowly, and I found myself jumping at any small noise, the sound of a vibrating vent, the click of a light going out, the creak of the building settling down. I was nervous and couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was almost 4 in the morning when I saw it again, this time on the security camera. A shadow moving between the displays in the department store. I leaned forward, my eyes squinting, trying to make sense of it. The shadow moved quickly, sliding behind a shelf, disappearing from view. My heart jumped, grabbed my flashlight, and stood up suddenly. I didn't wait. I walked out of the office, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway as I made my way toward the store. I stopped at the entrance, the ace of the lantern sweeping the dark display cases. The mannequins were there, motionless, their expressionless faces directed at me. I took a deep breath and entered. The sound of my footsteps muffled across the carpet. I slowly advanced the lantern, cutting through the gloom, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I could feel my pulse hammering into my ears, my shallow breathing. "Whoever is here has to get out," I called. My voice sounded more confident than I really felt. There was no response. I kept moving deeper into the store. The light flickered over clothes racks, rows of shoes, handbag displays, and then I heard it again. The whisper was closer, this time as if it was right behind me. I snapped the ace of the flashlight, waving around the store, but there was nothing there, just an empty space. I swallowed hard, feeling that the beauty of it was never bristling. I turned again, advancing cautiously, my flashlight held high. The whisper sounded again, this time from the darkest corner of the store. I headed towards it, my steps slow and calculated. The corner was plunged into darkness. The light barely reached there. I took a step closer, my heart pounding hard, my gasping breath. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, the way my muscles were tense, ready to react. I reached the corner, the ace of the flashlight sweeping the floor. There was nothing there, no one, Just a stack of boxes and a few mannequins, their expressionless faces looking in my direction. I exhaled tremblingly, lowering the flashlight. I was about to turn around when I saw it movement, not a shadow, this time one of the mannequins. His arm moved. I froze my breath, caught in the throat, my eyes fixed on the mannequin for a moment. I thought I was imagining it, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but then it moved again. The arm shook and then the head slowly turned, his featureless face directed towards me. My heart hammered against my chest. I took a step back, then another. The ace of the flashlight trembled in my hand. The mannequin didn't move again, it just stayed there, his limp face pointing in my direction. I could feel panic bubbling inside me, a primal urge to turn around and run. But I couldn't take my eyes off him. I took another step back and then I heard the whisper right in my ear. I snapped the flashlight, swinging wildly. But there was no one there. The warehouse was empty. My hands were shaking. My breathing was fast and shallow. I walked out from the store, walking backwards without taking my eyes off the entrance. I didn't stop until I was in the aisle. My flashlight was still pointed at the store, but everything seemed normal. The mannequins in their positions, everything still, everything as it should be, except that I knew it wasn't I. Stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to reason with what I had seen. The mannequins, I don't know, they move on their own, they don't whisper, they don't look at you. I had to go back to the office, I had to look at the cameras. I turned around and started walking, my quick steps, my eyes checking every shadow, every corner, every reflection in the windows of the stores. Every one of those shadows seemed to move. Now every window seemed to be hiding something. I arrived at the office and closed the door tightly behind me. My trembling hand turned the bolt. I collapsed in the chair, my eyes riveted on the monitors. I looked for the image of the department store. There it was, all still, the mannequins in their positions, their arms motionless, their expressionless faces, except for one, the one on the corner. His head was turned, his arm raised. My stomach plummeted. Number it couldn't be. I kept watching, waiting for something else to move, but nothing happened. It was just there, different. There was no way to explain it. It didn't make sense. I rubbed my face with my hands. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I looked at the clock. There were 2 hours left until dawn. 2 more hours of this. The rest of the night passed in a blur of paranoia. I jumped with every sound. I shuddered with every creak of the building. Every little sound brought me to the brink. The whisper continued, barely perceptible, as if it were always there, at the limits of my hearing, barely out of my reach. When it finally dawned and the lights of the mall came on, I breathed a sigh of relief that I didn't realize I was holding. The whisper stopped, the shadows seemed to recede, and the mannequins were just mannequins. Again I stood up tense, my head throbbing, grabbed my things and walked out without looking back. I left the office, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. As I made my way toward the store, I stopped at the entrance, the ace of the flashlight sweeping the dark display cases. The mannequins were there, motionless, their expressionless faces directed towards me. I took a deep breath and I entered. The sound of my footsteps, muffled by the carpet. I slowly advanced the flashlight, cutting through the gloom, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears, my shallow breathing. Whoever is here has to get out, I called. My voice sounded more confident than I really felt. There was no answer. I kept moving deeper into the store. The light flickered over shelves of clothes, rose shoes, bag displays, and then I heard it again. The whisper was closer, this time as if it was right behind me. I slammed the ace of the flashlight, flailing around the store, but there was nothing there, just an empty space. I swallowed hard, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I turned again, advancing cautiously, my flashlight held high. The whisper again ringing, this time from the darkest corner of the store. I headed towards him, my steps slow and calculated. The corner was plunged into darkness. The light barely reached there. I took a step closer, my heart pounding hard, my breath ragged. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, the way my muscles were tense, ready to react. I reached the corner, the ace of the flashlight sweeping the ground. There was nothing there. No one, just a stack of boxes and a few mannequins, their expressionless faces looking in my direction. I exhaled tremblingly, lowering the flashlight. I was about to turn around when I saw it move. Not a shadow. This time one of the mannequins. His arm moved. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My eyes fixed on the mannequin for a moment, I thought I was imagining it, that my mind was on me. I was playing tricks, but then it moved again. The arm shook, and then the head slowly turned, his featureless face directed towards me. My heart hammered against my chest. I took a step back, then another. The ace of the flashlight trembled in my hand. The mannequin didn't move again. It just stood there, its lifeless face pointing in my direction. I could feel the panic bubbling inside me, an urgency primitive. I turned around and ran, but I couldn't take my eyes off him. I took another step back, and then I heard the whisper right in my ear. I turned the flashlight, swinging wildly, but there was no one there. The warehouse was empty. My hands were shaking. My breathing was fast and shallow. I left the store, walking backwards without taking my eyes off the entrance. I didn't stop until I was in the hallway. My flashlight was still pointed at the store, but everything seemed normal, the mannequins in their positions, everything still, everything as it should be, except that I knew it wasn't. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to reason with what I had seen. The mannequins don't move on their own, they don't whisper, they don't look at you. I had to go back to the office. I had to look at the cameras. I turned around and started walking. My quick steps, my eyes checking every shadow, every corner, every reflection in the shop windows. Every one of those shadows seemed to move now. Every window seemed to be hiding something. I arrived at the office and closed the door tightly behind me. My trembling hand turned the bolt. I collapsed in the chair, my eyes riveted on the monitors. I looked for the image of the department store. There it was, all still, the mannequins in their positions, their arms motionless, their expressionless faces, except for one, the one in the corner. His head was turned, his arm raised. My stomach plummeted. It couldn't be. I kept watching, waiting for something else to move, but nothing happened. It was just there, different. There was no way to explain it. It didn't make sense. I rubbed my face with my hands. Maybe I was too tired, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I looked at the clock. There were 2 hours to dawn. 2 more hours of this. The rest of the night passed in a blur of paranoia. I jumped with every noise. I shuddered with every creak of the building. Every little sound brought me to the brink. The whisper continued, barely perceptible, as if it were always there, at the limits of my hearing, barely out of reach. When it finally dawned and the lights in the mall came on, I breathed a sigh of relief that I didn't realize I was holding back. The whisper stopped. The shadows seemed to recede, and the mannequins were just mannequins again. I got up tense, my head throbbing, grabbed my things, and walked out without looking back. It was supposed to be a quick job, a simple afternoon. Unloading some old furniture into a storage unit just outside of Spokane, Washington. The day had started like any other, with a clear sky and a chill in the air that made you wish you had brought an extra coat. I rented the unit because my garage was running out of space, too many old couches and boxes of who knows what, and my wife Karen had been insisting that I clear the place a little. Just as I thought, I arrived at the storage. Just after lunch, the place was quiet. Tucked behind a few rows of department stores, there was a single building that looked like an office, and then rows of storage units that stretched out in all directions. Each unit had those roll-up steel doors with a padlock on the front. The whole area was surrounded by a wire fence with a keypad access door that made a rusty noise every time it moved. It wasn't exactly the Ritz, but it was cheap and it did its job. The unit I had rented was somewhere in the middle of a long line, number 214. I parked my truck in front, unlocked the roll-up door, and started moving the boxes from the back of the truck. The door made a squeak when it opened, the kind of sound that makes you grit your teeth. I took a deep breath, and I told myself it would just be a quick ride. In, download, close, go easy. I was halfway through the unload, stacking some old dining chairs against the wall, when I heard a loud clang, a sound loud enough to make me stop in my tracks before I could react. The door slammed shut behind me. I turned immediately and lunged for the handle, but it was too late. The door clicked, locked from the outside. I pressed my palms against the cold steel, pushing and pulling, but it didn't move. My heart jumped and I swallowed the growing panic. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but then I remembered it. I had left it on the truck seat, charging. Stupid. I let out a curse between my teeth and hit the door with my fist several times. Is there anyone there? My voice echoed in the small space. I listened. I waited for an answer. Nothing. The inside of the unit was plunged into total darkness, nothing but complete blackness. I could barely see my own hand in front of my face. I turned around trying to orient myself, and then I heard it. A faint tapping came from somewhere deeper in the facility. My breath got stuck in my throat. It wasn't a random sound. It wasn't a mouse sneaking around. It was deliberate, slow, tap, 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 tap. I froze, my ears trying to catch any other sound. Maybe it was just someone working on another unit, I thought, but the sound didn't stop. It got louder, more defined, as if it was moving, as if it was getting closer. My breathing became shallow. The tapping echoed against the metal walls, sending shivers down my spine. It wasn't coming from outside. It wasn't someone in another hallway. It came from inside. Somewhere, deep in the rows of storage units, my hands trembled as I groped in the dark. My fingers slid over boxes and dusty furniture until they touched something cold and metallic, an old flashlight headlamp inside one of the boxes. I turned it on with a snap, and a faint yellow ace flickered in the gloom. It wasn't much, but it was something. I scanned the inside of the empty unit, except for the things I had brought. But the tap, tap, tap was still louder, closer. I walked over to the door and pressed my ear against the cold steel. My pulse was pounding in my ears, almost drowning out the sound, but it was still there. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I banged on the door again, this time louder. "Hello, anyone out there? I'm trapped." No, there was a response, just the knocking, moving as if it was sliding from side to side. I tried to stay calm. I had to get out of there. I slid my hands around the inside of the door, looking for some safety mechanism. Nothing. The unit was a sealed steel bucket. The air was suffocating, and I felt a drop of sweat run down my back. Think, man, think. The knocking stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. The silence oppressed the space. I stood motionless, waiting, listening. Then, from outside, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps. My heart raced. I ran to the door, knocking on it with both hands. "Hey, I'm here. Let me out." The footsteps stopped. I stood with my ear glued to the door, holding my breath. Nothing then. Suddenly the tap-tap came back right next to the door of the unit next to mine. I jumped back, my breathing agitated. Something was out there. Something I wanted him to know was there. I swallowed hard, feeling my mouth dry. I directed the flashlight into the dark corners of the unit, looking for anything I could use. My eyes fell on a kickstand Rusty, leaning against the back wall. I ran and grabbed it. It was heavy, rough in my sweaty hands. I went back to the door and placed the tip of my goat's foot under the bottom edge, pressed with all my might. The door creaked, but it didn't happen. I screamed in frustration and tried again. Nothing. The metal didn't move an inch. Then I heard a scrape behind me like metal sliding on concrete. I snapped around, the flashlight shaking in my grip. His ace landed on a box in the corner, had definitely moved. My throat closed. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. There was no response. Just the tap, tap, tap on the door next door, louder, more insistent. My hand tightened around the goat's foot. The flashlight flickered. The air in the unit seemed thicker, heavier, and then I heard it. A whisper was low, just a murmur, but it was there. I couldn't understand what it was saying. It sounded like slurred words, as if they were just beyond my comprehension. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls of the floor, from the inside, from the same shadows. I pressed against the wall, my white knuckles on the handle of my goat's foot. The whisper intensified. I plugged my ears, but it didn't help. It was inside my head. I screamed. I knocked on the door with my goat foot. The clank echoed through the unit. The whisper stopped. The pounding stopped. The silence enveloped me like a shroud. Trembling a step towards the door, my breath was a gasp, my skin cold as the steel around me, and then, from outside, a low, harsh voice, barely a breath, let me in. My whole body tensed. The flashlight flickered again. "Let me in." The same whisper, this time just on the other side of the door. My grip on the goat's foot loosened. My mind screamed that I shouldn't move, that I shouldn't respond. Then, without warning, the door vibrated as if something had hit it hard. The flashlight fell out of my hands and went out. The darkness swallowed me. My whole breath stopped, and then the last thing I heard was the whisper right behind me. "Let me in." My legs were shaking. My whole body was paralyzed. The whisper came from inside the unit, this time behind me. My skin stood on end. My lungs refused to work. I squeezed my eyes tightly, waiting, praying that it would all go away. But the silence only made every second feel eternal. I opened them with my eyes, trying to get used to the darkness. I could hear my own heart beating so hard I felt like I was going to fumble out. I reached for the flashlight on the floor. My fingers found it, and I turned it on with a snap. The light ace was weak, but enough to see the metal walls. Around me, the unit was empty, there was no one there, but I knew something had been whispering in my hearing, something that shouldn't be there. I turned to the door, my hand still shaking on the handle of the goat's foot. If it didn't come out now, I knew it wouldn't come out. I placed it under the bottom of the door and pressed with all my might. The metal groaned, resisting. My muscles burned from the exertion, and then a snap, the lock was given. The door burst open. I breathed in fresh air. With desperation, I staggered out into the concrete hallway between the units. The moonlight illuminated the record path. Everything was completely silent, too quiet. I waited to hear the whisper again, but there was nothing, just the sound of my own heavy breathing. My eyes swept through the rows of units, all closed except one. The one next to mine was ajar. The dark inside seemed to absorb the light of the A. Shiver ran down my spine. I walked away slowly, not taking my eyes off that door. I didn't want to know what was inside. I didn't need to know. I got to my truck with my hands shaking as I searched for the keys. I found them, turned them in the lock and jumped up, locking the door, started the engine with clumsy fingers. The headlights illuminated the open unit. Nothing moved, but the feeling of being watched was so intense it made me shake. I sped, my tires squealed against the gravel as I left the enclosure, leaving the storage units behind and whatever was inside them. I didn't look back. I didn't want to look. I just drove away as far as I could. That was the last time I went to that place. The next day I called and canceled my storage contract. I said I didn't need the space. I didn't go back for the furniture or the boxes. Whatever was left in there can stay there. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me. But what I do know is that when I went to bed that night, I could still hear the tap 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 in my head and deep in the silence of my room. For a brief moment I would swear I heard a whisper, "Let me in." It was late, that kind of afternoon when the freeway is empty and you feel like you're the only person in the world. The rain was hitting the windshield. The windshield wipers were barely able to keep up, scraping back and forth at full speed. I was coming from a long day in Carsonville. I just wanted to get home, dry off and fall down with no music. Just the constant pounding of the rain, and a man was standing on the side of the road next to a beat-up sedan with its hazard lights flashing. He had one arm raised, waving it to get my attention, while with the other he was holding his jacket against the rain. Something about him caught my attention. Maybe it was how soaked he was, or maybe it was the fact that I'd seen no one in the last 50 kilometers. I knew I shouldn't pick up strangers at night. It's never a good idea. It's the kind of story you see on the news, and you think, who in their right mind would do that? But the guy looked desperate, and I guess part of me thought, if I was stuck in the middle of nowhere, I'd also want someone to help me. Against all instinct I reduced. I sped over the speed and stopped on the side of the road, tires crunching on wet gravel, rolled down the window just enough to speak. "Do you need a ride?" He leaned over, water dripping from the edge of his cap, looked exhausted, not dangerous, just tired. "Yes, my car broke down. It won't start. I'd appreciate it very much, man." His voice sounded strained, like he'd been screaming, or like he's on the verge of collapse. A moment analyzing it again, but before I could think too much I unlocked the door. Get on, opened the door, letting a gust of cold air and rain enter the truck. As it went up, the smell of wet clothes accompanied it, slamming shut, shuddering, and looked at me with a slight nod. "Thank you, I really owe you a." Shrug my shoulders. "No problem." I put the truck in gear again, the headlights cutting the darkness and rain. We drove in silence for a while. He was rubbing his hands together, trying to warm them. He could see that he was completely soaked, his jeans dark with water, his slippers making a slight sucking sound when he moved his feet. I was about to ask him where he was going, when he spoke first. "Where are you going?" "Back home in Brighton, about 50 kilometers from here." He nodded, staring at the windscreen. "I serve. Leave me anywhere nearby." Paused and then added, "Not many would stop for a guy like me." I forced a laugh. "Yes, well, I guess I'm that kind of person." Turned his head to look at me. I could feel his gaze fixed on me, and that made me shudder slightly. That kind of person. "Hey, you pick up strangers often?" I shook my head. No, not really. Just that I didn't want to leave someone stranded in the rain." He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile he knew something I didn't know. "Yes, there's a lot of crazy people out there," he said. His low voice paused. "You never know who you might bump into." I swallowed hard, my hands clenched a little tighter on the steering wheel. Something about his tone, the way he said it, made my stomach churn. I tried to concentrate on the road, ignoring the feeling of unease creeping down my back. Where were you going before your car broke down? I asked, trying to change the subject to nowhere especially, he replied. I frowned. Nowhere in the middle of nowhere, at this hour. Sometimes you just need to drive, he said. Get away from things. I nodded slowly. I didn't understand what he meant, but something in his tone made me even more nervous. The silence dragged on. The only sound was the pounding of the rain and the hum of the engine. Then he spoke again. Did you ever hear about disappearances around here? My stomach sank. Disappearances? He nodded. Yes, people disappear sometimes, especially at night. Drivers mostly find their cars abandoned. But people never find them. They find it. He said it so calmly that a shiver ran down my spine. I forced a nervous laugh. Sounds like an urban legend. I don't laugh. He turned to me, his eyes shining in the dim light of the dashboard. Maybe, but all legends start somewhere. Didn't maybe someone picked up the wrong person? I felt a lump form in my throat. I tried to ignore the way the van suddenly felt smaller. What would you do? She asked suddenly. Her voice cut through the silence like a knife. If you picked up someone. Dangerous. My heart started to beat harder. Keeping my eyes on the road, I squeezed the steering wheel harder. I don't know. I guess I'd get them out of my truck, she laughed. But it wasn't a normal laugh. It was sharp, almost mocking. Yes, that's how easy it paused, and if they didn't want to get out. I didn't answer no. I wanted to continue the conversation. My mind screamed that I should never have stopped. He settled into his seat, his wet clothes emitting a sucking sound against the fabric. Do you have a family? He asked suddenly. My mouth went dry. What family? Did someone repeat that? Wait for you at home? I didn't like that question at all. I did lie. Why did he shrug his shoulders, looking out the window? I don't know. It must be nice to have someone waiting for you. I didn't say anything anymore. I didn't want to talk. I just wanted to get him out of my truck as soon as possible. My eyes scanned the road for any sign of civilization. Then I saw something in the distance, the lights of a small gas station. Thank God I'm going to leave you here, I said in a tense voice. He was silent for a moment, looking at the gas station, and then nodded. Okay, but when the truck stopped, it didn't move right away. He looked at me, smiled again, that smile. Thanks for the ride. There aren't many like you. And then he added something softer, too low, but I heard him. Take care of yourself out there. You never know who you might bump into. I froze for a moment. His voice still echoed in my head. You never know who you might bump into. I swallowed hard, forcing a tense smile. Yes, take care of yourself too. Finally he opened the door. The sound of the rain. He refilled the cab as he got out, stood there for a moment next to the truck, looking down at the gas station building, and then, without saying goodbye, walked away, watched him disappear under the dim light of the lanterns, waited until he was out of my sight, before stepping on the gas. I walked out of the gas station without looking back. The way back felt longer. My chest was tense, my sweaty hands on the steering wheel. The truck's engine was ringing louder, the rain seemed heavier, every shadow on the road seemed darker, every reflection in the rearview mirror seemed to move. I just wanted to get home. When I finally saw the lights of Brighton in the distance, I let out a sigh that I hadn't even realized I was holding back. I parked the truck in my driveway and sat there for a moment. My hands were still shaking. The feeling of uneasiness wouldn't go away. I sighed and grabbed my things, but then I noticed something there in the passenger seat, a puddle, not just a little dampness from his wet clothes, a puddle of dark water as if it had been dripping all the time. My skin stood on end. My breathing became shallow, and right next to the puddle, a small, dark object, a key. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was old, broken, and had strange marks etched into the metal. My heartbeat resounded in my ears. When he left it there, I got out of the truck quickly. Locking the door, I went up the stairs of my house without looking back. I went in and locked it, but something was not right. My house, which had always been my refuge, now felt different, as if something was wrong. I threw the on the kitchen table. I rubbed my face with my hands, trying to shake the feeling. I was just tired, that was all. But when I got into bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his smile. Every time the wind blew against the window, I swore I heard his voice over and over again. You never know who you might bump into at 3 in the morning. I gave up and went down to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The house was completely silent except for one thing. The key was no longer on the table. My skin stood on end. I turned on all the lights, checked every room, every lock, every window. Everything was locked, everything was closed, but the key was gone. My stomach twisted into a knot. I stood motionless in the center of the room, feeling like my skin was getting cold. That's when I Heard it. A crackling sound came from the living room right where the front door was. My breath cut off. I turned on my phone flashlight and pointed it down the hallway. Nothing. But then a soft whisper came down right outside the door. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew it was him. My heart stopped when I saw the doorknob move. It slowly turned. I swallowed saliva with difficulty. I backed away. The knob stopped moving. The silence became heavy. My whole body was frozen in place. I waited for nothing. But then, from right behind me, a whisper in my ear. You never know who you might run into. I screamed and turned suddenly. The light handle of my phone staggered across the room. But there was no one, nothing, just the house in silence. The air felt colder, heavier, my chest rose and fell with rapid, shaky breaths. I didn't sleep that night or the next. The days passed and the feeling of being watched never completely disappeared. I never found the key. I never heard his voice again. But every time I hit the road at night, every time I pass by a deserted gas station, every time I see a car stopped on the side of the road, I ask myself, and if I find him again, and if this time he won't let me go? It was a Tuesday night in Vancouver. I had just finished a double shift. My eyes were dry, my muscles ached, and my brain was running on the last remnants of energy. I walked into the building, paying no attention to the broken light flashing over the entrance. All I could think about was my soft warm bed waiting for me. The lobby was empty. The hum of fluorescent lights echoed in the silence mixed with the distant sound of traffic outside. I pressed the elevator button, rubbed my sense and leaned against the wall while I waited. The elevator arrived with the doorbell off. I went in and pressed the 5th floor button. My eyes were almost closed when the doors began to close, but just before they met, the lights flickered, dimmed, blinked again, and then they came back, but not as bright as before. I let out a sigh and leaned my head against the cold metal wall, closed my eyes for a moment. It was then that I realized that I was not alone. There was someone else in the elevator, in the corner where the light was just coming in. I hadn't seen it come in. I hadn't noticed it when I went up, but there it was, breathing softly, steadily, almost as if trying not being heard. My stomach tensed. I shifted slightly, trying to look indifferent. I squinted, trying to see better in the gloom. I was a tall figure, standing, perfectly motionless, maybe looking in my direction. It was hard to tell. I swallowed and cleared my throat. A reflex act more than anything else. I muttered, trying to sound casual. My voice sounded faint in the small metal space. There was no response. The elevator began to move, a slight tug in my stomach when we went up, but the worst was the silence. My eyes wandered to the control panel. The numbers lit up one by one, but my attention always returned to the corner, to that motionless figure, to his controlled breathing, to his dense presence, who enters an elevator and stays in a corner without saying anything. My fingers drummed against my thigh. I looked again. Darkness seemed wearing something black, maybe a hoodie. I couldn't see his face, only his silence. The elevator shook as he passed the 3rd floor. The lights flickered again, but this time they didn't come back completely. They dimmed to a faint yellow. The shadows grew. My chest tightened. Cold sweat covered my palms. I didn't want to look paranoid. Maybe I was just a weird neighbor, but something was wrong. The feeling was thick, heavy when the elevator got to the 4th floor. The doors opened. The light in the hallway leaked. A leak leaked. I could get out, but I had no reason to. My apartment was 1 floor up, so I stayed, and when the doors closed, I felt it, a movement, not mine, from him, a year of fabric, a slight creak of the sole against the floor. My eyes widened. It had moved a little closer. My mouth went dry. I tried to talk again. "Are you all right, friend?" Nothing. Just breathing. Now closer. My heart started to beat harder. The panel numbers were shining. 5th floor. The button light came on. The door started to open. But then suddenly the elevator stopped. The lights went out. We were in complete darkness. My heart stopped. The elevator wasn't moving. There was no sound. Nothing except that. His breathing. Right in front of me. I could feel his presence. His breath so close. My hands groped the control panel. I pressed the open doors button. Nothing. I pressed it again. Nothing. "Hello." My voice broke. A second of absolute silence, and then a whisper, close, too close. "Don't move." My muscles tensed. My breath got stuck in my throat. I couldn't see anything. Just feel it there in front of me. The flashlight on my cell phone. Had my cell phone in the pocket. Slowly, very slowly, I slid my hand into my pants, but then a tight grip on my wrist, a fierce squeeze. My breath escaped in a gasp. "I told you not to move." His voice was low, a harsh murmur. I felt his breath hot against my skin. It smelled of metal, sweat, something else. I couldn't scream, I couldn't think, I was just there, trapped in the darkness. With him I've always been attracted to him. On the haunting side of urban exploration, there's something exciting about stepping into places frozen in time, where everything remains exactly as it was. I've explored abandoned hospitals, old schools, and once a mansion that was rumored to be haunted, but nothing I'd experienced compared to the old textile factory I found on the outskirts of town. This happened about 5 years ago when I was in my early 20s and just finished to move to the city. I had heard about the factory from a friend who shared my interest in urban exploration. It was supposed to have been closed in the 80s and had remained intact ever since. I couldn't resist the day I chose to go. It was cloudy and I felt as if the sky was weighing down on everything. I parked my car a few streets away and approached the factory to foot. Feeling a little elated by the excitement of doing something I probably shouldn't have. The factory was a huge, massive building with broken windows and discolored bricks. I remember thinking that I seemed to be frowning as if the building itself didn't want it to be there, but I shook the sensation, telling myself that it was just the atmosphere affecting me. As soon as I slipped through a broken side entrance, I felt that familiar chill in the inside. The air was stale with a damp smell and musso. An unnatural silence reigned. Not the kind of silence found in a peaceful place, but one that seems to be aware of your presence. I shrugged my shoulders, telling myself that I was just excited. The place was perfect for exploring dust-covered machines, forgotten tools strewn over the workbenches, scattered papers, as if they had all gone out one day and never had back. I took my time photographing everything, making sure to capture the abandoned beauty of the site. About 20 minutes later, I found myself in a long hallway lined with old offices, each door ajar, revealing glimpses of overturned desks, filing cabinets, and piles of yellowed papers. As I approached the last room, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. A perfect line of tiny dusty handprints on the wall, all at the exact same height. They looked too fresh, as if someone had pressed their hands there. Recently my stomach shrank. I told myself that they were probably just old marks, but the restlessness had already set in. The deeper I went into the factory, the stranger things became. I found a break room where a table was covered with small animal bones, perhaps rat or bird. Neatly arranged in a spiral pattern next to them were cigarette butts and an old cracked lighter. The cigarettes looked fresh from a day or two at most. My skin stood on end. Someone had been there recently. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was invading someone else's space, that I was not welcome. After finding those things, I felt the urge to leave, but I was also curious, almost drawn to see more. I moved further inside in another dark hallway, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Then right in front of me I saw a small pile of toys, a doll, a toy truck, and a small plastic dinosaur arranged in a neat line in the center of the hallway, each covered with a thin layer of dust. But the arrangement was too deliberate, as if someone had placed them there for me to find. I remember my hands trembling as I raised the flashlight, scanning the area, half hoping to see someone standing there. At that point my instincts were screaming at me to leave, but something kept pulling me in, further inside. I found a staircase descending into what must have been a storage area. The air became colder, and a foul smell permeated the air like rotten wood mixed with something metallic. I took a deep breath and descended my flashlight, barely piercing the darkness. When I got to the bottom, I found a large rusty metal door, slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I pushed it inside. There was a small empty room except for a large mirror leaning against the back wall. The mirror was cracked with splinters extending through the glass like veins, and in the center of the floor was a chair in front of the mirror. It looked as if someone had been sitting there staring at himself for hours. I don't know what drove me, but I walked up to the mirror. That's when I saw it, a fresh handprint on the glass, small, blurry, as if someone had pressed it there moments before it came in. I suddenly heard footsteps behind me, soft but unmistakable. I swung, my heart pounding, but there was no one there. The ace of my flashlight flickered for a second, and in that brief instant I felt a presence, as if someone was standing right behind me, breathing on my neck. The air became dense, oppressive, and I knew I wasn't alone. I backed away from the room, my mind racing, every instinct screaming at me to get out of there. As I retraced my way, I noticed new handprints on the walls, each one guiding me back to the entrance. They weren't there before. I sure felt like someone was pulling me out, like they wanted me to leave. I didn't stop to think. I just kept moving forward. my steps resonating louder and faster, matching the frantic rhythm of my heart. When I finally walked out the broken door and into the open air, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't look back as I walked to my car, but I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows of that factory. I drove too quietly home, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I knew what I had seen. I hadn't been alone in there, and whoever I was or whatever I wanted to leave, to this day I can still see those imprints in my mind, clear as always, like a mark etched in my memory. I'm back, and I don't plan to do it. Some places are abandoned for a reason, and whatever it is that inhabits that factory, it's better to leave it alone. I had just finished another brutal night shift in the hospital. It was almost 2 in the morning when I finally marked the start. My body hurt, my eyes were burning, my brain felt fried, like I was operating on autopilot. All I wanted was to get home, fall in bed and sleeping for what seemed like a month. The night shift always left me exhausted, but that night the tiredness had reached another level. I just needed to get to my house in Maplewood, take off my uniform and pass out. The road was empty as always. At that hour the highway stretched dark and endless, with the occasional bluff casting a faint glow on the asphalt. Just me, my old, ramshackle sedan, and the nothingness around me. There's something about driving alone at night that usually feels peaceful, but that night was just unsettling. I could hear my own steady but tired breathing as the car whizzed on the deserted road. Suddenly, without warning, the engine coughed up my heart. It skipped a beat. I stepped on the accelerator, but the car just responded with a muffled sound as if it was giving up on life. The headlights flickered, and before I could react, the car shut down completely, stopped in the middle of nowhere. The dashboard lit up with red and orange warnings. I let out a curse under my breath and turned the ignition key again, but I only heard a useless click. Nothing great, just great. I looked around, but there was nothing. No buildings, no gas stations, just a dark stretch of highway and miles of forest to both sides. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder, with no signal, not a single bar. I felt a pulse of frustration mixed with a twinge of fear settling in my chest. My fingers tapped the screen over and over again, hoping something would change, but it was useless. My phone might as well have been a paperweight. I sighed, leaning back against the headrest, staring at the roof of my car out there. Everything was in an eerie silence, broken only by the creak of the engine cooling and the wind moving the leaves of the trees. I couldn't even hear another car in the distance. Nothing, and then I saw them. Headlights in the rear view mirror. 2 bright spots appeared, slowly approaching from behind. My heart raced, pounding in my ears. I watched as the lights approached and then slowed down until they stopped right behind my car. The headlights were reapers, casting long shadows in the woods. Around I squinted, trying to make out the vehicle behind me. It looked like an old pickup truck, one of those big, square ones, the kind used to haul junk metal or work in the fields. The truck just sat there idling. The engine was letting out a low growl as if it was waiting for something. I stared at it in the mirror, every nerve in my body in tension. My hands were sweaty, my fingers drummed nervously on the steering wheel. What were they doing? Why had they stopped? 100 scenarios flashed through my head. Maybe they just wanted to help, or maybe not. After what seemed like an eternity, the door of the van opened. I turned my head, trying to see the driver. A figure came out, a tall man in a hat. He was moving slowly, as if he had all the time in the world. My stomach tensed. He started walking towards my car, his boots crunching on the gravel of the road. Without thinking, I blocked the doors. The click echoed in the silence. He stopped by my window, his face darkened by the shadow of his hat. I could barely make out his features, only the outline of a beard and the gleam of his eyes in the darkness. He hit the glass with his knuckles, a dull sound that made me jump. "Car problems?" he asked, his voice muffled by the window. I hesitated, my fingers floating over the window controls. My instincts screamed at me not to lower it, to stay locked in, but I needed help. There was no way I could start this car alone. No, here I lowered the window just a few inches. Yes, it went out of nowhere, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It doesn't turn back on." He nodded slowly, as if he was considering it. "That's not good," he said. "No, it's not a good place to get stranded. Don't around." I thought, yes, you won't have a phone with a signal, right? I asked, expecting a miracle. He shook his head. "No signal here, it's a dead zone." He pointed his thumb toward the road. "But I can take you. The nearest town is about 15 miles from here. Maplewood was more close, about 10 miles ahead. but it was still 10 miles. I looked at him trying to assess if I could trust him. Something about him made me nervous. Maybe it was the way he was just standing there, too still, too calm. Or maybe it was just the situation in the middle of nowhere, dead car with no phone. I didn't have many options. "I think I'll wait here," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe someone else will pass by." The man didn't move. He just stood there looking at me through the window. The silence lengthened, the air thick with tension. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Finally he tilted his head and said, "You decide." He turned around and walked back to his truck, his boots crunching in the gravel. I watched him get up, close the door, and then nothing. The truck was still there idling with the headlights on. I waited, holding my breath, waiting for him to leave. But he didn't. He just stayed there. The seconds turned into minutes. I looked at my phone again. It's still no signal. My fingers were shaking now, and I could feel the panic taking hold of me. What was I doing? Why didn't it leave suddenly? The engine roared, a rumble that broke the silence. The truck shook forward, and for a terrifying second I thought I was going to dress my car. I prepared my hands by squeezing the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles turned white. But at the last moment the truck swerved and stopped next to me. I turned my head. My eyes wide open. The passenger window was down, and the man was looking at me. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me with those dark eyes, his face still hidden in the shadow. My stomach twisted, the cold sweat running down my back. "Last chance," he said, his voice over the roar of the engine. "You need a ride?" Or I didn't shake my head, unable to speak. Something was wrong. All this was wrong. The man looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. He rolled up the window, and the truck started moving again, moving slowly down the road. I watched its taillights get smaller until they disappeared after a curve. The silence came back with a heavy and suffocating blow. I let out a trembling breath, my hands still clinging to the steering wheel. I had to get out of there. I couldn't wait to see what would happen next. I opened the door, going out to the cold night air. The wind was cutting through my thin clothes, and I shivered, rubbing my arms together, looked around at nothing but the dark road and thick forest on either side, opened the hood hoping to see some obvious problem I could fix. But looking at the chaos of wires and metal, I knew it was useless. It wasn't mechanical. I couldn't fix this. I only had a choice: walking. Maplewood. I was about 10 miles ahead. If I stayed on the road and kept walking, eventually I would get there. Maybe even someone else would pass. I went back to the car, grabbed my phone and a small lantern from the Huerta, closed the door behind me, the sound echoing in the empty night. I started walking. My footsteps crunched on the gravel of the arson. The light of my lantern cut through the darkness, but it seemed tiny, unable to push away completely the shadows. The wind was rustling through the trees. From time to time I heard something moving through the bushes, probably a small animal, but each noise made my heart jump, beating in my ears. The minutes passed slowly. Each step felt heavier than the last. The road was still deserted. There was no sign of lights coming in any direction. I kept walking, keeping my eyes straight ahead, trying to ignore the sensation that something was watching me. And then I heard it, an engine behind me, low and distant, but getting closer. My stomach sank. I turned the flashlight, trembling in my hand. There in the distance, I saw the bright headlights approaching. My breathing quickened. It was the truck. I had to hide. I couldn't be out there in plain sight. I threw myself into the trees, pushing branches and weeds as I went into the thicket. The bushes, they were scratching my arms, but I didn't stop until the road was just a gray strip between the logs. I fell to my knees, trying to hold my breath. The headlights came closer until the truck stopped, right where I had been. The engine was purring softly in the night. The driver wasn't moving. The truck was just there waiting. I froze, my body shaking as I huddled against the trunk of it. The seconds dragged on like hours, and then the man came out. I could see him through the shadows. He leaned over the hood of my car, checking it calmly. Then he straightened up and looked around as if he were looking for something, as if he were looking for me. My chest squeezed, my lungs burning, as he forced me not to make any noise. Finally, after what seemed like years, the man climbed back into the truck. The headlights swept through the trees as I spun on the road. The engine roared and the truck drove away, disappearing into the distance. I waited, I don't know how long, but I didn't dare move until I was completely sure it was gone. When I finally came out of hiding, my legs were shaking. I didn't get back on the road. I kept walking through the woods parallel to the highway. But staying hidden, it took me hours to get to the first sign of civilization. A small house with lights on the porch. I ran to the door and knocked hard. It took a moment, But finally someone answered, an older man with a frown. With concern, what happened to you? He asked. I tried to answer, but my voice was shaking. My car man was following me. His eyes hardened. Come inside. Let me in, and locked the door behind me. For the first time all night I felt safe. I was exhausted when I arrived at the motel just outside of Winston, North Carolina. It wasn't a place one would choose to go unless I had no other choice, which was exactly the case with me. The neon sign that said Motel Winston Goes was flashing erratically, and the whole place seemed stuck in the 80s. I didn't care. After driving almost 10 hours, I just wanted to sleep. I paid cash because their card reader was under maintenance, and they gave me a metal key. Yes, a real key, no e-cards. My room was number 6, down the hall, next to the vending machines. The fluorescent light over the door was buzzing like a swarm of bees. When I opened the door, the hinge squeaked like in a horror movie. The inside smelled of old cigarettes and dampness. The mat was filthy, and the bedspread had an unpleasant green hue vomit. But at that moment it was the best thing in the world. I left my bag on the bed, took off my shoes, and went to the shower. The water had hardly any pressure, and the temperature ranged from scalding to icy. Even so, I felt a little better. Then I dried myself, put on only a pair of boxers, and I went to bed. Leaving the TV on in a Blender infomercial, I was falling asleep. When I heard it, a noise at the door, at first I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again, the tinkling of the knob. Someone was testing it, the sound of metal moving against metal. My heart pounded. I held my breath, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't stop. Heavy steps moved down the hallway. Slow and deliberate, they stopped at the end and then came back, approaching again. I got up carefully without making a sound. My skin felt cold. I took the chair from the small desk and locked it under the doorknob. The footsteps stopped just outside. I could hear someone's breathing, low and heavy. My knuckles were white from squeezing the chair so much. A minute passed, 2, 5. Finally the footsteps moved away. I waited for the heart still beating hard. After several minutes I plucked up the courage and leaned out the window. Nothing. Just my car and a beat-up sedan in the parking lot. There was no one there, but I knew someone had been. I wasn't going to ignore it. I put on jeans and a t-shirt, grabbed the key, and went out into the hallway. The night air was cold, and the wooden floor creaked under my feet. I looked in both directions. Nothing, but I still felt something was wrong. I went to the front desk. The receptionist, an older man with gray hair and glasses falling down his nose, looked up at his book when I walked in. He looked bored, like he'd rather be anywhere else. Can I help him? He asked. Have you seen anyone walking around here? Someone tried to open my door. The guy frowned. What room? 6 o'clock. He shook his head. No. Nobody's been around. I'm sure someone tried to open the door. The man looked at me indifferently. I've been here all night. I haven't seen or heard anything. I felt a mixture of frustration and fear. Can you check the security cameras? The man shrugged. The cameras don't work. They haven't in months. I sighed. This wasn't going anywhere. I went back to my room with the feeling as soon as someone was watching me. I locked the door again with the chair and sat on the bed looking at the entrance. I turned on the television to break the silence, but I couldn't relax. My heart was still pounding. Hours passed. I had almost managed to fall asleep when the sound returned. The doorknob moved slowly. Tasting my blood, froze. I sat up suddenly. The steps heavy again, passing through my door, walking away, returning to the same pattern as before. Then something changed. The door shook. It shook as if someone was pushing it. The air in the room became heavy. My phone was on the bedside table. I grabbed it with shaky hands and dialed 911. The operator answered in a calm voice. 911. What's your emergency? Someone is trying to get into my motel room. I whispered. The knob moved again. My heart was hammering on my chest. Where is he? The operator asked. I gave him the address. We'll send a patrol car. He's in a safe place. I'm locked in the room. But I looked at the door. I don't know how much longer he'll be safe. The silence lengthened. The footsteps moved away again. I waited and waited. Minutes later, the red and blue lights flashed through the window. I removed the chair, opened the door, and saw 2 officers approaching. I told them everything. One of them checked the area while the other asked me questions. I could see on his face that he wasn't convinced. The other officer came back after a few minutes. We didn't find anything, he said. But someone was here. They exchanged a look. We'll do a patrol in the area. If anything else happens, call us. They left. I stood there at the door feeling ridiculous. Maybe I had imagined everything. Maybe I was too tired. I went back in. I closed the door, put the chair back under the knob, lay down, but sleep didn't come. I woke up in the early morning with a strange feeling. Everything was silent. I looked at the door. The air in the room felt dense, and then I saw it. The chair wasn't where it was. I had put it had been moved. Not much, but enough to know that someone had been there, someone had entered, but I hadn't heard anything. My blood froze. I got up suddenly. Checking the room, nothing seemed out of place, but the chair didn't lie. I grabbed my things and left. I wasn't going to stay a second longer in that place. When I got to the reception, the man was still there. He didn't even look up when I left the key on the counter. "Someone came into my room," I said in a tense voice. He just shrugged. My hands were shaking with rage. The chair moved. Nothing alone. His same expression, indifferent. I didn't answer. It wasn't worth it. I got out, got in my car, and drove away from that place as fast as I could. While driving, I couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror, hoping to see, but the road was empty. I left the motel behind and never went back to Winston. It was a simple night of fun. Sarah and we had pitched a tent in the backyard. We just wanted to sleep under the stars, tell scary stories, and get away from our phones for a night. Our house in Bend, Oregon wasn't in the middle of nowhere, but the backyard overlooked empty lots and a line of trees. It wasn't exactly a forest, but it got quite dark at night. We pitched the tent just before dusk and settled in with sleeping bags and snacks, talked, laughed, and listened to the crickets. It was peaceful until we heard the footsteps. At first I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat, but the footsteps were heavy, deliberate, crack, crack, crack. I opened my eyes in the darkness of the tent. The silence was it became oppressive. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Sarah stood still. Footsteps continued to move in a circle around the store, and then voices, low whispers, barely audible. My heart began to beat faster. There were at least two people. Their voices were tense, urgent. We stood silent, listening to the footsteps. They stopped. Then something touched the tent. A light rose on the cloth just above my head. Fear clung to my chest. Sarah, she let out a little gasp then. We heard a sound. A zipper, not ours, outside. I couldn't see anything, but I felt the adrenaline pumping in my veins. I looked for my phone blindly. I didn't want to turn on the screen. I didn't want to give them a reason to know we were awake. The footsteps started again, but now they were faster. More erratic. Sarah whispered in three. "We run." She nodded with scared eyes. I counted in my head, 1, 2, 3. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and pulled the lock on the store. We threw ourselves outside. The cold air hit my skin as we ran towards the house. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who was there. We got to the back door. My hands were shaking as I tried to open it. Finally the door opened and we rushed inside, locked the door, stayed in the darkness of the kitchen, breathing hard. The silence outside was absolute. Who were they? What did they want? I don't know, but the next day when I checked the store, there was a black bag inside, and inside it, a note with crooked and tight letters. "We'll be back." We never slept in the backyard again. I used to work in a big city again, but I lived far away in one of those rural regions where all you find are fields, silence, and a few scattered streetlights. It was a somewhat lonely life, but I had gotten used to the routine. Leaving work late almost every day, always the last to leave the building, and taking the deserted road back home that night. It didn't seem any different, at least until I came across an accident in the middle of the road on one of the steepest curves of the main road. It was an overturned truck completely blocking the way. I knew it would take hours to clear so I stayed in the car trying to think of an alternative. Then I remembered a route I had heard of once, a shortcut that took a dirt road and shortened several kilometers. It was not well known. The locals avoided it, especially at night. But since I was tired and didn't want to wait, I decided to take a chance. How bad could it be? In the end, it was just a stretch of land that soon became a road. I would reconnect with the main road. I had no idea that this decision would change my life forever. At first the road seemed normal except for a few potholes here and there, but as I went the trees grew taller, almost forming a tunnel, and the feeling of isolation increased. The sound of gravel and stones under the tires was practically the only thing that could be heard apart from the engine, and the occasional singing of a night bird was an eerie calm, one of those that make you feel that something is not right, but I tried to ignore it. With each curve the road narrowed more and the few lampposts disappeared completely. In the background I think I already knew that I should not have gone there, but who has not ignored a premonition at some point? It was then that I saw on the side of the road something that looked like a piece of red cloth trapped on a branch. It was a piece of cloth like a torn band with dirt marks and something dark on it. I didn't want to think about what it could be. I slowed down to take a closer look, but when I took a look in the rearview mirror I thought I saw a shadow moving quickly between the trees. It was so fast that it seemed like an illusion, but a shiver ran down my spine. I pressed the steering wheel and tried not to look again in the mirror. As I continued driving, I began to feel a strange pressure in my chest, as if the air was getting heavier. The vegetation became denser with each meter I went, and my car began to brush the edges of the road, hitting branches and leaves that seemed to invade the road. The darkness was almost absolute. Even with the high beams on, I could only see what was right in front of me. What I was even more nervous because I felt that at any moment something could jump out of the shadows. Further on he saw what looked like an abandoned building, maybe an old house stall. The idea of stopping crossed my mind, but I dismissed it immediately. I was already restless, and to be honest, I had the feeling that something was watching me. Do you know that feeling of being watched even if you can't see anyone? I looked around inside the car trying to calm down, but it was difficult. Suddenly a sound broke the silence. It seemed like a scratch, a dry noise as if something was scratching the side of the car. My heart raced and I stood motionless for a few seconds listening to how that strange sound intensified. I took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel tightly and accelerated a little, hoping it was just a branch brushing the body, but the sound did not disappear. On the contrary, it seemed to keep me maintaining a constant pace, which made no sense. Suddenly something inside me activated in survival mode, that feeling of pure fear that makes you want to run without looking back. But I was inside the car, alone, with no way to escape. I thought about accelerating as fast as I could, but I was afraid that the car would get stuck in the mud or lose control and end up crashing into a tree. If that happened, I would be trapped there in absolute darkness. In a desperate act, I turned off the radio and stood in complete silence, trying to understand what was happening. The sound of scratching stopped for a moment, and I felt a brief but intense relief. But that relief did not last long. A shadow crossed the road right in front of me. Too fast to identify her. She was tall, with an almost human posture. But something in her, his movement was wrong, as if his body didn't follow the normal laws of motion. I instinctively slammed on the brakes. The car skidded a little on the dirt road, and my heart rose to my throat. I froze, sweaty hands clinging to the steering wheel, staring at the direction in which that thing had crossed. My legs trembled, and I felt that any movement could attract me again. Whatever I had seen, I looked around, hoping to see something that would indicate that it had only been my imagination. But the road was empty, covered by darkness and an oppressive silence. Still, I knew I had to get out of there. I took a deep breath, swallowed my fear, and started the car again, accelerated slowly, avoiding looking to the sides and focusing only on getting out of that hellish road as quickly as possible. A few meters later on, a sharp blow against the rear window almost made me lose control of the car. It was as if something or someone was hitting the glass with incredible force. I didn't dare to look back. With each blow the sound became louder and more aggressive, as if it was losing patience. Panic took over me, and the only thing I could do was step on the accelerator with all my strength. With my eyes fixed on the road, every second I felt like the car was about to skid, but the fear of stopping was bigger than anything else. I finally caught a glimpse of what seemed to be the end of the dirt road. The lights of the main road appeared in the distance, and I felt such a great relief that it almost made me want to cry. The banging on the window stopped just as I arrived to the pavement, and silence returned, but in a different, more reassuring way. I looked in the rear-view mirror and saw nothing, no shadow, no sign of that terrifying presence. It was as if it had been left behind, caught in that dark road. I took a deep breath, and little by little my body began to relax, although my heart was still beating at full speed. When I got home, I went inside, locked the door, and collapsed on the couch, trying to process what had happened to this day. I can't say for sure what it was that I saw or what haunted me on that path. I've never told anyone. I'm just writing it here because I know you will understand, and if there's one thing I learned that night, it's that sometimes those shortcuts are hidden much more than just an alternate route. I never took that road again, and honestly I prefer not to know what really inhabits that forest. During the night, it was Friday night, and the sky over Millstone, Kentucky was dark as a wolf's mouth. I was in the garage making the last adjustments in my old Dodge Charger. The light above the workbench flickered from time to time, but I didn't pay attention to it. The hood was open, my hands full of grease, and the radio playing country music at low volume. I was alone, or so I thought. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a slight change in the darkness barely noticeable at the edge of the garage light. I looked up. My first thought was that it was a raccoon or maybe a deer that had wandered too close to the house. I squinted, trying to adjust my vision. Then I saw it. Someone was standing there, a figure just out of range of the light, silent, motionless. I couldn't see any details, only the silhouette of a person watching me. A shiver ran down my spine. "Hello," I called, trying to sound sure. Nothing. The stranger didn't move or say a word. My pulse quickened. My instinct was telling me to reach for something to defend myself. My eyes slid to the workbench, a screwdriver, a wrench, something. I closed my fingers around the wrench, feeling the chill of the metal against my skin. "I'm talking to you," I said. This time harder. Nothing. The air felt heavy. The garage that had always been my refuge suddenly felt oppressive. The figure moved, just a small gesture, but enough to make my hair stand on end, raised a hand slowly and pointed directly at me. Fear coiled around my chest like a tight knot. I took a step back, feeling the edge of the workbench against my back. Sweat beaded my forehead. My phone was just a few inches from my hand. Without taking my eyes off the figure, I grabbed it and slid my finger across the screen to unlock it. The light from the screen illuminated the garage, casting harsh shadows on the walls. I blinked quickly, looking up again. The figure was gone. My eyes swept through the darkness. Nothing. Just the wind, moving the leaves, and the buzzing of insects in the night, but I knew what I had seen. My hand was shaking as I dialed 911. 911. "What's your emergency?" I swallowed. Someone was outside my garage looking at me, and then disappeared. "Can you describe the person?" "I don't know. It was a shadow." I didn't see his face. The operator asked me to stay on the line while they sent out a patrol car. I stood in the doorway of the garage, the wrench still in my hand. The sirens came 15 minutes later. The officers checked the area. Nothing. No trace of anyone. No footprint on the ground. They told me the same old thing. "If you see something again, call us." I nodded, but inside I knew they wouldn't find anything, because whoever it was, or whatever it wasn't, wanted to be found for days. Nothing else happened. I almost convinced myself it had been my imagination. But then, a week then, I was in the garage again, working late. It was almost 12 o'clock. I had the radio on and a beer on the workbench. I was concentrating on replacing an engine belt, when I felt it, that subtle change in the air, that feeling of being watched. I looked up, and there it was again, the figure on the edge of the light, still looking at me. My chest contracted. I took my phone without taking my eyes away. Eyes this time. I wasn't going to lose sight of it. My thumb moved to the 911 quick call button. "I see you," I said out loud. The figure didn't move. My fingers were wet with sweat. The phone rang once, twice. Then the figure stepped forward, and for the first time the light touched. It was a man wearing dark clothes, with the hood of his sweatshirt covering his face. His hands were empty, but something in his posture gave me goose bumps. 911, "What is your emergency?" asked the operator. "Is there anyone outside?" "My garage," I said in a trembling voice, "is looking at me." Silence. I turned my head just a second to see if the police were already on their way. When I looked back, the man had disappeared. I stepped forward, scanning the darkness. Nothing but the night and the sound distant from the wind. The cops arrived again, checked the area again, found nothing. That night I installed security cameras around my house. The first few days they didn't pick up anything. But then one night around 3 in the morning, my phone vibrated with a notification. Motion detected in the garage. Fear ran through me like an electric shock. I opened the app and saw the video. In the grainy image of vision at night, there was the same figure standing just outside the garage, just looking. I froze, the phone shaking in my hand. Then slowly the figure raised his hand and pointed directly at the camera, as if he knew I was watching him. My breathing became erratic. I dialed the 911. Once again the cops came back looking for nothing. The next day I checked the recordings again. Something had happened that I didn't notice the first time. After pointing at the camera, the figure turned around, and before disappearing into the darkness, he drew something in the air with his finger, a single number 3. I don't know what it means, I don't know who it is, but since then I haven't slept peacefully, because deep down I know that he will come back, and when he does, maybe he won't just stand there watching. My wife and I have always carried a fairly common life. We lived in a quiet neighborhood, one of those where people still greet each other from the windows, and the loudest sound is usually the barking of dogs. Our routine was that of any couple in their 30s, work, shop, dinner, while we watched a series and then went to sleep. However, everything changed. That week was just after any Friday, one of those days in which we were in the middle of the night. The ones you just want to finish so you can rest the weekend. When I got home I found a simple envelope with no stamps or any indication of where it came from. At first I thought it was advertising for some local service, but when I opened it I realized it was a letter, and that's when everything started to get strange. The paper was thick with a rough texture, like torn from an old notebook. Calligraphy, it was neat, something formal, the kind that almost no one wears nowadays. The letter described in disturbing detail how my wife and I had spent the day before, mentioned that my lunch had been extended because my work meeting went on longer than anticipated, that my wife tripped over the carpet while trying to reach for the phone, and even the discussion we had about what movie to watch before bed. I felt a chill walking down my back as I read every line. There was no way anyone could know all of that, much less with so many details. I showed the letter to my wife and she laughed, thinking it was a joke from some neighbor. She wanted to believe the same thing. But deep down something told me that this was beyond a simple joke. We decided to ignore it and threw the letter away. We tried not to think too much about it after who would take the time to write a letter about our day. But the next morning there was another envelope in the mailbox. This time the handwriting was different, more rounded and scribbled as if it had been written in a hurry. The contents, however, were the same, an exact description of our previous day, but with even more intimate details like the comment my wife made about needing to cut my hair while we were in the kitchen, something no one else could have heard. At that point the awkwardness turned to fear. It was impossible to pretend this was normal or just a joke. My wife and I started debating what to do: call the police, install security cameras, but how to justify it? After all, there were no threats, just descriptions as if someone was there all the time watching us. I started to look at each car parked on the street, in every person walking by, who was watching us and why. My wife tried to stay calm, but I could see in her gaze that she was getting more and more tense, as if she was waiting for another letter at any moment. And as expected, the third envelope arrived. It appeared, but this time it was not in the mailbox. We found it on the ground, right at the front door. The calligraphy, it was different again, trembling, full of corrections, as if the person was nervous. The letter mentioned a private conversation we had about our future, something very personal, that we had talked about in a low voice, late at night when the whole neighborhood was already asleep. We could no longer ignore that someone was watching us very closely. It was as if every aspect of our life was exposed to an invisible audience, and that was wearing us down emotionally. We didn't know what to do, but the worst was yet to come. We decided to take action, installed security cameras around the house, changed the locks, and alerted some trusted neighbors to be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. For a few days it seemed like the situation was improving. No more letters arrived, and the tension that had been floating around in our house began to dissipate. But on the fifth night after the last one letter, while I was going through the camera footage, something made my hair stand on end. There was a shadow, someone in a hood. He was standing in front of our door around 3 in the morning. He didn't do anything. He just stood there motionless, looking at the house for several minutes before leaving without a trace. Seeing that was like getting hit in the stomach. I called my wife to show her the video, and her expression went from surprise to pure terror. Whoever was watching us knew exactly where the cameras were because he never showed his face. The next morning another letter appeared, but this time it was not on the door or in the mailbox. We found it inside the house, on the living room table. My stomach shrank when I saw the envelope there. When I opened it, I recognized the handwriting. It was the same as the first letter, but this time the content was different. It didn't describe what we had done the day before. It only contained a question: are you going to keep trying to hide? That letter broke something inside me. It was a feeling of fear, anger, and helplessness. I called the police immediately. This time they took the situation more seriously. The officers inspected the house, took notes, and placed a temporary monitoring device. They asked us to stay alert, but how could we be calm when someone entered our house without us noticing? That night we didn't sleep. We sat in the living room watching the door and the cameras, waiting for any movement. We felt that our house no longer belonged to us. It was as if we were just visitors in a life that someone else was manipulating. The next day we decided to do something we hadn't considered before. We went to a hotel. We thought that going away for one night would give us a break. We chose a simple hotel a few miles from home. We settled into a small room with windows overlooking the main street. For the first time in weeks, my wife seemed a little quieter. But when night fell, my cell phone vibrated with a notification that made me feel a cold on my back. It was a message from an unknown number. The message contained a photo. It was our house. The image was taken that same night. It was clearly seen that we were not there. It was like a reminder that no matter where we went, someone was watching us. I showed the photo to my wife, and her face turned pale. We decided not to respond. We just closed. The door was locked, and we tried to stay calm. I wanted to face whoever was doing this, but how do you face someone hiding in the shadows? There was no face, no name. There was no reason we could understand. The next morning we went back home. Everything was as we had left it, but the silence felt heavier. When we entered we found another letter. This time it was on the kitchen table. The handwriting was the same as the first letter. The message, however, was different. It did not describe what we had done. It did not contain questions, only a warning. Last chance, that was enough. We knew that we could not continue living like this. That same week we made the decision we would leave. We started to pack our things and hired a moving company. We found a temporary place on the other side of the city, and we left without looking back. The day we left I felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. We didn't know if that would bring us peace, but it seemed the only option, and sure enough, the letters stopped coming. A few months have passed since then, and we haven't received any other sign that someone is still watching us. I still don't know who it was, or why they did it, but some nights I still feel that someone is looking at me. Maybe that feeling never disappear, but at least now we are trying to move on. I have never believed in supernatural stories or unexplained phenomena. I have always been one of those who make fun of when someone starts telling ghost stories. I have been working as a software engineer for more than 10 years, so my mind has always been logical and rational, or at least it was until the night of July 15, 2023, when something happened that completely changed my view of the world. I live alone in an apartment on the 10th floor of an old building in central Louisiana. It's one of those buildings from the 70s with long hallways and somewhat gloomy architecture. I had never felt anything strange living there. At that time I was going through a stage of a lot of stress at work. I came home late every day and I slept very little. That one night in particular, I stayed in the office until 11 p.m., finishing an important project. I got home exhausted, took a quick shower, and practically collapsed in bed around midnight. My room is pretty simple, a double bed against the wall, an old dark wood closet I inherited from my grandmother, and a desk with my computer near the window. That night it was pretty cold, so I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket and fell asleep almost instantly, which is weird because I've always had trouble sleeping. But sometime in the early morning I woke up suddenly. The first thing I noticed was absolute silence. You couldn't even hear the fan I always leave on. I tried to move to see it now on my phone, but my body wasn't responding. It was like all my muscles were completely paralyzed, heavy as lead. I began to panic when I realized that I could barely move my fingers. The only thing I could control were my eyes. The room was enveloped in a different, denser darkness, as if the same shadow had a texture. The dim light that used to come through the window seemed to have been devoured by that abnormal blackness. Then I noticed something else. The temperature had dropped in an impossible way. I felt as if I was lying on ice, a cold so deep that it penetrated me to the bone. When I exhaled I saw how my breath condensed in the air. That had never happened before in my apartment. It was then that when I saw a tall and dark silhouette standing right next to my bed, completely motionless, watching me. I felt my heart stop. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. My body was completely paralyzed, and the worst thing was that this presence was not alone. The figure remained motionless next to my bed, but I could feel it. I was not alone. It was as if the room was full of something else, something that I could not see but that felt present in the dense air, in the unbearable cold that seemed to absorb all the heat of my body. I tried to focus my eyes better on the silhouette, but how much the more I tried to look at her directly, the more she blurred in the shadows. I could only see her clearly out of the corner of my eye. Then the silhouette began to move, but not like a normal person. She did not walk or bend. It was as if she slid on the ground, floating with an unnatural movement, and she got closer. The cold intensified to an unbearable point. Every fiber of my being screamed that I must move, that I must run away, but my body was not responding. The pressure in my chest increased, as if something invisible was pressing against my body, crushing me. Then the worst happened. The figure leaned over me, and for the first time I could make out something in his face. Two eyes, or rather two absolute voids where they should be. His eyes were pits of pure darkness. They did not reflect the light. They had no bottom. They were simply nothing. A deep buzz began to fill the room. Wasn't coming from my ears. I felt it in the bones, in the skin, in every cell of my body. The sound vibrated on the walls, on the bed, in the air itself. It was a distorted murmur, as if I was trying to form words, but I couldn't. I tried to scream again, but my throat was blocked. My lips were shaking. My limbs were numb, and a feeling of absolute panic consumed me. Suddenly I noticed something even more disturbing. The mirror in the closet began to crack. Small lines formed on the glass like a spider's web of fractures, and in those cracks I saw a reflection. But no, mine was a face, a distorted face with its mouth open in a mute scream and completely black eyes. It was as if something inside the mirror was trying to come out. The buzzing increased. The cold became unbearable. I felt like I was about to faint, but then I did the only thing I could do with a colossal effort. I moved my pinky finger just a little, but that was enough. The buzzing suddenly stopped as if a radio signal had been cut off. The figure stepped back abruptly as if it had received an electric shock. The cold began to dissipate. The cracks in the mirror stopped, and in the blink of an eye everything disappeared. The silence was so sudden that my ears hurt. The figure was no longer there. The room felt warmer, although a faint smell of MO and metal was still in the air. It took me a few minutes to regain full control of my body. When I was finally able to move, I sat up on the bed and turned on all the lights in the apartment. It was 3:33 in the morning. That detail left me frozen. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, shivering with cold and fear. The next morning I took pictures of the mirror. The cracks were still there. But when I looked at the photos more carefully, I noticed something disturbing. The fractures formed a pattern, a face. One that seemed to be screaming. From that night everything changed. I began to notice small things in the apartment, objects that moved slightly from one day to the next. Another damp stains on the wall that appeared and disappeared, and the most disturbing thing about all that smell, wet and metal, always weak, always passing but always there, and every time I woke up in the early morning the clock marked the same time, 3:33 a.m. I installed cameras in the room, desperate to get some proof of what was happening, but every time something strange happened, the videos appeared distorted or the camera simply I stopped recording. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. A month later I moved in. I didn't take almost anything with me. I left the closet, I left the old furniture. I didn't want to take anything that could be related to that night. My new apartment was brighter, in a modern building and on a lower floor. For the first time in weeks I slept peacefully, but that peace didn't last long. Exactly 3 months after that first night, I woke up from same blow, feeling of extreme cold, the same weight on my chest, and out of the corner of my eye a shadow. This time I didn't wait for it to come closer. I got up immediately and ran out of the room. I spent the rest of the night in the living room with all the lights on, and that's when I decided to share my story. I don't know if that thing will come back. I don't know what it wants, and honestly I don't know what I will do if it reappears. But there is one thing I do know for sure. Nothing the doctors tell me can explain what I experienced, and every time I smell that smell or see the clock strike 333, I feel the same paralyzing terror. I have worked as a nurse for almost 8 years, always on night shifts. I have never been one of those who believe in supernatural stories or paranormal things. I have always had my feet on earth and a skeptical mind, I suppose. Work has shaped me, so seeing life and death up close every day makes you develop a certain pragmatism. But what happened to me in March of this year completely changed the way I see things. To this day I haven't found a logical explanation for what I witnessed. It was a particularly quiet Tuesday night in the hospital. The weather was strange, with a light rain and a dense fog covering the city. I had finished my first round at about 11:30 at night. The team was reduced because 2 teammates were with COVID, so I was covering the east wing of the 3rd floor alone. Normally this section is attended by 2 nurses, but that night there were only 3 patients in the wing, all in stable condition. When I checked them, they were sleeping peacefully. I was at the nurse's station updating medication records, when something caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I saw movement in the hallway. My station had a glass window that allowed me to see all the activity in the wing. It was almost 1 in the morning, and I saw someone, a person in the typical blue hospital gown, slowly crossing the corridor. But there was something strange about the way he walked, something that didn't look human. The person seemed disoriented. His steps were slow, irregular, as if he were lost. But what really disturbed me was the way he moved. I couldn't pinpoint what it was, but something in his walk didn't make sense. I immediately got up to check. The problem was that the wing only had 3 patients, and they were all in rooms on the right side of the corridor. However, the person I had seen came out of one of the rooms on the left side, and those rooms were completely empty. I took my flashlight, since at that time some lights in the corridor were kept off so as not to disturb the patients, and I walked to the area where I had seen the silhouette. "Hello, do you need help?" I called. My voice echoed in the empty hallway. There was no answer. When I got to the corner where the person had turned, I found no one. It was a dead-end corridor. There was only a locked emergency door leading to the fire escape. I opened every room in that section. Nothing, no patient, no sign that anyone had been there, and then I realized something that blew my mind. Blood. The hallway floor was completely dry. That was impossible. It was raining outside, and anyone who had walked around should have left traces of moisture. But there wasn't a single mark. I stood there paralyzed, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. That's when my radio creaked. It was Rose. The second-floor nursing technician asked me to come down to help with a patient who was restless. I felt immediate relief. Any excuse to walk away from that hallway was welcome. Before going downstairs, I stopped by the nurse's station to pick up some things, and then I noticed something else. The computer I was working on was turned off, not in standby mode, completely off. I tried to turn it on, but it didn't respond, as if it was unplugged. But that was impossible because the power source was secured under the desk. My skin stood on end. I left immediately. I went down to the second floor and helped Rose with the patient, a man with Alzheimer's who was having a confusion episode. I stayed there for about 40 minutes before returning to the third floor. When I came back, I felt a chill running down my spine. Was the same feeling you get when someone is looking at you. The hallway looked darker, colder. I knew it was silly, but I felt like the air itself was heavier. I tried to ignore it and went back to the nurse's station. To my surprise, the computer was working perfectly, as if it had never been turned off. I opened the patient records. Everything I had written before was still there. Nothing made sense. I decided to make another round to clear my head. I entered the first room. The patient, an old woman named Maria, was sleeping soundly. Everything was in order. In the second room, Mr. Jose was also resting without problems. But when I opened the door to the third room, my heart almost stopped. The bed was empty. The sheets were messy. The patient who slept there, Mr. Antonio, 78 years old, had disappeared. My mind panicked. I ran to the bathroom of the room, calling his name. Nothing. No trace of him, and then I understood. The man I had seen in the hallway was wearing the same blue robe as Mr. Antonio. I ran out into the hallway, feeling my stomach shrink with fear. It was at that moment that I heard a metallic sound. A slight knock coming from the end of the hallway where the emergency door was. It was a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was trying to open the door. Every part of my being told me to run in the opposite direction, but I had to check it. Mr. Antonio was my responsibility. If I was confused and trying to get out of the fire escape, he might get hurt. I took my cell phone and used the flashlight to illuminate the end of the hallway. The knocking stopped immediately. When I approached the light, I noticed something that took my breath away. The door handle was covered in wet fingerprints, as if someone with soaked hands had tried to open it. But the worst, the marks looked old, yellowish, as if they had been there for a long time. For a long time my hands began to shake. The cell phone flickered 3 times, and then the battery went out. It was completely dead. Although only a few minutes ago it was more than 80%, I stood motionless in the dark, feeling the icy air against my skin, and then I heard it. Footsteps, wet steps, the sound of bare feet dragging on the ground, slowly approaching. I tried to move, but my body was unresponsive, and then I saw it at the end from the corridor, partially lit by the dim light of the nurse's station. There was him or that, a figure in the blue hospital gown, but his clothes were soaked. The water dripped from his body, forming a puddle at his feet. He stood there with his back to me, his head tilted at an impossible angle. His bare feet were darkened, as if they were in a state of decomposition. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I was paralyzed out of fear. Then slowly the figure began to spin, but not like a normal person. First the head twisting even more at an inhuman angle, then the torso spinning as if it had no bones, and when I finally saw his face, I felt the world come crashing down on me. His skin had a greenish hue. The lips were purple. The eyes were completely white, with no pupils, and then he smiled a grotesque smile with blackened teeth. That was what broke my paralysis. I ran like never before in my life. I went down the stairs at full speed, almost falling. When I got to the second floor, I met Rose in the hallway. I practically threw myself on her, trembling and sleeping. They called the security team and went up to check. They didn't find anything. Mr. Antonio was in his bed asleep as if he had never moved. The hallway was dry. The door of emergency had no marks. They told me that I must have fallen asleep and that I had dreamed everything. But I know what I saw. The next day, I researched the history of the hospital, and what I discovered left me breathless. 27 years ago, in what was formerly the hydrotherapy room, Right in that corridor, a patient drowned. He was wearing a blue gown. When they found him, the most disturbing. Several witnesses reported seeing him walk in the corridors after his death, always leaving wet footprints. Since then I asked for the day shift. I never worked at night again, and sometimes when I pass through that corridor I swear that I see a small puddle of water, even on the driest days of the year. I have never been one of those who are impressed by nightmares, since I was young. I learned to ignore that uncomfortable feeling that sometimes appears after waking up sweating in the middle of the night, but that night was different. I had come back late from a friend's house, and I went to bed after 2 in the morning as usual. I put a playlist to play softly, and I fell asleep in a matter of minutes. Exhausted, I woke up from a start, one of those that almost threw you out of bed, and I realized that I was soaked in cold sweat. It was the kind of nightmare that traps you in a scene so absurd and at the same time so vivid that it seems to last forever. In the nightmare, I was on a street that was familiar to me, but something didn't fit. The houses, the trees, everything seemed exaggerated, as if every detail was there just to make me feel uncomfortable. Something out of place. I was walking down that deserted street, and the only thing I could hear was my own footsteps. Resonating at some point, I began to feel someone watching me. I looked back, but I only saw shadows, figures that moved too fast to distinguish them. When I finally stopped walking, I felt a presence right behind me, and a low voice whispered my name that made me wake up instantly. Still with that whisper echoing in my head, I lay down for a few seconds trying to understand what I had just dreamed. The room was dark, and the only sound I heard was the faint hum of the playlist still playing, but strangely distorted, which added to the heavy atmosphere. I took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and thought it was just another one of those strange dreams. Nothing more, until suddenly my phone vibrated. Who the hell would call at this time? It was almost 3 in the morning. I looked at the screen, still half asleep, and felt a chill. My first thought was that it could be some emergency, a family member, so I answered without hesitation. When I put the phone to my ear, I heard a breath on the other end. "Hello," I said, trying to hide my concern. The breathing continued for a few seconds, heavy and irregular, as if the person was there, just listening, and then a voice, and this was where my heart practically stopped, began to speak in a low, slurred tone exactly like the voice I had heard in my dream. "You woke up fast," the person or thing said. Whatever it was, my body froze. It was impossible. I knew I was awake, and I knew that that voice that seemed like a direct echo of the nightmare was not an invention of my imagination. My hands began to tremble as I held the phone. I tried to look for a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I asked who I was talking, trying to sound firm, but the voice on the other end only let out a low and muffled laugh before answering. "You know me. I just was with you." Hearing that, a shiver ran through my body. It was as if every word dragged me back to the nightmare, to that dark and empty street. My instinct was to hang up, but I felt that my fingers did not obey. Something in that voice paralyzed me in a way that I had never experienced before. The silence in the room became heavy, almost suffocating. The voice continued to whisper meaningless things, fragmented phrases that only increased my discomfort. I spoke of things I didn't remember, of places I didn't know, and yet everything was strangely familiar to me. So between those single sentences I heard something that made my blood run cold. The voice mentioned my childhood, an incident that happened when I was 7 years old. Something that I had never told anyone. I almost dropped the phone. How could anyone know that? At that moment I began to doubt if I was really awake. I looked around the room, looking for something that would confirm that this was not a continuation of the dream, but everything was there. My lamp, the pile of clothes on the chair, the fan next to the bed, every detail seemed to confirm that I was indeed awake, and yet that voice, that presence, it was as if something had crossed from dream to reality. Overwhelmed, I asked again who I was and why I was calling me, but the answer came in a barely audible whisper. "You already know it. You just need to remember that." That was the last straw. I hung up and threw the phone on the bed, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Even after I hung up, I could feel the presence of that person or whatever was stalking me. I remained motionless, listening in the absolute stillness of the room. Fear took hold of me. I knew that somehow that being, that voice, had a connection with something from my past, but it was a past that I had never touched, something that I didn't even want to remember. The room felt more and more suffocating, as if the air itself became dense. With that presence, I took the phone again, and without thinking much I checked the call history. The number was still there, but I didn't have any other information. I decided to try to call back in the hope that someone would answer and reveal to me that this was all just a sick joke, but when I dialed, the only thing I heard on the other end was static, a noise that seemed to pulsate, sometimes soft, sometimes loud. As if I was trying to recreate, I listened to something for a few seconds until I realized that the noise was changing. It was as if the voice was coming back trying to form words. I hung up immediately with my heart beating 1,000 times. I sat on the bed for a long time trying to calm down, but the fear did not disappear. I decided to get up and walk around the house, turning on some lights to feel safe. I passed by the living room, the kitchen. Everything seemed to be in the kitchen. Order, but there was something strange in the air, a heavy silence. It was then that I approached the window and saw something that made me question my sanity. Across the street under a lamppost there was someone standing, a figure that I could barely make out, but that seemed to be looking directly at me. It was like being back on the street of the nightmare. My feet stuck to the ground and fear prevented me. I closed the curtain. I stood there looking at that silhouette until it started to move, slowly, as if it was walking towards me. When I finally regained my movement, I pulled the curtain with all my might, closed the window and secured every door in the house, ran back to my room feeling like a child afraid of the dark, threw myself on the bed, covered my head, and for the first time in years prayed for that all this was just an illusion brought on by exhaustion or stress. I don't know how long I was like this, but eventually I started to calm down and the silence in the room felt normal again. When I finally looked at my phone again, I noticed that the call history had disappeared, as if that call had never happened since that night. I haven't been able to sleep peacefully. From time to time I keep waking up in the middle of I spent the night with the feeling that someone is watching me, and at any moment I fear that my phone will ring again. When Louisa and I decided to move in, the last thing we expected was to find an old house at such a good price. I still remember the first time we visited. The place had that worn charm with thick walls, creaking wooden floors, and a huge attic. Was the kind of house that seemed to have its own story. You know, we even joked about how such a house must have an interesting past, but honestly we didn't take it seriously. We moved in with the excitement of starting a life together, and I, who was never superstitious, thought that the strange sounds of the place were just the old wooden floor settling down. But over time those sounds started to feel different. The first night we heard something strange was about 2 weeks later. We were in bed, almost asleep, when we heard a noise upstairs, as if something heavy had fallen into the attic. I thought it was just our imagination. After all, it was an old house. But Louisa looked at me with a start and said that she had heard it too. It was late and tired, so I tried to calm her down by telling her that it was probably just a bird that had gotten in, or some small animal was starting to convince me that there was a simple explanation. But then the sound came back. This time it sounded like something was being dragged away. The next day I went up to the attic to check. I took a flashlight because the attic light was too dim and the place had a strange smell, a mixture of dust and moisture, something sour. I looked in every corner and there was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, just boxes with old things, huge cobwebs, and a dusty mirror at the far end. It looked like any attic. I thought maybe the noise was due to the wood settling with the weight of the boxes. Relieved, I went downstairs and told Louisa that I hadn't seen anything strange up there. We laughed, remembering that it was all in our heads, that we were just paranoid about being in a new house. But the next night the noise came back. This time it was more intense, as if someone was walking back and forth up there dragging something on the floor. And it wasn't just once. The sound came and went, almost as if it had a pattern, a persistence. That made it impossible to relax, I have to admit it. This time it really bothered me. Louisa and I were sitting on the bed in silence, looking at the ceiling and listening to those footsteps. No, it could be just the house creaking. The worst thing was the silence that followed after each noise session. As if that knew we were listening. The next morning, with a little more courage, I decided to install a camera in the attic. Louisa and I were tired of losing sleep, and we needed some explanation. No matter how absurd it was, the camera was simple, but it had night vision. I placed it at an angle that covered most of the attic, and while I was installing it, I found myself looking at the old mirror in the back. I had always been disturbed by something in it, perhaps the way it reflected the gloom, giving me the impression that there was someone else there. But I ignored it and went back down to the bedroom, confident that we would finally find out what was causing the noises. That night the sound started early. We hadn't even turned off the noises. When we heard that same constant dragging, I looked at Louisa and her face was pale. I tried to pretend that he was calm, But the truth was that I was nervous too. We approached the phone where the camera was broadcasting live. At first everything was motionless, just that dark and dusty scene with a grainy image. But then something caught our attention. The mirror seemed like something was moving through it, a quick, difficult shadow to make out. Louisa almost dropped the phone. When we saw it, I thought about going up again to see it with my own eyes, but something told me that it was better to stay still, watch from afar, and then, as if she wanted to send us a message, the noise became louder. It was no longer a drag. It was violent rhythmic blows against the ground. I felt a knot in my chest, my heart racing, and Louisa squeezed my hand with such force that it almost hurt me. The silence that followed after the blows was suffocating, as if the whole house was waiting for our reaction. We stayed there frozen, and just when I thought I could breathe again, the sound suddenly stopped. In the following days the atmosphere in the house became heavy. I tried to act as if everything was normal, but Louisa could no longer hide her fear. She told me that she was dreaming with the mirror almost every night, as if something inside it was watching us. I even thought about lowering it, throwing it away, or at least covering it with a cloth. But at the same time I stopped, as if it was better not to mess with what we didn't understand. Every night the sounds became more intense, and I felt that we were approaching something without knowing exactly what. After several nights without sleep, I had enough. I decided that we needed to call someone who knew more about these things than we did. I looked up on the internet and found a guy claiming to be an expert on the paranormal from a nearby town. Louisa, who had always been more skeptical than me, she was so terrified that she didn't even question the idea. Deep down, I think she just wanted an explanation that made sense. Anything that would help us understand what was going on. We scheduled a visit for the next day, and that brought us some peace of mind, as if we were finally taking control of the situation. When the so-called expert arrived, was an older man with a beard, grayish, and sunken eyes that seemed to see beyond the obvious. He listened to us attentively, without a hint of disbelief or mockery, which made me feel less stupid for having called him. When we mentioned the mirror, his expression changed, and he asked us to go up to the attic. We immediately followed him, and as soon as he walked through the door he stopped, looked around with a serious expression, and asked us to be quiet. He said that there was a strange energy there, something trapped between worlds as he described it, walked slowly towards the mirror, and without touching it, he just watched it in silence. Louisa and I were nervous, but we didn't dare to say anything after what seemed like an eternity. He turned to us and said that we couldn't continue with the mirror in the house. "This thing is like a portal," he said in a low voice. "Someone or something was trapped there and wants to going out every time they hear those noises." Is that trying to cross? I felt like my legs were failing me. I had never believed much in these things, but the way he spoke with such conviction gave me goosebumps. He instructed us to cover the mirror with a thick cloth and take it away to a quiet place. It sounded absurd, but at that point we were willing to do anything to regain our peace. That same afternoon we wrapped it in an old cloth, put it in the car, and took it to a secluded lake outside the city. We didn't say a word on the way. We both knew it was something we could never explain or forget. We left it there without looking back. That night, for the first time in weeks, the house was in complete silence. Louisa and I sat in the bedroom in silence, waiting for us to the sound came back, hoping to feel that tightness in the air again, that feeling of being watched. But nothing happened. The house was calm, as if something had changed in its very essence. The relief was so great that I could hardly believe it. Louisa took me by the hand and smiled at me, and for the first time in weeks I felt that we could breathe again. The following days were strangely normal, almost unsettling in her mind. Tranquility every time I went up to the attic, whether it was to have a drink or just to make sure everything was in order. I felt an emptiness, an absence that wasn't there before. I don't know how to explain it, but it was as if the space had lost something. The boxes were still in place, the wooden floor creaked as always, but the atmosphere was no longer the same. The strangest thing was to realize that the lack of that presence made me uncomfortable in a way that didn't make sense, as if something was missing. A few weeks later, Louisa and I decided to visit the lake where we had left the mirror, more for a sense of symbolic closure than for anything else. We wanted to see if it was still there, if somehow that confirmed that everything had really happened and that we hadn't fallen into a collective paranoia. When we arrived, we looked for it all over parts he wasn't. We looked around, calling each other by our names, almost as if we were waiting for the other to say that he had moved it as a joke, but he had simply disappeared. We tried to convince ourselves that someone else could have found him and took him away, but the discomfort returned. It was as if the mirror had not only gone but had vanished on purpose. Since that day we have not heard anything in the house again, but every once in a while Louisa wakes up scared. She says she's seen a shadow reflected in our bedroom mirror. I always tell her it's her imagination, but to be honest, when she falls asleep. Again, I also avoid looking at that mirror. Sometimes I have the feeling that this story isn't over, like we've left something unresolved in that attic. It's an irrational fear. I know, but it's real. Maybe one day we'll find out the truth. For now, I prefer not to try. I've always been a skeptical guy. I never believed in the supernatural or in things that were outside of logic. For me, everything always had a rational explanation. Maybe that's why I didn't give too much importance to the strange dreams that began to happen to me last year. At that time, I had lived alone for 2 years in a quiet neighborhood. My routine was simple. I work, gym, and Friday nights of dinner with friends, nothing out of the ordinary. But suddenly the nights began to feel dark. Instead of waking me up rested, I woke up with a nagging feeling of restlessness. Dreams that were rare before became frequent and took a very specific form. It was always the same subject, someone or something trying to enter my house the first time I dreamed. With that, it was any given Tuesday. I remember that I was exhausted. I fell asleep quickly, and suddenly there I was standing in my living room. But the environment was heavy, almost suffocating. I couldn't see clearly who was outside, but I felt a presence, a tall figure, half human, half animal. The silhouette was human in shape, but something was wrong. The contours were irregular, as if his body was distorted in an unnatural way in the middle of the world. That first dream just stood outside in front of the living room window, a hand almost touching the glass when I woke up. The relief of being in my bed faded quickly as I remembered the image of that figure. But I thought it had just been a bad dream. Nothing more, however. The nightmares continued, and each time something suddenly changed. It wasn't just a presence outside. Each new dream seemed to make it bolder, closer. In one of them, I remember seeing him trying to open the front door. The creature held the knob and pulled it, but never managed to enter. I saw myself motionless, hypnotized, unable to move alone. Observing that silent and desperate attempt of something that wanted to invade my space. I can't explain it, but every time I woke up the fear persisted. It was as if that feeling stayed with me, as if that still I was there lurking. As the days went by, I began to avoid sleeping. The nights became a mixture of anxiety and exhaustion. I knew that if I slept, that would be there waiting for me. The worst was that even awake I began to see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye, to hear muffled noises. I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head. Maybe it was just lack of sleep. But deep down I already suspected that it was more than that. The dreams became more intense. It was as if he was getting impatient, as if he was becoming more persistent. One night the nightmare began as always. I was in the living room. The silence was absolute, but the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed that the air was poisoned. It smelled something metallic like blood, and the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the room, although I was alone when I looked into the room. I saw him closer than ever. He pressed his face against the window glass. This time I could make out the shape of his head better. He had a kind of short snout and sharp teeth that protruded from a crooked mouth. The eyes were 2 dark spots, lifeless. He was human, but not quite. I woke up suddenly with a terror so real that I almost fell out of bed. My heart was pounding and sweat was running down my face. It took me a few minutes to understand that I was in my room safe, or at least, that's what I tried to believe. I got up and went to the kitchen for a glass of water as I passed through the living room. I couldn't help but look at the window. It was irrational. I knew it, but I felt the need to make sure everything was normal. When I looked at the glass, it reflected my pale face, but in the distance in the courtyard there seemed to be a shadow moving. I blinked and it disappeared, but the feeling of not being alone was still there. From that moment I knew something was happening, something I couldn't ignore. I started talking about these dreams with some friends, trying to vent and see if they could give me a logical explanation. They laughed, saying that I was working too much or that I was watching too many horror movies, but deep down I knew it was more that dream, or whatever it was growing, becoming bolder. I began to make small changes in my house. I closed all the windows. I left lights on in the living room and the hallway at night. But none of that diminished the fear. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of that figure came back, and it seemed more and more real. One of those nights everything came to a head. I dreamed that I was in the room again. But this time something was different. I felt like there was nothing between us that I had already managed to get in. I heard slow, slurred footsteps, breathing so heavy that it made the walls vibrate. I couldn't move. It was like I was stuck to the ground, frozen in terror. It got closer and closer, and this time I didn't just want to scare myself. When I finally managed to move, I woke up with a start. But something was wrong. The air in the room was cold, and I felt with absolute certainty that someone had been there with me. After that night, sleeping ceased to be an option. Every time I closed my eyes, that figure returned, and the worst thing was that even when I awake, the feeling of being watched never disappeared. One night, sitting on the sofa, I heard strange noises outside, like branches breaking or slow steps on the dry leaves of the garden. My reaction was to turn on all the lights in the house, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But silence returned, and with it the idea that it was stalking me like a predator watching its prey. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't prove it. I decided to install security cameras, more to reassure myself than really expecting to see something. The first days the recordings did not show anything unusual, and I began to think that maybe it was just my paranoia after all. But then one night, when I had finally managed to sleep, I was woken up by a sound that made my blood run cold, a slow and steady scratch like nails scraping the wood. When I checked the cameras, the image made me left breathless. Outside, next to the living room window, a tall and distorted shadow was moving, with that human-animal silhouette that I already knew all too well. That was the first time I saw the visitor out of my dreams, and believe me, it was much worse in real life. The fear left me paralyzed on my phone screen. The figure was moving slowly in front of my living room window. His body, it seemed too elongated, as if its bones were bent at impossible angles. Every movement was calculated, slow, almost methodical, and although I could not see its face clearly, I felt that those dark and empty eyes were fixed on me. My breathing became erratic. I could not take my eyes off the grainy image on the screen. Then the figure did something that left me cold. He raised one of his misshapen hands and rested it on the glass, as if I knew I was watching it, as if I wanted it to know that it was there. At that moment the terror took hold of me, and I reacted. I ran through the house, turning off all the lights at once and locking myself in my room. I blocked the door and remained motionless, listening to the silence. It was so dense that I could hardly breathe. I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but when I came back looking at the camera from my phone, the figure was no longer as if it had never been there. But I knew the truth. I knew it had been real. After that night everything changed. The atmosphere in my house became suffocating. Even my friends who used to make fun of my dreams began to notice something strange when they came to visit. They said that the house felt cold, that there was something in the air, something that they couldn't explain. I felt it too. Every shadow, every sound, every dark corner made me feel watched. I began to consider moving, but an irrational fear told me that no matter where I went, it would follow me. It was no longer my house. It was marked that I had to do something. So I talked to a friend who knew about energies and spiritual things. He suggested that I do a cleaning in the house. At first I hesitated. I had always been skeptical about those things, but I was so desperate that any option seemed better than to continue living. So I invited him one afternoon, and he arrived with incense, crystals, and a lot of things that I didn't understand. He went through each room muttering words that I could barely hear. For a moment, the atmosphere felt lighter, as if whatever it was had lost strength. That night I slept soundly for the first time in months, and when I woke up the relief was so great that I almost cried. The fear was gone, or so I thought. A week later I decided to review the security recordings, more out of curiosity than anything else. I sat on the sofa and advanced the videos quickly, not expecting to find anything. But then at 3 in the morning I saw the figure standing in front of the window, motionless, as if he had never left. But this time there was something worse. Just before the recording was over, she turned her head and looked straight into the camera for the first time. I saw her face clearly. It was a long, crooked, mocking smile, as if she knew nothing I did had worked, like I was just waiting for the right moment to come back. I haven't seen her since, but the feeling of being watched is still there, in every shadow, in every dark corner. I know it's still close. Just wait, and I keep watching, trying not to think too much about the night. It really comes for me. I grew up on a small farm that my family and I call home, for as long as I can remember. The place was secluded from the village, surrounded by endless fields, thick trees, and a silence that sometimes felt almost unnatural. We had no neighbors around. just open land that stretched for miles in all directions. My father used to joke that our closest friends were the crows that perched on the mesals, but on stormy nights that joke didn't amuse me so much. There was something in the cornfields, something in the isolation that made the darkness feel darker, that the silence weighed more. That night the storm came suddenly. It was one of the most important. Those wild rains that come on without warning, without a gradual build-up of clouds, just a rumble in the sky and the rain hitting the earth hard. I was with my younger sister in the living room, trying to ignore the wind shaking the windows, when my father called us from the back door. His voice had that serious but calm tone, the same tone he used when he saw coyotes prowling around the barn. My mother joined us, and when we all looked outside, we saw something, or someone was standing in the middle of the field. At first I thought it was a tree or a trick of light. The rain was falling so hard that it was difficult to see clearly. But then a flash of lightning lit up the sky, and there it was, unmistakable, a tall, dark silhouette completely motionless in front of us. About 50 m from the house my sister grabbed my hand tightly, and although no one said a word, we all felt it. Something was wrong. The wind was blowing, the rain was lashing the ground, but that figure was not moving. It was not moving forward or backward. It was just there as if it was watching us. Minutes passed that felt like hours, and then my father made a decision. He said he was going to go out and see what it was. He told us to stay inside, but when he stepped on the porch, I couldn't help but follow him, keeping a few steps behind. My mother tried to stop my sister, but I knew that deep down we all wanted answers. With a flashlight in one hand and his rifle in the other, my father walked towards the figure. Each step seemed heavier than the last. The thunder rumbled over us. The rain was falling so hard that I felt like I was sticking needles into my skin. But the only thing I could focus on was that silhouette. It was still there waiting for us. When my father was about 20 paces away, it stopped, and then it just disappeared. It didn't slowly fade away. It didn't move by itself. It wasn't there anymore. My father turned the flashlight in all directions, looking for something, anything. But there was nothing. Just an empty field and the storm roaring over our heads when we got back to the house. His face, he was pale. He didn't say anything. He just locked the door and sat down at the kitchen table. My mother didn't pour hot tea, as if that could make everything look normal. My sister wrapped herself in a blanket and fell silent, her gaze fixed on the window. I couldn't stop thinking about what we had seen or what we hadn't seen. But just when I was beginning to convince myself that maybe it had been a trick of the light, my father looked out again. His face turned white again. He pointed with his finger. We turned slowly, and there he was, again in the exact same place, motionless, waiting for us. My sister whispered that maybe it was a scarecrow. But we didn't have one, and even if we did, no scarecrow disappears and reappears. Despite the storm, the world seemed to be in absolute silence, as if everything was holding its breath. This time my father didn't say anything. He just stared at the figure through the glass, waiting for it to do something that would move, but it didn't us either. No one in the house slept a wink. That night we sat in the living room with the storm roaring outside, feeling that something else was there with us. When the field came out, it was empty. There were no footprints. There was no trace that anyone had been there, but we all saw it. We knew there was something later. Every time a storm approaches, I can't help but look out the window hoping to see it again, hoping it never comes back, but deep down fearing it will be there. The headlights flickered and my heart sank. No. Here I was driving back home from my sister's house, taking the long way to avoid traffic. The storm had been brewing all day, but now it was unleashing all its fury. The rain was hitting my windshield like little bullets, and the windshield wipers were struggling to keep up the road in front of me. It was a blur of darkness and water. It was then when my car decided to give up. It started with a strange grinding noise. I let go of the throttle, hoping it would stop, but then the engine completely shut down. I slipped knots. I stood there for a moment trying to process what had just happened, the rain drumming creating a cacophony that matched my racing thoughts. I was tied up in the middle of nowhere in a storm with a dead car. I tried to turn the key again, praying for a miracle. Nothing, not even a click. My phone was the next logical step. I rummaged through my bag with shaky hands. No signal, of course. Come on, murmuring, raising the phone to The window nothing, just a mocking message of no service in the palace staring at me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Someone would pass eventually. True, it was just a matter of waiting. I locked the doors and settled in, watching the rain hit the windshield. The minutes lengthened to become an hour. Then too, the rain did not stop. The road was still empty. I could feel how panic began to slide into my chest, but it repeated to me that everything would be fine. I turned off the headlights to save battery, and I sat in the dark. The sound of the rain was deafening, hitting the roof of the car with force. There were moments when I swore listened to something else, something moving outside in the darkness. I tried not to think about it. It was about the third hour when I finally saw some headlights coming from behind. A huge wave of relief came over me. I straightened out. It was held as the lights approached. I could see that it was a big truck, one of those old and ramshackle ones with an engine that rumbled loudly even in the rain. The truck slowed down as it passed next to my car and then stopped a few meters ahead, my heart racing again, but this time, for a mixture of relief and nervousness. I wasn't sure what kind of person would stop to help a woman in the middle of nowhere in the rain, but at that moment I didn't have many options. I saw how the driver's door opened and a man got out. He was tall, wearing a hat of baseball comes down on his face and a dark jacket. Stood there for a moment looking at my car through the rain before getting closer. I rolled down the window just a little, enough to talk, but not too much. I didn't want to let the rain in. But there was also something about it that made me doubt. Problems with the car, he asked, leaning a little to look inside. Yes, it went out a few hours ago, I replied, trying to calm down. I've been waiting for someone to pass by. He looked around, scanning the empty road, and then looked at me again. Without service out here. Egg with nothing. He was silent for a moment and then smiled, a smile too wide, showing too many teeth. Lucky I passed. Then he said with a tone too casual, "Not many people take this road at night, especially with this weather." I nodded, hoping that he would just offer to call someone for me, but instead he got closer to the window or inside the car. "You're alone here?" A chill ran down my spine. Something in the way he asked made me uncomfortable. "Yes, but my husband knows I'm stranded," I lied. "He's on his way." The man didn't seem convinced. He smiled again, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "In this weather it will take him a long time to get there." I didn't know what to say. I just wanted her to leave, or at least call someone for help and go on her way. But she wouldn't move. She kept staring at me, her eyes lingering on me for too long, making me feel trapped in my own car. "Do you care if I peek under the hood?" she asked suddenly, taking a step back and pointing towards the front of the car. I hesitated, but I didn't want to look rude or scared. "Sure," I said, opening the hood. He walked to the front of the car, and I watched him as he manipulated something under the engine. After a few minutes he came back to the window, shaking his head. "It looks like the battery is dead," he said, but there was something odd about his tone. "I can give you a start, but you'll probably need a tow truck." I nodded, trying to stay calm. "That would be great. Thank you." He got back to his truck and watched him through the rearview mirror. My heart was beating with strength and my hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. Something didn't feel right. I didn't trust it. Took its time looking for the wires, moving slower than necessary. When he finally came back and hooked them up, leaned back to my window, closer this time. "You know, it's dangerous for a woman to be alone out here," he said quietly. "You never know who might pass." His words sent a wave of fear through, but I forced a smile. "Yes, well, I was lucky you stopped you." He smiled again, that same unsettling smile. "Yes, luck." He started his truck, and after a few minutes my car came to life. I felt relief, but it didn't last long. When I thanked him, he bowed. "One last time, maybe I should follow you just in case." I shook my head quickly. "It's not okay. My husband is almost here." "Thanks for the help." His smile faded for a second, but then it came back colder this time. "It's okay, as you want." I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I started the car and drove away as fast as I could. No matter if I was driving too fast in the rain, I didn't slow down until I reached a well-lit and populated road, but even then I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. "Thank you very much," I said. He dropped into a rickety chair by the fire, settled down with a groan, his joints creaking as loud as the chair. "Not many people come this way," he said without taking his eyes off me, "especially on a night like this." I tried to smile, but his gaze made it difficult for me. He disoriented me on one of the trails. I thought I knew where he was going, but my voice died down. I realized how silly I was. The old man nodded slowly. "The forest can be treacherous. He doesn't like strangers." I laughed nervously, not sure how to respond to such a strange statement. "Well, he's definitely taught me a lesson. As soon as the storm passes, I'll be on my way." "The storm won't pass," he said with a certainty that froze me more than the rain. "Not for a long time." I looked at the only window fogged by the rain. The wind hoots outside. As if confirming his words, "He has a phone he can use?" I asked, trying to make my voice sound carefree. "My family must be worried." The old man shook his head. "There is no phone, no electricity, just me and the forest." My stomach sank. I was really incommunicado, only with this strange old man in his secluded cabin. I tried to calm down. After all, he had let me in. Surely I had no bad intentions. As if read my thoughts, spoke again. "You're safe here." Paused for now. Something in the way he said, "for now," it made my skin crawl. I forced another smile. "I thank him for that. I'm sure I'll be able to find my way when dawn breaks." He didn't answer. He just continued to look at me with his pale, expressionless eyes. The silence lengthened between us, broken only by the crackle of the fire, and the incessant pounding of the rain against the ceiling cleared my throat, desperate to break the tension. "Then lives here." Just a small curvy smile, his thin lips. "No, never." Just I looked around, hoping to see someone else emerge from the shadows, but it was still just the two of us in the room. "Oh, he's got family nearby?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He shook his head slowly. "No family, but the forest is always here, always watching, always hungry." A escaloffe ran down my spine, and it wasn't because of my wet clothes. The way he spoke of the forest as if it were a living, conscious being, it was deeply unsettling. "Sure it must be solitaire here," I said, backing away a little. His smile widened, showing yellowish, sharp teeth. "Solitaire numbers." His eyes shining with an emotion I couldn't identify. "The forest provides company." He leaned forward, his bony hands clasped, "and from time to time, when he also brings visitors." My breathing stopped. The meaning of his words was clear. Fear took hold of me. I stood up abruptly. "I think I should try to find my way back." He didn't move. He just looked at me with that chilling smile. "You can't leave." A thunderous thunder shook the cabin. I ran to the door with my heart beating wildly, but when I opened it, the forest had changed. The trees, they were closer. Their branches formed an impenetrable barrier, and between the trunks shone hundreds of eyes watching me, waiting for me. The old man laughed. "I told you." His voice was a whisper, icy. "The forest wants you here forever." The first cry went through the sound of the rain hitting our tent, shaking it. Let my blood rise. My wife Sarah stirred beside me. "You heard that?" she whispered with a trembling voice. I nodded, my throat too dry to RSP. We had camped in these woods countless times, but we had never heard anything like it. The excitement of our annual camping trip had faded hours ago, replaced by the discomfort of sleeping on the hard ground as the rain pounded our tent incessantly. "Now as another scream rips an animal," Sarah suggested, but the doubt in her voice was evident. I wanted to agree with her, but those screams were unmistakably human. I fumbled for the lantern, my trembling hands as I lit it. The ace of light cut through the darkness inside the tent, illuminating Sarah's pale face. "We should check," I said, trying to sound braver. Then I felt someone might need help. Sarah nodded reluctantly. We both knew it was the right thing to do, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. You unbuckled the tent and opened it. The sound of the forest hit us full. The rain had reduced to a light rain, but the wind kept blowing among the trees, creating an eerie whistle. Under all that I could hear something more, voices, whispers, barely audible, but definitely there. I went out first, scanning the area with a flashlight. Our camp was in a small clearing surrounded by a dense forest. During the day it had seemed peaceful and isolated. Now it felt exposed and vulnerable. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding weak and uncertain. "There is someone there. They need help." Silence. Even the whispers had been stopped. The forest seemed to breathe. Sarah clung to my arm. "Maybe we should go back inside," whispered. I was about to agree when I saw a flash of movement at the edge of the clearing. I turned the flashlight in that direction, but whatever had moved had already faded into the shadows. "You saw that?" I asked. Sarah nodded, her grip on my arm getting stronger. What it was before that I could answer. "We heard it, slow, deliberate footsteps rustling over the fallen leaves coming from all directions." Panic overcame me. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled it towards the tent. "We have to go now." We turned to go back, but the ace of light from the lantern fell on someone, a figure standing right in front of us. It was a man, or at least it was in the form of a tall, thin man hanging from her body as if it didn't belong to her, but her face had no face where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. There was only smooth and pale skin. Sarah screamed, a sound that matched the screams that had woken us up. I stumbled backwards, dragging her with me, but as we turned we hit something solid. Another of them. They were everywhere, coming out of the forest like specters emerging from the forest fog, each different in height and build, but they all shared that same terrifying face, "Featureless, run," I screamed, pushing Sarah into a space between two of them. We ran, the branches hitting our faces, the stripping, behind us. We heard the coordinated, quick footsteps chasing us. We ran aimlessly through the forest, not knowing if we were going in the right direction or just deeper into their domain. The ace of my flashlight was moving wildly, making the forest seem even scarier with its distorted shadows. There Jade Sarah winging ahead through the trees. I saw lights, a road, a house. It didn't matter, it was our only chance. We pushed our bodies to the limit, ignoring the burning in our lungs and the pain in our legs. The lights were getting closer. Hope bloomed in my chest. Maybe yes, we could get out of this. But just as we were about to break the tree line, something caught my ankle. I fell hard. The flashlight flew out of my hands, disappearing into the brush. Sarah stopped, looking at me in despair. I ran. I yelled at her, fighting the icy pressure on my legs. Seek help. For a moment she hesitated, then sobbing she turned and ran towards the light. I saw her disappear into the trees, praying that I got to safety. Cold and strong hands grabbed me, dragging me up. I found myself surrounded by them. Featureless faces were watching me curiously and hungry. One of them stepped forward, tilted his head, as if studying me, then slowly raised a hand to his face. The skin began to move, to mold, to transform into my face, one by one. The others did the same in seconds. I was surrounded by perfect copies of me. It was like looking at a sea of distorted mirrors. I wanted to scream, run, fight, but my body wasn't responding. I could just stand there paralyzed with terror as they got closer and closer. The last thing I remember is a chorus of voices, my voice repeating over and over again, "Welcome home." I woke up in a TR hospital. Days later they said they found me wandering down the road miles from our camp, muttering incoherently about monster faceless. Sarah was there with tears in her eyes, holding my hand. She told me how I had arrived at a nearby farm and called the police, how they organized a search team, how they spent days looking for me before finding me. The version was that a bear attacked us, that the trauma combined with dehydration and exhaustion made me hallucinate. But I know the truth. I know what I saw, and sometimes when I look in the mirror, I can't help but wonder if the face I see reflected really belongs to me. We don't camp anymore. The forests hold too many horrors, too many unanswered questions. But even in the safety of our house, the memory of that night never leaves me. Sometimes in the stillness of the night I hear whispers, voices that sound like mine, but that aren't. They call me. They ask me to come back, and I am afraid that one day I won't be able to resist after all. How do you run away from something that bears your own face? The first joy of rain hit my face like an icy finger, and I knew I was in trouble. I had let myself be carried away by the excitement of exploring new trails and had completely lost track of time and my location. I had always loved hiking, the solitude of nature, the challenge of overcoming my own limits, but as the sky darkened and the wind intensified, I realized I had made a beginner's mistake. I was lost. The markers of the trail I had been following were now hidden by the growing gloom and the denser and denser vegetation. The rain began to fall with force, thick droplets quickly soaking my light jacket. I hadn't packed for this. Another mistake. My phone, which was normally a reliable lifeguard, had no signal. Of course I was completely alone. I kept moving forward, hoping to find some familiar landmark or at least higher ground where I could orient myself better, but the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees getting taller and more menacing with each passing minute. The sound of rain drumming against the leaves created a disoriented white noise. Thinking clearly as I fell, the night panic began to settle in my chest. I was soaked to the bone, shaking and completely disoriented. It was then that I saw it, a faint glow through the trees. A surge of hope ran through my body. Maybe it was a ranger station, or at least another hiker with a campfire rushed me towards the light. Branches of my face, the mud sucking my boots with each step. As I approached, I could make out the silhouette of a small cabin. It wasn't a big deal, just a simple wooden structure. But at that moment it seemed like salvation. I approached the door with my heart pounding. In such a remote place, who knew what or who I might find? But I had no choice. I raised my hand and knocked on the door, the barely audible sound over the roar of the wind and the rain. For a long moment nothing happened. Just as I was about to knock again, I heard movement inside. Slow, shuffling footsteps approached the door. I held my breath as the wood creaked and the door opened. The man in front of me was not what I expected. He was old, impossibly old. His face was so wrinkled and weathered that it looked like a topographical map. His pale and cloudy eyes seemed to look through of me more than me. "Hello, Bubbu," the water dripping from my chin. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I got lost in the storm. I could go in and warm up a little." The old man didn't respond right away. He just stood there watching me with those unsettling eyes, then slowly stepped aside and opened the door a little more. "He came in," he said in a rough and dry voice. "You shouldn't be outside in this weather." I hesitated for a moment. My instincts screamed at me that something was not right, but the howling wind behind me made the decision for me. I took a step inside. The cabin was dimly lit by a single oil lamp, casting long shadows on the sparse furniture. A small fire crackled in a stone fireplace, and I approached, instinctively grateful for the heat. "Thank you very much," I said, turning it done. "If I hadn't found your cabin." The old man dropped on a rickety chair by the fire. He settled in with a groan, his joints creaking as loud as the chair. "Not many people come around here." He said yes to take his eyes off me, especially on a night like this. I tried to smile, but his gaze made it difficult for me. He disoriented me on one of the trails. I thought I knew where he was going, but my voice died down. I realized how silly. The old man nodded slowly. "The forest can be treacherous. He doesn't like strangers." I laughed nervously, not sure how to respond to such a strange statement. "Well, he's definitely taught me a lesson. As soon as the storm passes, I'll be on my way." "The storm won't pass," he said with a certainty that froze me more than the rain. Not for a long time. I looked at the only window fogged by the rain. The wind hoots outside like if I confirmed his words. "He has a phone he can use?" I asked, trying to make my voice sound carefree. "My family must be worried." The old man shook his head. "There is no phone, no electricity, just me and the forest." My stomach sank. I was really incommunicado, only with this strange old man in his secluded cabin. I tried to calm down. After all, he had let me in. Surely he had no bad intentions. As if reading my thoughts, he spoke again. "You're safe here." Paused for now. Something in the way he said "for now" it made my skin crawl. I forced another smile. I thank him for that. "I'm sure I'll be able to find my way when dawn breaks." He didn't answer. He just continued to look at me with his pale, expressionless eyes. The silence stretched out between us, broken by the crackle of the fire and the incessant pounding of the rain against the ceiling. I cleared the throat, desperate to break attention. "Then lives here?" Just a curvy little smile, his thin lips. "Not just never, just." I looked around, hoping to see someone else emerge from the shadows, but it was still just the two of us in the room. "Oh, he's got family nearby?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He shook his head slowly. "No family, but the forest. The forest is always here, always watching, always hungry." A chill ran through and it wasn't because of my wet clothes. The way he spoke of the forest as if it were a living, conscious being was deeply unsettling. "Sure it must be solitary here," I said, backing away a little. His smile widened, showing yellow, sharp teeth. "Solitary number." His eyes shone with an emotion I couldn't identify. "The forest provides companionship." He leaned forward, his bony hands clasped together. "And now and then too bring visitors." My breath stopped. The meaning of his words was fear. It took hold of me. I stood up abruptly. "I think I should try to find my way back." He didn't move. He just looked at me with that chilling smile. "You can't leave." A thunderous thunder shook the cabin. I ran to the door with my heart beating wildly, but when I opened it, the forest had changed. The trees were closer, their branches an impenetrable barrier, and between the trunks shone hundreds of eyes watching me, waiting for me. "Old man Rio told you?" His voice was a whisper. "I see the forest wants you here forever." The first blow was so soft that I almost missed it. Drowned by the sound of the rain hitting the ceiling, I stopped with my hand floating over the TV remote, straining to hear. There it was again, a slight tap, 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 barely audible about the storm roaring outside. I looked at the clock. 11:43 at night. Who could be at my door at this time? And in this weather? I had been home alone all night. My roommate had gone for the weekend. The storm had been raging for hours. The wind howling around the corners of our old house, making the windows vibrate in Marcos. Had felt grateful for the distraction of the mindless television, preventing my imagination from running wild. But as I listened to those persistent knocks, a shiver ran down my spine, and it had nothing to do with the air current that filtered under the door. "Hello." I knocked without moving from the sofa. "Who is there?" Silence. Another tap, tap, tap. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Surely it was something unimportant. Maybe a loose branch hitting the door by the wind, or some neighbor trapped outside looking for shelter from the storm. I slowly approached the front door, looked through the peephole. Just darkness and the silver sheets of rain lit by the porch light. "There's someone there." I asked again with my hand on the knob. Silence. When I was about to turn around, I heard it, one voice so low I almost thought I had imagined it. Please, whispered. Let me in. My blood froze. None of my neighbors sounded. It was a high-pitched voice, almost childlike, but with a harsh nuance, something that gave me goose bumps. Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my voice firm. What do you want? Please repeat. The loudest voice this time. I'm cold, I'm wet, let me in. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to back off, to secure every door and every house, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stand the thought of leaving someone out in this storm, made me hesitate. I'm sorry, I said, but I can't open the door to a stranger. There's someone the police can call for you. Maybe. The sound that followed almost stopped my heart. A laugh, but not a laugh of joy or irony. It was a hollow, empty sound that seemed to absorb all the heat from the air. No police, said the voice, now deeper, not even trying to sound human. No one else, only you. Let me in. The last 3 words were followed by deafening knocks on the door, so loud that I felt the vibrations run across the floor. I stumbled backwards, almost falling in my desperation to get away. The blows continued to get more and more intense, more frantic. The sound of the wood creaking told me that the door wouldn't take much longer. I ran to the kitchen looking for my phone. With trembling hands, with no signal, the storm must have knocked down the communication towers. A deafening snap echoed through the house, and I knew the door had given way. Heavy footsteps rumbled over the wooden floor of the entrance, and a somewhat wet sound crawling. I looked around desperately, looking for a weapon and escape route. My eyes were fixed on the back door. It was my only chance. I threw myself towards it, not daring to look back. I could hear the thing approaching, its breathing rough and agitated. My trembling hands struggled with the bolt, precious seconds slipping through my fingers. Finally the door opened, and I threw myself into the storm. The rain was falling in torrents, soaking us inside the house. I ran aimlessly through the house, the garden slipping in the mud. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a destination. I just knew I had to get away. I came to the edge of the property where a line of trees marked the beginning of the vacillating forest. For a second the darkness between the trees was impenetrable, even more terrifying than the storm. Another screech closer. This time he made the decision for me. I went into the woods, feeling the branches scratch my face as I was running. I don't know how long I ran. Time became irrelevant in that wet and dark labyrinth. My lungs were burning, my legs were shaking, but I didn't stop. Eventually I emerged on a road in the distance. I saw lights, a gas station. I staggered towards it, hope filling me when I saw a police car parked in front of the store. I was safe. I was going to be okay. The officer got out of the car when he saw me. "It's okay, miss?" he asked. I examined with concern, opened my mouth to answer, to tell him everything that had happened. But then I saw him. Beyond the glare of the station, in the shadows, a tall, twisted figure watching me, raised a hand. No, a hand, a cluster of tentacles writhing in the darkness, and put one to his non-existent mouth in a gesture, clear, silence, or else swallowed hard, and looked at the officer. I'm fine, I lied. I just got caught in the storm and got lost. The officer didn't seem convinced, but she nodded. Well, come inside. We'll get her something warm, and we'll call someone to pick her up. As she walked into the station, I couldn't help but look one last time at the road. The figure had disappeared, but I swore I'd heard "carried away by the wind." That hollow laugh. That night I stood at the gas station, wrapped in a rough blanket, waiting for "let the storm pass." I didn't tell anyone. The truth is, who would believe me? When I finally returned home at dawn, everything was intact. The door was still closed. There was no trace that someone had entered. Everything normal. I almost thought I had imagined it all until I saw it right inside the front door. A black and elongated feather twisting slightly between my fingers as if it were alive. I let go with a gasp and saw it dissolving into a puddle of black liquid that evaporated in seconds. Hadn't been a dream. It was real, and it's still looking for me. The engine drowned, died, leaving me standing in the middle of the bridge, as if it were a signal. The sky opened up at that moment, releasing a curtain of rain that turned the world into a blurred and gray mass. I squeezed the steering wheel, my heart beating hard from everywhere. The car could fail. It had to be. Here I had been driving 4 hours, trying to escape both the storm and my own thoughts, the fight with my girlfriend, the stress of work, the feeling that my life was falling apart. I thought a long trip cleared my mind. Instead it took me to this lonely bridge with raging clouds above me and raging waters underneath. I turned the key again. Nothing. Sighed, pulling out my phone with no signal. Of course, that would have been too easy. The rain was hitting the windows Ada by a wind so strong that it made the car shake. I looked through the windshield trying to calculate how far I was from either end of the bridge. I couldn't see Earth in any direction. It was then that I saw them. At first I thought it was a trick of the light shadows moving in the storm, but when I entered I closed my eyes. My stomach shrank. They were tall figures, too tall, 3 of them emerging from the fog like specters, walking towards my car with slow, deliberate steps. My mouth dried somewhat in the way they moved, in the way their bodies seemed to slide. It's more than walking, it wasn't normal. They weren't people, they couldn't be. They stopped around my car, one in front, one behind. One right outside my window. I held my breath. I didn't dare move. The sound of rain filled the car, drowning out any other noise. Then tap, 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 a soft tap on my window. My skin stood on end. I slowly turned my head. The thing outside my car was inches away from the glass. Its face, or what should have been a face, was smooth. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. But while I was looking at him, a crack opened where his mouth should be, and what I saw inside chilled my blood. Rows and rows of needle sharp teeth let us in. Whispered. The sound shouldn't have been possible. The glass was closed, and yet I heard it clearly, as if the voice was inside my head. I swallowed hard, my body paralyzed with terror. Your car is broken. The thing is getting worse. The storm is getting worse. Let us help me. I shook my head, barely able to find my voice. I'm not okay. The crack in his face expanded into a grotesque smile. You're sure it's not safe out here? Anything could happen to you. His tone was reassuring, almost friendly, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. I looked in the rearview mirror. The other 2 were getting closer. I felt a pressure against the back of the car. The metal creaked. Please, I whispered, my barely audible voice. Leave. The being tilted his head at an unnatural angle. We can't. His tone changed deeper. Hungrier, because we're hungry. My body panicked. I moved my hand desperately, turning the key at the ignition. The engine came to life. A miracle. I didn't hesitate. I stepped on the accelerator with all my strength. The car roared forward, and I felt an impact when I hit one of those things. Something screamed, something inhuman, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. The car wobbled on the slippery road, the tires struggling to maintain traction. Something hit the roof, then the side of the car, as if they were trying to overturn. But I didn't stop, not until I saw the end of the bridge. When my tires finally hit the mainland, the bumps suddenly stopped. The air felt lighter, as if something had been left behind. I didn't slow down. I drove non-stop until I saw the lights of a gas station. I parked, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I took a deep breath before daring to look at the car. Smells on the roof, scratches on the doors, and in the front end, a slimy, tar-like trail. Something I didn't want to examine too closely. I never told anyone what happened. I said I had an accident. I dodged an animal on the road. It was easier than the truth, because even now, years later, when it's raining hard and the roads are deserted, I find myself checking the mirrors, hoping to see those figures in the storm, hoping to hear a soft tap, tap tap, and I wonder if someday, when my car fails again, they won't let me escape again. The figure stood motionless in the rain, a dark silhouette against the curtain gray of the downpour. I blinked, sure that my tired eyes were playing tricks on me, but when I looked again, I was still standing there, on the edge of the forest that bordered the lonely road. I had been driving for hours through the storm in my attempt to arriving home after a tiring business trip. The monotonous movement of the windshield wipers and the incessant sound of water hitting the asphalt had plunged me into an almost hypnotic state. But when I saw that figure, I felt a jolt of alertness run through my body. As I got closer, I could make out more details. It was tall, unusually tall. Its limbs were too long and thin to be human. It was wearing what looked like a cloak, a threadbare black that stirred slightly in the wind. But it was his face, or the absence of it, that made my blood freeze where it should be. The human features were only a smooth and pale surface. I squeezed the steering wheel harder, the knuckles turning white, every instinct in my body screaming at me to step on the accelerator, to leave it behind. But just as I was about to reach it, the figure moved his faceless face towards me, and he took a single fluid step towards the road. I slammed on the brakes with all my might. The car skidded on the wet asphalt, skidding dangerously for a terrifying moment. I thought I was going to crash into that thing. But somehow the car stopped, just inches from its dark shape. Time seemed to freeze. The rain kept falling the roof of the car, but barely. I listened to her over the thunderous beat of my heart. The figure stood there, motionless, the water running from her tall, thin form. I couldn't take my eyes off her empty face. Though she had no eyes, I felt her gaze penetrating her. She pointed toward the forest. I don't know what possessed me at that moment. Fear, curiosity, some primitive impulse that couldn't explain anything. I found myself reaching out to the door from the car. Every rational fiber of my mind screamed not to do it, but my body didn't obey me. I got out of the car and instantly the rain soaked my clothes. Now that I was outside, I could see that the figure was even taller than it had looked. It was more than 2.5 meters. Its torn cape looked like part of its own body. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice just a moo over the roar of the storm didn't respond. It just kept pointing at the forest, and then with a movement so fast that I almost lost sight of it, it disappeared one moment. It was there, and the next it was gone. I stood in the middle of the road, the rain sliding down my face. My whole being begged me to get back in the car and get away from there as quickly as possible. But something inside me, something that it wasn't me, it pulled me into the woods, and not knowing why I obeyed. Every step I drifted farther out of the way and sank into the gloom of the trees. The rain subsided under the dense canopy of foliage, but the darkness intensified with each step. The trees seemed to grow taller, the shadows grew deeper, the sounds of the forest faded away. There were no crickets, there was no wind, only the sound of my own breath and the dull beat in my ears. Then I saw it, a structure in a clearing in the woods. I couldn't call it a door, but it didn't look like anything else I'd ever seen. It was a tall, twisted frame of wood embedded with strange symbols, and beyond it wasn't a path. It wasn't a path. It was something else. The air behind the threshold ripples. It was like looking through from a distorted mirror. Colors and shapes that made no sense floated and twisted to the other side, and then he was there again. The faceless figure was standing by the portal. His long hand was raised, and with a subtle gesture he invited me to enter. I took one step forward, then another. Every part of my mind screamed to flee. But the whisper inside the portal was hypnotic. I didn't understand the words, but they promised something: knowledge, power, answers. I got even closer. I could feel the air around me, vibrating. The threshold was right in front of me when VIP, a loud horn, insistent like a bucket of ice water. The sound jolted me out of my trance, paid, feeling dazed, and I turned towards the road in the distance. In my stopped car, there was someone standing by the driver's door, a truck driver. His face reflected concern. "Hey," he screamed, "you're fine." I looked back at the doorway. The faceless being was still there, but now I could feel his frustration. This wasn't an invitation. It was a trap. I backed away, turned around, and ran like never before in my life. I felt a screech of rage behind me, something inhuman. But I didn't stop to look. I ran through the forest feeling that something was lurking in the trees of some kind of way. The way I got to the car, the truck driver was still there looking at me, confused. "You're sure you're okay?" I could barely breathe. I nodded my head yes. "I just got lost for a moment." He shrugged his shoulders. "Well, be careful, it's bad the weather to wander around." I saw him walk away towards his truck, and then I looked towards the forest. There was no portal anymore, but for an instant I thought I saw a tall silhouette among the trees. I climbed, I got to the car, and stepped on the gas. I didn't brake until I was miles away. I never talked about what that night, but on stormy nights, when the wind blows and the rain hits my window, sometimes I see a tall shadow on the edge of the forest, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken another step. But then I remember the screech of rage, the malevolence I felt at the end, and I know that if I had crossed that threshold I would never have returned. The distant echo of footsteps jolted me out of my drowsy state, blinking, trying to focus my gaze on the security monitors in front of me. The mall had closed its vast, dark, and empty corridors hours ago, and yet there it was again, the unmistakable sound of someone walking slowly, deliberately, footsteps echoing through the empty building. I had been working for months as a night watchman at the Willowbrook Mall. Wasn't the most exciting job, but I paid the bills most nights. I just made my rounds, checked the locks, and spent the rest of the shift watching Netflix on my phone. But tonight was different. Outside, a storm had been battering the city for hours. The rain was pounding the skylights hard. The thunder would knock down in the distance. It was the kind of night where one was grateful to be indoors, even if it meant being alone in a dark mall. I leaned closer to the monitors, going over each screen carefully. Nothing seemed out of place. The food court was deserted, the chairs stacked on the tables, the fountain in the central plaza was off, its water stagnant and dark. Even the toy store, normally so vibrant during the day, seemed sad and abandoned under the dim emergency light. But then I heard it again. Footsteps coming from the second floor. I grabbed my flashlight and the radio, feeling my heart race. It was surely something unimportant, I said to myself. Maybe some poorly placed mannequin had fallen from its stand, or a stray cat had crawled through some crack. But as I climbed the switched-off escalator, a feeling of unease took hold of me. Something was wrong. The second floor was even darker than the first. The emergency lights cast long, strange shadows on the walls. I moved my flashlight back and forth, a bit of light making its way through the gloom. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding small in the empty space. "Security. The mall is closed. If there is anyone here, you must leave." Immediate silence, and then I heard it. A soft, distant voice was coming from the department store at the end of the aisle. "Help me." I froze, the flashlight shaking in my hand. "Who's there?" I asked, trying to stay calm. "If you need help, speak out loud so I can find you." "I'm lost," whispered the voice a little louder. This time, against my better judgment, I walked in the direction of the sound. The department store stood imposingly in front of me, its entrance dark as the mouth of a tunnel. But the strangest thing was the security gate had to be closed. I had checked it myself on my last round, and yet it was up. I gritted my teeth and went in. The ace of my flashlight lit up clothes shelves, rows of stationary mannequins, dusty display cases. "Hello," I called again. A movement caught my attention. A white flash disappearing behind a group of mannequins. I hurried after him, the sound of my breathing loud in the silence. As I turned the corner, I saw her. It was a little girl dressed in a simple white dress, sitting on the ground with her face buried in her hands. "Hey," I said softly, crouching down to her level. "You're fine. How did you get here?" The girl didn't answer or even move. "Don't worry." I continued to extend a hand cautiously. "I'm here to help. We're going to find your parents." "Yes." Slowly the girl lowered the man. My blood froze. I had no face where her eyes should have been, her nose, her mouth. There was only smooth and pale skin. My scream was trapped in my throat as I staggered backwards, crashing against a shelf. The thing that looked like a girl stood up, its head laid at an impossible angle. A tremor ran his body, softly at first, then with uncontrollable spasms, and then his mouth appeared. Not a mere orifice, a dark, quivering abyss that opened into his face, smooth as a wound in the flesh. From within came a sound that should not have existed, a scream, not a human scream, a heart-rending lament that seemed composed of thousands of voices, all screaming in agony. At the same time, fear finally shook me. From the I ran in amazement. I left the department store, my flashlight falling to the floor with a dull clunk. I could hear her following me. Her steps were no longer slow and hesitant. Now they were fast, inhumanly fast. I reached the escalator and went down it 3 steps at a time. I dared to look back. I wanted not to. The thing was on the railing of the stairs, crawling like a spider, her limbs twisted at impossible angles. I ran more quickly. The entrance hall appeared in front of me, the exit the glass door, my only hope. I heard a bang behind me. I turned my head and saw that the creature had jumped off the stairs, landing on a kiosk, crushing it under its weight. I reached into my pocket looking for the key to the door. I trembled so much I could barely hold it. The sound of accelerated footsteps was finally approaching. The key fit, turned the lock, pushed the door. I threw myself out, the storm hitting me hard, the cold air, the rain. Never felt so good. I ran to my car, my heart beating like a drum in my chest. But before I got up, I looked one last time towards the mall and saw her stuck to the door with her deformed mouth still open in that silent scream, watching me, then slowly raised a hand and greeted me. I started the car and got out of there as fast as I could. The next day I called and quit. I made up an excuse. I couldn't tell the truth. Who would believe me? But sometimes on stormy nights, when the wind hits my window and the shadows seem to move on their own, I think of that mall, of that faceless girl, and I wonder if she's still there, waiting for someone else to hear her call for help. And I wonder, with a fear that never quite dissipates, if it will ever meet me again. The elevator shook violently before stopping between floors. I plunged into total darkness. For an instant I stood motionless, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, as if in sync with my fear, the emergency lights flickered and came on, bathing the small space in an eerie red glow. I had been working late again, burning my eyelashes to meet a deadline. The office had been empty for hours, just me and the hum of my computer. When I finally decided to leave, the storm outside was at its fiercest. Lightning flashes across the sky, followed by thunder so loud that it seemed to shake the foundations of the building. And now, trapped in this elevator, I could still hear the storm roaring outside. The wind was howling through the elevator shaft, creating an unsettling whistle that got on my nerves. I pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help. Nothing, no signal. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing in the confined space. "Someone can hear me." Silence. Press the emergency button. Nothing, no alarm sound, no voice on the speaker assuring me help was on its way. Just more Silence. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my okay. I said to myself quietly, someone will notice the elevator isn't working. They'll come looking for you. But even as I thought about it, I knew it wasn't true. It was almost midnight. I was the only one in the building. No one would come. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping like nails scratching metal. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe the elevator cables adjusting, but then I heard it again, stronger, more defined, and coming from above. I looked up at the ceiling with my eyes half closed in the dim red light. The elevator's top panel seemed to shudder as if something was moving from the other side. My breathing stopped as I saw the metal bulge down. As if something was trying to break through, the bulge split. With a crack and a hand emerged, long, pale, skeletal. Its fingers were abnormally long, with black, sharp nails. The hand groped the air for a moment before gripping the edge of the opening. I felt my body paralyzed with absolute fear. Another arm came out, then slowly, the head came out. The creature began to descend into the elevator, and I saw its face, or what was supposed to be a face. The grayish skin was stretched over an angular skull. The eyes were completely huge blacks, devoid of any trace of humanity, and the mouth full of long, sharp teeth dripping with saliva. The sound of bones cracking and snapping filled the elevator as the creature twisted to fit into the confined space inside me. The survival instinct took over. I ran to the elevator doors and stuck my fingers in the slit, pulling with all my might. The metal era cold and slippery under my hands. My nails bent and broke with the effort, but the doors gave just a little, enough to see the dark hollow of the building beyond. Then I felt something cling to me. I looked down, those pale, elongated fingered hands holding me, and the creature was smiling. Its mouth opened wider than it should have been possible. I didn't scream. I had no air in it. I had the lungs to do it in one last attempt, desperate. I kicked with all the force I had left. My foot hit his face. The creature squealed, a high-pitched, unnatural sound that made my ears ring. Its grip it loosened. I took the opportunity, and threw myself into the door opening. Pushing myself through the narrow space, I fell to the hallway floor with a thud. Without looking back, I got up, staggering, and I ran. The hazard lights were flashing along the hallway. I could hear the sound of claws scraping the metal behind me. I ran faster, turned the corner, and lunged for the ladder, down the steps 3 at a time, almost stumbling with every step. The screams of the creature echoed around me, sometimes coming from above, sometimes from below. I felt like I was going crazy when I finally got to downstairs. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would explode in my chest. I rushed to the main exit just as my hand touched the glass door. The lights came back on normal. He returned to the building in an instant. Everything looked normal. The lobby empty, the floor spotless, the elevator in place as if it had never been stuck. My reflection in the glass of the door showed me what I feared the most wasn't just behind me in the reflected image. The creature's black eyes were staring at me, its mouth twisted in a macabre smile. I turned around suddenly. Nothing. The lobby was empty. My whole body was shaking. When the rainy night came out, I never knew how long I was in the elevator. It could have been minutes, it could have been hours. All I know is that when I checked my clothes, I found a just thick black hair on my sleeve wasn't mine. Since that night, I don't work late anymore. If I have to use the elevator, I make sure there's someone else with me, and sometimes when the lights are flashing or the elevator shakes, I can't help but look up because I know there's something there. Something that shouldn't exist, and worst of all, I know it's not done with me yet. So if you ever find yourself alone in an empty building and the elevator stops between floors, don't look up, don't hear the sound of claws scraping the metal, and for whatever you want, don't wait to see he's trying to get in. Run before it's too late. 'Cause some nightmares don't end when you wake up, they're just beginning. The teddy bear was sitting at my door. His button eyes, black people, stared into the stormy night. I froze with one hand on the doorknob as the rain poured down around me. Where I had come out, and more importantly, where was the child I belonged to? Had been home alone all night trying to distract myself from the raging gale with meaningless TV shows. Electricity had flickered a few times, but fortunately it had stayed lit. It was past midnight when I heard it, a sound so faint that I almost missed it between the howling of the wind and the pounding of the rain. A childish cry. At first I thought I had imagined it, but then I heard it again, louder this time. It seemed to come from right outside my door. Without thinking about it, I ran to open it, hoping to find a lost child looking for shelter from the storm. Instead, I found nothing, just the porch dew-lapped by the rain, and the teddy bear that seemed to have been carefully placed there. I picked up the toy. The water dripping from its matted fur was old, well-loved, the kind of stuffed animal that would tear a child apart, but not. There was no child in sight. Hi. I knocked, looking into the darkness. There's someone there. The only response was thunder that shook the windows. I backed away, holding the bear tightly, and closed the door. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I left the bear on the coffee table and took my phone with the intention of calling the police, but when I dialed I realized that there was no signal. The storm must have knocked down the communication towers. Another cry went through the night, louder. This time it was definitely coming from outside. I was running to the window, pulling back the curtain to look. For a moment I only saw rain and darkness. Then a lightning illuminated the street, and I saw her. A girl of no more than 6 or 7 years old. She was standing in the middle of the road. She was soaked to the bone. Her long dark hair stuck to her face, and she was looking straight at my house. Without hesitation I grabbed my raincoat and ran outside. Kid or no, I couldn't leave her there in that storm. "Hey," I called, approaching with a light step. "You're all right? Where are your parents?" As I got closer I realized something was wrong. The girl hadn't moved, hadn't reacted to my voice at all. She was just standing there, the rain dripping down her face, her eyes fixed on just the right spot of behind my shoulder. I slowed down, a shiver running down my spine that had nothing to do with the sweet rain. "You can hear me now?" I was only a few feet away from her, close enough to see that her skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light, close enough to notice that he didn't blink. He didn't even seem to breathe. Suddenly his head turned sharply to me, his eyes staring into mine. I staggered back. They were completely black, no white, no iris, just endless pits of darkness. "Where is he?" his voice asked, a harsh whisper that somehow overcame the storm. "Who?" stammered, my feet rooted in the ground by terror. My bear said, "You took him." "I want him from—" I turned my mouth open to answer, to tell her that the bear was in my house, that I could get him back, but before I could speak she disappeared. Didn't run, didn't vanish into the darkness. She just wasn't, like she had never existed anymore. I ran back to my house, slamming the door shut and assuring them I leaned on her. My heart stretches her out so hard I thought she'd burst in my chest. What I had just seen couldn't be real. It had to be a hallucination, a trick of light and storm. But when I turned around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The bear was no longer in place. On the coffee table there was a puddle of water, and next to it, written in what looked horrible, in blood, there were 2 words: "Thank you." I didn't sleep that night. I was curled up on the couch with all the lights in the house on, startled, creaking and moaning of the old structure. When it finally dawned I was exhausted, with my eyes burning from lack of sleep and crying in the daylight. It all seemed absurd, a ghost girl, a haunted teddy bear. It had to have been a dream, a vivid nightmare brought on by stress and storm. But when I went to make coffee, desperate for caffeine, I saw something that stopped me in dry. There on my porch, visible through the kitchen window, there was a small wet footprint, a childish footprint. I called work and said I was sick. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving the house. Instead I spent hours researching local history, looking for any accounts about missing children or accidents on my street. What I found ran cold in my blood. 50 years ago, almost on the same date, a little girl had disappeared in this same neighborhood. The last time she was seen, she was chasing her favorite toy, a teddy bear that had been blown away during a storm. Neither she nor the bear were ever found. While I was looking at the old newspaper article, my hands were shaking. Then I heard something that made my heart stop, a childlike laugh coming from just outside at my door. I looked up, fearing what I might see. There, looking at me through the window, was the girl. Was smiling. Now her black eyes wrinkled at the corners of her arms. In her arms she squeezed the teddy bear as I watched. Her, paralyzed with fear, raised a hand and waved, then slowly vanished, taking the bear with her. I moved out of that house the next day. I told my landlord a story about I couldn't muster the courage to tell her the truth even now. Years later, I can't drive down that street without my heart racing. I avoid going out in storms, and I've developed an irrational fear of stuffed animals. But sometimes in the depths of the night, when the wind howls and the rain hits my windows, I swear I hear the laughter of a child, and in those moments I wonder if she's still there, still looking for someone to return her lost toy. So if you ever find a teddy bear sitting on your doorstep on a stormy night, think twice before you take it inside. Some lost things are better left like that, and some spirits once invited in never really leave. The headlights of the truck cut off the rain like jagged knives, barely lighting up the muddy road in front of us. My wife Sarah and I had been driving For hours with our 2 children asleep in the back seat, what was supposed to be a fun family camping trip had turned into a nightmare of wrong roads and flooded roads. "I think we are lost," Sarah said with a tense voice of concern. She was right. Of course the GPS had lost signal to a time and the map on my phone was useless. No service. We were definitely in the middle of nowhere. I was about to suggest we turn around when I felt the truck jerk. The steering wheel pulled hard in my hands. "As you slide us at a dangerous angle, half in and half off the road. Damn you, murmur, wake up the kids." I put reverse and then drive, but the wheels just turned sinking light. "What are we going to do, Mark?" I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm for her. "It's all right, I'll go out to see how bad we are. Maybe I can find some branches or something to give us traction." I opened the door. Shuddering soaked me instantly. The storm had been raging for hours, transforming the world into a dark and soggy chaos. I circled the truck, feeling my boots sink into the ankle-deep mud. With each my step was worse than I imagined. We were stuck. Just as I was trying to think about our next move, I saw a flash of light through the trees. Hope surged in my chest. Maybe it was a house or a gas station, somewhere we could at least call for help. I ran back to the truck and knocked on Sarah's window. She lowered it, looking at me expectantly. "I think I saw lights in the trees," I said, pointing. "I'm going to check it out." "Maybe someone can help us," Sarah frowned worriedly. "I don't know, Mark. Maybe we should wait until morning. It's dangerous outside." I shook my head. "We can't stay here all night. The kids will be cold and hungry when they wake up." "I won't be long, I promise." After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "It's okay, but be careful." I gave him a smile that I hoped seemed reassuring, and I went into the woods. The undergrowth was dense. The branches hit my face as it went on. The rain seemed to intensify, if that was possible. I raised my hand to knock, but I hesitated. It felt bad. A chill ran down my spine. One that had nothing to do with the rain. But what choice did I have? We needed help. I took a deep breath and banged on the door for a long moment. Nothing happened. Then I heard movement inside, slow, dragging footsteps approaching at the door. It creaked open, revealing a man who looked as old and worn as the house itself, his skin pale and translucent, tens on sharp cheekbones. But it was his eyes that caught my attention, a normally bright blue, almost glowing in the gloom. "I can help him," his voice asked, a dry whisper. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to turn and run. "I'm sorry to disturb him so late, but my family and I are stuck. Our truck slid off the road about 400 meters from here." I hoped maybe I had a phone we could use, or a tow rope. The old man watched me for what seemed like an eternity, his haunting blue eyes piercing through it. I hesitated for an instant, every instinct screaming at me to get away. But the thought of Sarah and the cold, scared children in the truck, he made me cross the threshold. The inside of the house, it was as cut down as the outside. The wallpaper was peeling off. The furniture seemed not to have been used in decades. A stone fireplace crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Wait here," said the old man, showing his feet to another. I stood dripping on the worn wooden floor, my eyes sweeping around the room. It was then that I noticed the photographs covered an entire wall. Hundreds of them. When I looked closer, my blood froze. They were portraits of people, men, women, children. But there was something strange about each one. They all had the same expression of terror, the eyes bulging with fear, and in the background of each photo, just visible, was the old man. He was so absorbed in the images that I didn't hear him return. His voice made me jump. "His family said where they are." I turned and found him closer than I expected, his blue eyes riveted on mine. In his hand there was no phone or a rope, but a large rusty knife. Terror invaded my heart, hitting so hard that I thought it would explode. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The old man's face split into a smile, revealing teeth too sharp to be human. "Don't worry," said his voice, no longer a whisper, but a deep rumbling growl. "We'll bring you here. One big happy family." I didn't think, I just acted. Pushed him with all my might and ran out the door. I could hear him behind me. His inhuman growl, turning into a roar of fury, was emerging. Speed. The truck coming into my field of vision. Sarah must have heard me coming, because I had already started the engine. I dove into the passenger seat, panting. "Starts?" Sarah asked no questions, started the truck, the tires spinning in the mud for a nerve-wracking moment before finding traction as we drove away. There's something unsettling about driving alone at night. The stretch of road in front of me seemed endless, the dark horizon merging with the asphalt, as if the road was sucking me into the unknown. The constant hum of my truck engine was comforting somehow, a reminder that at least for now I was in control. But after years as a long-distance trucker, I've learned that the open road can play tricks with your mind. Sometimes you see things. Sometimes you realize that it doesn't. You're as lonely as you think. That night was one of those. The sky was pitch black with no moon or stars visible. The air felt thick, heavy, like something invisible was hanging over the highway. I was about 300 kilometers from my next destination, walking a desolate stretch of road where there were no lights, houses, or signs of life, just the road. Nothingness, and I kept driving, my headlights cutting through the darkness. But the further I went, the more a strange sensation grew in my chest, as if something was wrong. I couldn't identify it immediately. Just a tingling in the back of my neck, a chill running down my spine. I tried to ignore it. You must be tired, I told myself, but I couldn't help but feel that something was watching me. Then I saw it, a broken-down car on the shoulder with the hazard lights flashing faintly in the distance. I approached, slowing down. It was an old sedan pulled over on the side of the road with the engine still running. The driver's seat was empty. There was no one behind the wheel. My gut told me to keep driving that highway. It was a dead spot for the phone signal, and stopping in the middle of nowhere wasn't exactly the best idea. But part of me, the part that knew, the unwritten rule of truckers to help whom I needed it, made me brake a few meters ahead. I cautiously lowered the night air hitting me with an unexpected cold. I approached and knocked on the window in case someone was asleep in the back seat. Nothing. The silence was so dense that the sound of my own breathing seemed deafening. I walked away from the car, looking around me. Nothing but the emptiness of the road and the open field extending into the blackness where the driver had gone. There were no gas stations or nearby towns. There was no reason for anyone to walk around here in the middle of the night. I decided it was enough. I turned around and walked back to my truck. It was then that I noticed it. My side mirror was bent. I hadn't left it so when I got out. Someone or something had moved it. A shiver ran through my body. Suddenly the feeling of being watched got louder. I turned my head, quickly scanning the darkness beyond the headlights. Nothing, but I knew I wasn't alone. I jumped into the truck and slammed the door shut, locked the locks and started the engine, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Something was out there and watching me. I walked away from the abandoned car, my heart pounding in my chest. But even when the silhouette of the sedan faded in the rearview mirror, the chill on my back didn't disappear. About 20 kilometers away, that feeling still gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the idea that something was following me. I looked in the rearview mirror. Lights were faint, far away. But they were there, a pair of yellowish headlights barely visible in the distance, flickering in the darkness as if they were struggling to stay on. Accelerate a little bit, trying to convince myself that it was just another vehicle, maybe an older car that had managed to turn on again. But the more I looked, the more I noticed how strange those lights were. They didn't seem to move like a normal car. Sometimes they flickered as if they disappeared for an instant before reappearing. My stomach churned with an indescribable feeling. I tried to ignore it, but no matter how much I sped up, those lights didn't disappear. Eventually, I saw a rest area ahead and decided to stop. Maybe I just needed a break. Maybe tiredness was playing with my mind. The rest area was empty save for a couple of vending machines and a car parked near the bathroom. I turned off the engine and went quiet. The lights on the road had disappeared for the first time in hours. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then I felt it again at the same time. The feeling, the weight of an invisible gaze on me. I looked at my truck. The side mirror was bending again. My stomach sank. There was no one here. No one had come close. I jumped back into the truck, started the engine, and got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop driving until I got to the next city. I didn't even stop to refuel. When I finally parked at a busy gas station, I still felt the chill on my skin in the daylight. It all seemed like a bad dream, but when I got out of the truck and looked at the door, there were marks, long, thin marks, as if something with bony fingers had tried to open it while I was in the rest area. I didn't drive down that road at night ever again, because I know there's something out there. Something that look at something that's going on, and next time maybe not just bend the mirror. Maybe I'll manage to open the door. So if you're ever driving at night on a lonely road and you see a broken down car on the side of the road, don't stop. Don't look too hard, because whatever that car left behind might be waiting for you. The neon sign flashed ominously as it pulled into the gas station to a certain last stop in 100 miles. Red letters sizzled torrentially. I hadn't seen another car in hours, and the storm was getting worse with every passing minute. I needed fuel, but something in that place made me shudder. I had been driving all day, trying to escape both the storm and my own thoughts, the fight with my girlfriend, the stress of work, the feeling that my life was falling apart. I thought a long road trip cleared my mind instead, had taken me here, to this deserted gas station in the middle of nowhere, with raging clouds above me and an endless void of desert on either side. As I pulled up by the gas pump, the rain intensified. I cursed under my breath. I'd have to get out and get soaked to refuel. I stayed in the seat for a moment watching the rain, hitting the windshield, mustering up the courage to face the storm, and then I saw them. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, shadows moving between the curtain of water, but when I closed my eyes I could make out shapes on the periphery of the flickering light of the station. People, no, they were not people. The shapes were too tall, too thin, and their movements were too fluid to be human. They emerged of the darkness like ghosts, shadowy silhouettes against the grayish curtain of rain. There were 3 of them distributed in a semicircle around my car, moving with a deliberate slowness that made my heart pound. I froze my hand on the key, struggling between starting the engine and stepping on the accelerator. But my gas gauge was dangerously close to empty. I wouldn't get very far. I watched them as they approached. And then the details began to become clearer. They were tall, impossibly tall, at least 2.5 meters tall. Their limbs were too long, like dry branches stretching in the storm, and their faces had no face, just a smooth skin with no features where they should be. Their eyes, nose, and mouth came to my car. One stopped in front of him, another behind the third, just outside my window. I held my breath. I moved. I didn't make a sound. Then a deliberate, slow tapping. Tap. 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 I slowly turned to my left. The creature was just outside, just inches from the glass, and as I looked at it, something changed. Where before there was a smooth surface, a line appeared on her face, a mouth opening into a grotesque smile full of teeth like needles, and then she spoke. "Let us in." Her voice was a low sissio, but I heard her clearly through the glass and the roar of the storm. "We just want to help." I shook my head. My voice just came out in a murmur. "No thanks, I'm fine." The creature shook his head with a gesture. "Ain. Human, you're sure? It's not safe out here. Anything could pass you." The message implicit in his words was clear. A warning, or maybe a threat. I looked at the other 2 creatures had come even closer. Just a couple of centimeters separated their bodies from the body of the car. I heard a strange sound. A creaking of my car was sinking under its touch. Fear hit me hard. "Please whisper, leave me alone." The creature at the window leaned over now. Its face filled all my vision. "We can't do that. We're hungry, very hungry." Terror broke my paralysis. I turned the key. The engine roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I stepped on the gas. The creature screamed, sounds so inhuman and distorted it made my ears hurt. The car darted forward. I felt resistance, and then a sharp blow had hit one of them, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare look back. The car went through the storm. I heard bangs on the roof. They were jumping on it, throwing things I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I just kept driving faster than I'd ever driven in my life. The miles were flying by, my gas tank dropping lower and lower, and then when the needle touched the E, I saw it. Another gas station. Its lights were a beacon in the stormy night. I skidded in with trembling hands. When I turned off the engine, I sat there trying to breathe. Finally, I opened the door and walked out. But something stopped me in my tracks. My car. The roof. The hood marked with deep scratches, as if sharp claws had tried to make their way inside. I quickly filled the tank, and I went into the store to pay the clerk. A bored young man looking at his phone. I barely looked up. When I came out, I looked around. I felt someone watching me. I looked towards the OS beyond the lights of the station. For a moment, I thought I saw something tall and thin, silhouettes moving in the distance. I blinked, and they were gone. I didn't stop until I reached an area with people. A well-lit motel. There, finally, I collapsed. It seemed like a bad dream, but the scratches on my car were still there. I never told anyone what happened that night. Who would believe me? But I've never forgotten it now. Every time I drive at night and see a lonely gas station in the distance, I don't stop. No matter how empty my tank is, no matter how bad the storm is, it's not worth the risk. 'Cause sometimes the most dangerous is not the lonely road, nor the weather, nor fatigue, but that which waits in the gloom. What seems human but is not, and which is always hungry. So if you ever find yourself driving in the middle of the night and you see a gas station that is too quiet, too lonely, keep driving, don't stop, because perhaps what offers you help will never let you go. The old house stood before you. A dark silhouette against the stormy sky. A lightning bolt illuminated its ruined facade for a brief moment before plunging it back into shadows. I looked at my best friend Mike and saw in his face the same suspicion that I felt. "Maybe this is not a good idea," I said, raising my voice to be heard over the wind and rain. Mike shook his head, shaking the water from his hair-soaked. "Come on, Alex, already. We've made it this far. It's just an old house. Which is the worst thing that could happen, I wish? I had never discovered the answer to that question. It all started when we were trying to get home after a concert in the city. The storm appeared out of nowhere, painting the sky an ominous shade of green before unleashing its fury. The rain was falling so intensely that we could barely see the road, and when we took a wrong shortcut, we ended up completely lost. It was then that we saw an old Victorian house at the end of a weedy driveway that seemed abandoned. But we thought that we could at least take shelter on the porch until the storm passed. As we approached, a feeling of discomfort settled in my chest. The house seemed bigger with each step. Its windows were like dark, empty eyes watching us. The porch stairs creaked under our weight as we climbed, the barely perceptible sound over the pouring rain. Then I saw it, a faint glow behind one of the windows, barely visible through the dirt-covered glass. "Mike," I said, grabbing his arm, "there's a light on." He frowned and narrowed his eyes. "You're right. Maybe someone alive here." Before I could stop him, he banged on the door. The sound echoed too loudly, as if the house itself amplified the noise. We waited. The seconds stretched into minutes. Just as I was going to suggest we leave, we heard a faint sound like a dull. Mike looked at me with wide eyes. "You heard that?" I nodded, feeling a chill run down my spine. The crying was coming from upstairs. Mike tried the doorknob, turned too easily. The door opened with a long and plaintive squeak. The inside of the house was dark, except for the flickering light coming from the stairs. "Hello," called Mike. "You need help?" The crying got louder. My instinct told me something wasn't right. "Mike," I whispered, "let's go. Something. I don't like it here." But he had already taken a step inside. "We can't leave someone crying here," he just said, moving down the hallway. I took a deep breath and followed him. The air inside the house, it was thick, laden with a rancid smell, a moo, and something else, something that turned my stomach. The floorboards creaked under our feet. When we reached the stairs, we climbed the step, protested under our weight. When we reached the second floor, the crying ceased abruptly. The silence was absolute in front of us. A door at the end of the hall slowly opened. A faint flickering light filtered through the opening. Mike stepped forward without hesitation. I followed him, every muscle in my body tense with anticipation. It was a library. The walls were covered with shelves full of dusty books in the center of the room. On an old and splintered desk, a candle burned weakly, but what froze my blood was the figure curled up in the corner, an old woman. Her hair was long, gray, and matted, hiding her face. Mikey approached cautiously. "Ma'am," said softly. "Okay." Didn't answer, didn't even move. I stood in the doorway with a sense of danger growing in my chest. Mike said, "Let's go now," ignoring me. He leaned over and put a hand on her shoulder. "Ma'am, we're here to help." Then the old woman's head rose sharply, and I saw her face, or rather the absence of it. Her skin was smooth, without eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a pale and taut surface until it opened from the center of his face, a crack. A huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Mike screamed and fell backwards. The thing rose, his body stretching in an impossible way, growing until he reached the ceiling. His arms lengthened, ending in fingers sharp as blades. It was then that he saw us and smiled. Fear pierced me like a lightning. I screamed, "Run!" Mike and I shot out the door, ran down the hallway, feeling the vibration of his footsteps behind us. It was fast, too fast. He gave us a shriek that almost broke our eardrums. We stumbled down the stairs, stumbling and falling, but without stopping behind us. The house itself seemed to squirm and creak. The front door was open, a breath of icy air, and rain was pouring in through the threshold. We ran to the exit. Just as we reached the porch, something scratched the wall next to us, leaving deep grooves in the wood, jumped the steps and ran through the garden, the bushes and branches, tearing at our skin. I didn't go back until we got to the car, and then I saw her standing on the threshold of the house watching us. Her deformed mouth was still open in that grotesque smile, but she didn't chase us. She just looked at us. I started the car and stepped on the gas. We drove away from that house without looking back. We didn't stop until we reached the main road, where I could finally breathe. Mike and I didn't talk all the way back home, or the next day, nor did we ever make each other's unspoken promises to forget what happened that night. But sometimes when the storm hits hard and the wind howls between the I remember that house. I wonder if it's still there, waiting for someone else to seek refuge. And I wonder, with a terror that never quite goes away, if that thing still remembers our faces. If he'll ever come looking for us. The first hidden door I discovered was behind the old Koba bookshelf in the study. I stood there, frozen in disbelief, as the huge piece of furniture spun with an ominous creak. revealing a dark passage beyond. That was the moment I realized that the house I had just bought hid more secrets than I had ever imagined. It seemed too good an offer to be true. A huge Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town at a fraction of its real price. The estate agent had been vague about its history, muttering something about the previous owners who left in a hurry, but I was too excited about owning such a beautiful home to ask too many questions. Now, as I stood on the threshold of that hidden passageway, I was beginning to understand why the price had been so low. I had been living in the house for about a week. When I made my first discovery, I was rearranging the studio, trying to make room for my own books among the volumes left by the previous owners. While moving the shelves, my hand brushed something on the back of the shelf. A small lever, almost imperceptible curiosity got the better of me. I didn't pull it, and then the shelf turned, almost tearing down the passage beyond. It was dark and damp. The air was heavy with the smell of wet earth and rot. I hesitated for a moment with all the horror movie scenes I'd seen parading through my mind, but the attraction to the unknown was too strong to resist. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk drawer and stepped forward. The light revealed walls of rough stone covered in thick cobwebs. The floor was uneven and treacherous, compacted earth. I advanced slowly, careful not to trip. The passage twisted and turned, taking me deeper and deeper into the bowels of the house. I lost all notion of direction. I no longer knew if I was heading towards the front or the back of the property. Just as I was considering turning around, I arrived at another door. This was of heavy wood reinforced with bands of iron, looked ancient, much older than the house itself. It had no visible latch or lock, only a series of strange symbols carved into its surface. The room I saw on the other side took my breath away. It was an immense chamber, much larger than it should have been, considering the dimensions of the house above me. The walls were covered with bookshelves that rose from floor to ceiling, replete with antique-looking volumes. In the center of the room was a huge stone table, its surface replete with strange instruments and open books. But what really caught my attention was the back wall was covered by an intricate mural that sent shivers down my spine. Indescribable creatures, twisted masses of tentacles, and human eyes kneeling before them in adoration or fleeing in terror. And at the center of an entire rotating vortex seeming to pulsate with an unnatural light, I approached, feeling a growing sense of dread. The mural not only looked painted, but shone as if the light came from within. I stretched out a trembling hand and touched the surface of the wall. As soon as my fingers made contact, a discharge of energy ran through my body, images flashing in my mind, glimpses of other worlds, beings too vast and terrifying to comprehend. I turned away from the hitting me backwards. I tripped over something and fell, hitting my head against the edge of the stone table. Everything turned black when I woke up. I was back in the study, lying on the floor in front of the bookshelf that was still open. My head hurt, and for a moment I wondered if I had dreamed it all. But the mud on my clothes and the lingering musty smell told me it had been. I really slammed the shelf shut with trembling hands. What the hell had I found? What kind of people had lived in this house before me? For the next few days I tried to convince myself that I should leave, sell the house, and not look back. But every time I thought about it, I felt a pull, an uncontrollable urge to keep exploring. There had to be more hidden rooms, drier waiting to be discovered, and I was right. Into the following week I found at least 5 more hidden doors in different parts of the house, each leading to a different chamber, each one stranger and more disturbing than the last. A room was filled with display cases with specimens that I couldn't identify, things that looked like a mix between insects and reptiles, but much larger than any kidney creature. Another contained artifacts that defied the laws of physics, objects that moved on their own or that they changed shape when I didn't look directly at them. But the room I found in the basement was the one that really terrified me. It was a circular chamber with mirrored walls. In the center there was a pedestal. On it a book rested. The book was bound in what looked like human skin, its pages yellowed with age. As I got closer I heard a whisper. The book spoke to me. With trembling hands I opened it. Its pages were full of writing in an unknown language, accompanied by diagrams that made my eyes hurt. But somehow I could understand it. It was a manual, a guide to open doors, not only hidden doors in the house, but portals to other worlds, worlds full of things that they shouldn't cross. I slammed the book, slammed, my heart beating wild. This was too much. I had to go. But when I went outside, I saw something in one of the mirrors. It wasn't my reflection, it was something else, something with too many eyes and teeth sharp as needles. I ran, I climbed the basement stairs and went through the house, not stopping until I was outside, panting in the cold night air. That was 3 days ago. Since then I've been sleeping in my car, not daring to go in again. But I know it's too late to run away. What I saw in that mirror knows I exist now and is waiting if anyone finds this. Take my warning, if you see a house too cheap, with more aeons than it should have, don't buy it. Some doors need to stay closed because once you open them, things on the other side never let you close them again. The rusty padlock crumbled in my hand, decades of neglect, finally giving way. The door creaked open, revealing the unfathomable blackness beyond. As the ace of my flashlight cut through the gloom, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to step into something we shouldn't. "You're sure of this?" Sarah whispered, her breath visible in the cold night air. I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I really felt. "Come on, it'll be an adventure." How often you have the opportunity to explore an abandoned asylum. Our small group of 4, Sarah, Mike, Jess and I, had been planning this excursion for weeks. The Hillcrest Asylum had been closed in the 70s after a series of scandals and mysterious deaths of patients. Since then it had remained empty, a decaying monument to a darker time in the history of psychiatry. We had heard all the stories, of course, ghost sightings, strange noises, people coming in and they never came out, but we were skeptical. Armed with our flashlights and the certainty that ghosts didn't exist, we took the first step inside. The smell loved and decay hit us like a wall beneath our feet. The debris creaked, broken tiles, shattered glass, the remnants of half a century of abandonment. "This place is scary," Mike murmured, nervously moving his flashlight along the walls. We went deeper into the building, our initial excitement transforming into there was something oppressive in the air, as if the very walls were permeated with the suffering of those who were once locked up here. We passed through what must have been the admission area, and into a long hallway flanked by patient rooms. Almost every door was open, revealing austere and run-down interiors. Except for one in the middle of the hallway, a door was closed. "Hey, look at this," Jess said, pointing her flashlight to the door. Unlike the others, this one seemed to be in perfect condition, clean, as if it were still in use. A shiver ran down my spine as I approached it. The sign on the door said room 237. I hesitated for a moment. Something didn't feel right. "Maybe we shouldn't," Sarah started to say, but I had already turned the knob. The door opened without a single creak. The room didn't look like it to no other we had ever seen. It wasn't dilapidated or covered in dust. It was spotless, as if time had stopped in it. A perfectly made bed, a desk with meticulously stacked papers. There were even curtains hung in the barred window. "What the hell?" did Mike mutter. "How is this possible?" We entered, our curiosity overcoming fear. The air was different here, colder, and there was a faint smell of antiseptic, a smell that I was present in the rest of the building. I went to the desk and took one of the papers. It was a patient intake form. The date was today. "Guys," I said, feeling my voice tremble, "look at this." They clustered around me, their faces pale in the light of the flashlights. When they saw the date, "That's impossible," Sarah whispered. "This place has been closed for decades." A noise in the hallway made us jump. Slow, deliberate steps approaching. "Hide me." See a figure move around the room, wearing a nurse's uniform from another era, complete with a starched white cap, but there was something about the way she moved that was wrong, too fluid, almost as if she slid instead of walking. The nurse walked over to the desk and took the intake form I had been holding. She gave out a soft snap, a strange sound like chitinous jaws rubbing against each other. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure I'd hear it next to me. Sarah was shaking suddenly. The nurse's head turned sharply towards the cupboard. I saw her face and had to hold back a scream where her eyes should be. There were only 2 empty black sockets. Her mouth was too wide and full of needle-sharp teeth. He took one step towards the closet, then another. I closed my eyes, sure we were going to die. The sound of glass crashing made my eyes pop out. They opened just in time to see Mike standing with a broken bottle in his hand. He must have found it in the closet and decided to act. "Run!" he screamed, lunging at the creature. We don't need him to tell us twice. We came out of the closet and ran to at the door. I looked back and I regretted it instantly. The nurse had Mike by the neck, lifting him off the floor with inhuman strength. Her jaw hung opening impossible and grotesquely. I wanted to come back to help him, but Sarah pulled my arm. "We can't do anything. We have to get out of here." We ran down the hallway with Mike's screams echoing behind us. But we weren't alone. Other doors started to open. More of those things emerged, some in nurses' uniforms, others in patient gowns. They all had those empty eyes and those horribly wide mouths. We made it to the front entrance, but the door we had entered through was no longer in place. There was just a solid wall. No, 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 groaned Jess, banging on the wall. This can't be happening. The creatures were coming there. Sarah pointed to one window. Without hesitation we ran to it. I grabbed a chair and threw it against the glass. It shattered. We jumped through the broken glass, ignoring the cuts. We fell to the ground outside the building. Cold air crashing against our skin. To our surprise, we were no longer on the abandoned grounds of the asylum. We were on a well-kept lawn with modern cars parked nearby. A security guard ran towards us, his flashlight. "Send Eugen, what are they doing here? This is private property." We looked at each other, terrified and confused. But the asylum babbled. The guard frowned. "So it was. This is a working hospital. It has been for years." I turned my head and looked up at the second floor. There in a window I saw a figure. Watching us, an eyeless nurse with a smile full of sharp teeth. She waved at us and disappeared. The water was coming up the stairs from the basement, moving inch by inch with relentless insistence. I stood aloft, watching helplessly as years of memories and belongings were devoured by the dark flood. But it wasn't the loss of objects that made my blood run cold. It was the fact that the water wasn't coming from where it should be. It was coming from somewhere impossible. I'd been living in this house for almost a decade. I'd weathered many storms without a single problem, but this one was different. The rain hadn't stopped in 3 days. The outside world had become a sea of gray shadows, an inexhaustible torrent of water that turned streets into rivers and gardens into swamps. At first I wasn't worried. The house had always been dry, with a firm foundation. But then I heard it, a low, bubbling sound coming from the basement. As I opened the door to investigate, a gust of air, cold and damp, hit me in the face, and I saw it. The water was slowly rising, dripping from the walls, pouring out of the cement floor, as if the basement was sunk in an invisible lake. But the worst thing was not the water itself. The worst thing was the place where the number of pipes came from. Not from the cracks in the foundations. The water seeped from a dark spot in the corner away from the basement, a corner I'd never paid attention to before. Filled with an unsettling sense of dread, I made my way through the knee-deep water. The closer I got to the corner, the stronger the feeling became that I shouldn't be there, but I had to see it with my own eyes. I moved an old bookshelf full of rusty tools and Christmas boxes, and froze. A door where there shouldn't be any, was made of black wood, soaked with strange symbols carved into its surface. An antique brass knob glistened despite the humidity and water. The water wasn't filling the basement. It was coming out from under the door, from somewhere beyond the house, from somewhere that didn't exist in this world. My instincts told me to run upstairs. Stairs to close the basement and forget it forever. But curiosity, that human poison, won me over. I reached out and touched the damp wood. An inhuman chill ran down my arm before I could stop. I turned the knob. The door opened without resistance, and beyond it there was no room. There was no more house. There was a black ocean, a vast expanse of impossibly dark water, with silent waves that they were hitting an invisible ground. But the worst thing was the sound. It wasn't the sound of water. It was the sound of whispers, tens of hundreds speaking in a language that shouldn't be heard by humans. I leaned forward, trying to make out what they were saying. That was my mistake. Suddenly the flow of water turned into a torrent, hit me like a wave, and dragged me towards the door. I screamed, trying to get. I was holding on to something. But the water was too strong, and at the last moment I saw something in the depths, something giant, something with too many eyes and too many limbs, something that was waiting for me. In an act of pure desperation, I clung to the door frame with all my strength. The water was pulling me as if it had invisible claws. But with one last effort I kicked the door and slammed it shut. The water was. He stopped instantly. I collapsed from the basement, soaking wet, panting, my heart pounding in my chest. When I looked around, the water was gone. The basement was dry. There was no sign of the flood. But the door was still there, waiting. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the kitchen looking at the basement door, certain that it wasn't over, and then I heard it, a soft knock from the other side of the hidden Door tap tap. I didn't open it neither that night nor ever again. The next morning I called a real estate agent. I moved in less than a week, but sometimes I drive by my old house. I never stop, I never look too long, but sometimes on stormy nights I see lights flickering in the basement, and I wonder who opened it now, who has heard the whispers this time, because that door should never have been discovered, and what's on the other side knows how to wait. The woman was banging on the door of the gas station in desperation. Her eyes were bulging with terror. The rain was sticking her hair to her face, and she kept looking over her shoulder as if waiting for something to emerge from the darkness. I hesitated with my hand in the castle. It was past midnight, and I was the only one working the night shift. Opening the door was against all safety protocols, but the desperation on his face made me hesitate. I had been working at Pits, Gas and Go for months, and had seen my share of customers. Strange drunk students stumbling at 3 a.m. looking for snacks. Truck drivers with blank stares buying their 5th coffee of the day. Even the odd suspicious character that made me thank the bulletproof glass on the counter, but I had never seen anyone like this woman. Couldn't be more than 25 years old, but the fear in her eyes made her look younger and at the same time much older. Her clothes were soaked. The mud covered her jeans and sneakers. She had an air of someone persecuted, and that set off all my alarms against me. Better judgment. I opened the door. Little is okay, ma'am. She practically collapsed inside the store, breathing hard. Please, gasp, you have to help me, they come for me. I closed the door behind her and let secure her directions, and the police wouldn't believe me, no one would. I guided her to the small truckers' rest area. She plopped down in a chair, her body shaking whole. I took a bottle of water. I gave it to her from the refrigerator and handed it to her. I took a drink. I breathed. I drank in desperate gulps before I spoke. My name is Sarah. I was on my way home after visiting my sister. The storm caught me, and I took a shortcut down a back road. I nodded, encouraging her to continue outside. The rain was hitting the windows hard, and lightning briefly lit up the empty parking lot. I ended up on an old road, in the middle of nowhere. My car, it suddenly went out. I don't know why, it just died. She paused, her eyes unfocused as if watching the moment, and then I saw them. A shiver ran down my spine. To whom her voice came down to a whisper. They left the forest. The beauty of my arms bristled. Who came out of the forest? Sarah shuddered. At first I thought they were maybe local people coming to help me, but the way they moved, how they got around they moved, I asked, feeling the panic in their voice. It wasn't natural. They were too fluid, like they didn't have bones. I swallowed hard, and their faces. Sarah closed her eyes tightly. They didn't have my mouth dried up. What were smooth? Just skin where her eyes should be, her nose, her mouth, but I could feel them looking at me. A gust of wind shook the store, and the neon above the door flickered. A movement in the parking lot caught my attention. I turned to the window and saw him. An unusually thin, tall figure was gliding through the rain. He turned his head towards the store, and although he had no face, I felt his gaze riveting on me, blinking and disappearing, only the empty asphalt and the incessant rain. When I turned, Sarah was looking at me with wide eyes. You saw him. I couldn't lie to him. I nodded slowly. He dared to follow me. God me, they kept going here. I tried to stay calm. Let's call the police, whatever they are. They'll help us. I leaned over to take the phone from the counter, but as soon as I touched it, the lights flashed once, twice, and then everything went out. The buzzing of the refrigerators died, leaving a thick silence. Only the rain and our bated breath could be heard. They're here, Sarah murmured. My hand trembled as I looked for the flashlight under the counter. When I turned it on, I saw him pressed against the glass door of the gas station. There were 3 figures. They were very tall, inhumanly thin. Their bodies swayed as if they were pushed by an invisible wind, and their faces. Sarah was right. There were no eyes, no mouth, only pale skin. Smooth and featureless. One of them raised a hand. His fingers were too long. They ended in sharp points, more like claws than nails. He rested his palm against the glass, and the surface began to melt. The safe room gasped, remembering the armored warehouse in the back, grabbed Sarah, and we ran. Tripped over shelves, knocked over bags of chips and bottles behind us. The glass shattered. We heard them enter. We arrived at the safe room just in time. I pushed Sarah inside, followed her, and closed the heavy metal door. Silence except for a soft, chilling sound. Scratches were scratching the door. What do they want? I whispered. Sarah hugged her knees. We want us. The scratch turned to banging. The metal shook. I don't know how long we were there listening to those horrors, trying to get in, hours, maybe days, and then the banging stopped. But then a voice slipped under the door, scratchy, inhuman. We can wait. We have all the time in the world. No, I know how long we've been here. My phone died. Hours ago, Sarah is asleep or unconscious. I don't want to check. I'm writing this on the back of old bills. If anyone finds this, if you ever come to investigate why Pits, Gas and Go was abandoned, don't open this door. And if you ever see anything moving in the dark, if you notice tall thin figures with smooth faces, run as fast as you can, because they're patient, they're always watching. The shadows were dancing on the walls, twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics. I blinked hard. I'm sure I was imagining things, but when I opened my eyes they were still there, moving with a life of their own. It was the third night of the blackout, and I was beginning to think I was losing my mind. The storm had hit us hard, leaving the whole neighborhood without electricity. At first it had been almost fun, a respite from the daily monotony, an excuse to light candles and pretend we lived in simpler times. But as the days passed and there was no sign of the electricity returning, the novelty began to wear off. I was sitting in my living room with a single candle flickering on the coffee table, trying to distract myself with a book, but the words blur on the page and my eyes were drawn to the shadows on the wall. They seemed to throb with the candlelight, lengthening and contracting in impossible ways. I watched in hypnotization as one particular shadow began to take shape. It almost looked human. I shook my head, trying to clear my head. The lack of sleep and the excess canned food were clearly affecting me. I was about to blow out the candle and try to sleep when a lightning bolt illuminated the in that brief electric instant I saw it clearly. The shadow on the wall was not only human in shape, it was looking at me. I jumped back, knocking over the candle. In my hurry the room was plunged into darkness, broken only by the intermittent flashes of lightning from outside. With my heart beating in my throat, I fumbled for my phone, cursing when I remembered that the battery had run out hours before. I needed light. I stumbled into the kitchen, banging my shin against the coffee table. My hands trembled as I rummaged through the drawers for matches or a flashlight, anything that could push the darkness back. Finally my fingers found a little box of matches. I lit one, the small flame casting a faint glow around me, and there, reflected in the window, I saw shadows. Dozens of them were not mere patches of darkness scattered at random, but different shapes. Human forms were moving through the with non-existent. Eyes fixed on me, I dropped the match, plunging the kitchen into darkness again. This couldn't be real. I was dreaming, hallucinating, anything but seeing these impossibilities. Another lightning lit up the room, and I saw them closer again. This time they were no longer confined to the walls or the windows, were moving through the air, coming towards me with a terrible purpose. I ran, left the kitchen, crossed the living room, went upstairs, slammed the door of my room, leaning against it as if my weight could keep the shadows away for a long moment. Only my gasping breath and the storm roaring outside could be heard then, at first soft but growing in intensity. I heard it, a scraping sound like nails scratching the wood, coming from on the other side of the door. This isn't real, I whispered to myself. It can't be real. But the scraping continued to get more and more insistent, and underneath it I began to hear something more. Whispers, countless voices, speaking in languages I didn't understand, but which filled my chest with a primitive dread. Pressing my hands against my ears, I tried to block out the sound. But the voices seemed to be inside my head, now louder and louder. A particularly loud thunder shook the house, and with it came a reaper flash of lightning. In that moment of illumination I saw them seeping under the door, living shadows sliding across the floor like spilled ink. I climbed into my bed, watching in horror as the shadows began to take shape. They rose from the ground, transforming into vaguely human silhouettes, but there was nothing human about the way they were made. They moved, sliding around the room with a fluidity that turned my stomach. One of them extended an arm, reaching out in an impossible way, reaching towards me. I could feel the cold emanating from her, a deep chill that seemed to reach my very soul. "What do you want?" I managed to murmur, my voice just a whisper. The shadow stopped, tilting its head without features to the side. When she spoke her voice sounded like dry leaves whispering in the wind. "To live," he said. "They were complete again." "I don't understand," I said, hitting myself against the headboard, trying to put as much distance as possible between them and me. "We are the forgotten ones," Shadow spoke, his voice like stones. "Grind, yes, the lost, the abandoned, and you can bring us back." I shook my head, unable to understand what I was hearing. "How can I not?" "It's simple," said the first shadow, moving forward. "We need a container, a shape. Your body terror will work perfectly." It hit me, taking me out of my paralysis of fear. I threw myself towards the window, my only way of escape, but when my hand touched the latch I felt something icy tangle in my ankle. I looked down and saw a tentacle of shadow wrapping around my leg. It pulled me and I fell, hitting the ground hard. The shadows pounced on me. Their cold forms came out. No sound came out. The shadows were inside me, now filling my lungs, invading my skin. I could feel them inside. A deep cold that quickly numbed my body and mind. My vision began to fade in one last flash of lightning. I understood. These weren't just shadows. They were something older. Something that had existed in the dark corners of the world long before humans walked the earth, and now they were claiming what they believed to be theirs. The last one I heard before losing consciousness was a chorus of whispers, 1,000 voices speaking in unison, "Thank you for letting us in." When I woke up, the electricity had returned. The sunlight was coming through my window. The storm had passed for a moment. I thought it had all been a horrible nightmare, but when I woke up I saw my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were different, darker, and when I smiled, it wasn't my smile. They were right. It was simple. They just needed a way in. And in my fear and confusion I had given it to them. Now as I write this, I can feel them inside me, waiting, watching. They are patient. They have waited thousands of years for this opportunity. They can wait a little longer to take full control. The silhouette of the girl was barely visible through the curtain of rain. A small and lonely figure at the side of the deserted road flickered, convinced that my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the girl was still there. A chilling contrast against the storm-battered landscape. I had been driving for hours, through the relentless downpour on my way home from a tiring business trip. The monotony of the windshield wipers and the clinging of the tires on the wet asphalt had plunged me in a state of trance. But the sight of that girl suddenly brought me back to reality. My foot slipped off the accelerator as I approached. What was a girl doing out there in the middle of nowhere, in this weather? As I approached, I could make out more details. She was small, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with long dark hair stuck to her face from the rain. She was wearing a raincoat yellow too thin for the cold. I turned on my flashers and pulled over to the side of the road. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a bad idea. I was alone on a lonely road, being stopped by a stranger, but it was a girl. I couldn't just walk along. I rolled down the window, shuddering. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the light grayish, and her eyes, there was something strange in her eyes, something I couldn't pinpoint. I'm lost. Her voice whispered, barely audible, about the rain. "You can help me." I doubted. Every instinct inside me told me to step on the gas and walk away. But I couldn't leave a girl alone under the storm. I took a deep breath and made a decision that will haunt me for the rest of my life. "Of course," I said, forcing a smile. "Get in and we'll find out where you need to go." I leaned over to open the passenger door and the girl slowly got in. The car filled with the smell of wet clothes and something else, something earthy, old-fashioned and nasty. I turned on the heating to warm it up. "What's your name?" I asked as I put the car back in gear. Emily replied in a soft, flat voice. "Nice to meet you." "Emily, I'm Jack." I made one pause. "You know where you live or your parents' number?" Emily didn't answer. She just looked straight ahead, the water dripping from her hair on the seat. Emily turned her head towards me slowly, and I almost lost control of her eyes. They were completely black. No iris, no pupils, just dark and empty wells. I blinked, and when I looked at her again, her eyes were normal, a deep brown, but completely normal. A shiver. He ran down my back. "I need to go home," he said suddenly with urgency in his voice. "They're waiting for me." I tried to keep my voice calm. "Who's waiting?" "Emily," my family answered. "They're always waiting for something." In the way he said it, he made my hands clench on the steering wheel. I kept driving, focused on the dark and slippery road. The minutes passed in an awkward silence, broken only by the drumming of the rain. "Emily, I said. "I finally know where your house is," I said. "You can finally give." Emily raised a hand and pointed to the front. "Keep going." I kept driving. The rain was falling harder, making the road even more treacherous. The signs of civilization disappeared. The open fields gave way to dense forests. "You are sure this is the right way?" I asked after 20 minutes of moving forward without seeing a single house. Emily nodded. "We are almost there. Turn to on the right at the next entrance." I obeyed, turning the steering wheel and pulling into a narrow, unpaved dirt road, the trees closing in around us, forming a dark, impenetrable tunnel. My headlights were the only source of light, every fiber of my being screaming at me to turn around. "Emily, I don't think this is right. If it is," her voice expressionless, We're there. The forest opened up to a small clearing. In the center there was a house, or rather what was left of one, was a rotten wooden structure and broken windows. Doors hung on their hinges. There were no lights. There were no signs of life. I gritted my teeth. "Emily, you're sure this is where you live?" "Yes," she replied, smiling for the first time. "My family is waiting." My skin stood on end. "Emily, I think we'd better find help. It doesn't seem like a safe place." There was no answer. I turned to look at her, and the passenger seat was empty. There were no doors open. There was no sound of footsteps. Just empty. My heart hammer in my chest. I felt short of breath. I looked down at the house, and there was Emily standing in the doorway. But she wasn't alone. Shadows moved behind her, tall, thin, inhuman. Her form slipped through the rubble. Her face is hidden in the darkness. Emily raised her hand and waved at me, but it wasn't the greeting of an innocent girl. It was something else, something evil. I stepped on the gas. The tires skidded in the mud. Before I found traction, I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what came out of that house. I drove non-stop until I reached a village. I stopped at the first gas station I saw. With my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I tried to explain to the police what had happened. They found nothing. Not a house, not a dirt road, not a little girl named Emily. Just an empty road in the middle of nowhere. They say it was the tiredness, the stress, the storm clouding my judgment. But I know the truth. I know what I saw, and I'll never forget the icy feeling in my chest when I saw those shadows surrounding Emily. I'll never forget her smile like this, that if you're ever driving alone on a dark, rainy road and you see a child standing on the side of the road, think twice before you stop, because you don't know who or what to be waiting in the dark. The foggy bathroom mirror reflected a shadowy figure that wasn't mine. For an instant, as I ran my hand over the glass to wipe away the condensation, I saw her, tall, unnatural thin, with eyes that shone in the gloom, blinked and disappeared, leaving only my own face, startled and pale, looking at me from the other side of the mirror. I have always been skeptical of the supernatural, ghost stories, urban legends, things that move in the night. I always want them as the product of hyperactive minds or too much television at the last hours. But what happened that rainy night in my bathroom shook my disbelief to its foundations. The rain, it hadn't ceased in days, the kind of never-ending storm that makes you wonder if it will ever stop. I had been locked in my apartment, working from home, with the incessant patter of the water on the window as my only company. For the 5th day, I felt like I was going crazy. I decided to take a hot shower, hoping to clear my mind. As the hot water fell on me, I could hear the wind hooting around the bathroom. It was full of steam, the mirror completely covered in condensation. It was when I got out of the shower, reaching for the towel, that I felt a sudden shiver, as if a current of icy air had crossed the room. I shivered, wrapping the towel around me quickly. Then I noticed it. The mirror, the steam had cleared in a single point, and a mark, Clara, a handprint much larger than mine. I stared at her, a feeling of unease growing in my stomach. I hadn't touched the mirror. It couldn't have been me trying to calm down. I ran my hand across the glass to wipe off the rest of the steam, and there it was. For an instant the figure in the mirror only lasted a second, but the image was etched into my mind, tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long for her body, and those eyes shone with an unnatural light fixed directly on me. I recoiled suddenly, almost slipping on the wet floor. When I looked at the mirror again, I only saw my own reflection with my eyes bulging with terror. "Control yourself," I murmur, trying to calm my agitated breathing. "It's just your imagination playing tricks." But when I turned to leave the bathroom, I saw a message written on the shower door. "Between the condensation, I see you." I went out, running out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. My mind trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe someone had written that before, and the humidity revealed it. Maybe my distorted reflex made me see things. I tried to distract myself with the TV, with books, with anything that would make me forget what I had seen. But my gaze kept wandering to the closed bathroom door, waiting for something to come out of there. When it fell, the night, the storm intensified. Lightning illuminated my apartment with brief and violent flashes of light, and in Those moments of glow, I thought I saw something moving in the shadows, a tall and thin silhouette that appeared every time I tried to focus on it. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. Every creak of the building, every blow of the wind, every flicker of light made me jump. I knew I was not alone. Shortly after midnight, the electricity went out. 1 second I was watching TV, the next I was plunged into absolute darkness. The sudden silence was deafening. I could only hear the storm outside, and my own breathing quickened. I pulled out my phone and activated the flashlight, but its light seemed weak and useless against the dense darkness. As I moved the light across the room, my heart stopped in the corner. He was the same figure I had seen in the mirror, tall, skeletal, with bright eyes fixed on me. It wasn't moving, it wasn't breathing, it was just looking at me. My mind panicked. I jumped off the couch and backed up to the wall. The thing was still motionless. My throat was dry, but I managed to whisper, "What are you?" Silence. Then very slowly the figure raised an arm as long and thin as a stick, and pointed directly at me. "You—" His voice was a dry whisper, a sound that I didn't know. It was coming from his mouth, but from everywhere. "We want you." Before I could react, the thing moved. One moment he was across the room, the next he was right in front of me. I could feel his cold breath. It smelled of damp earth, of a freshly opened grave. I screamed and rushed for the door, but something grabbed me. I looked down. Tentacled shadows made of darkness wrapping around my legs. I tried to break free, but the pressure was unbearable. "No, Jade," pulling with all my might. "Please, no." The figure tilted his head, his mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth like needles. "We have waited so long." The shadows squeezed the more they dragged me towards him. I felt the cold entering my skin, on my bones. In my mind, I closed my eyes, sure I was going to die, and then suddenly the light came back to the apartment. It was filled with the glow of the lamps and the television suddenly turning on. The being shrieked, a horrible, unnatural sound. The shadows dissipated. When I opened my eyes, I had disappeared. I staggered to the door and ran out of the apartment without looking back. I didn't stop until I reached a cafe open all night, where I sat in a corner shaking. Weeks passed before I could return to my apartment. I sent a friend. I went to pick up my things, but I couldn't go in there again. Even today, when I look in the mirror, sometimes I think I see something behind me. Just a flash, a shadow, a pair of bright eyes watching me. And on rainy nights, when the steam covers the bathroom mirror, I swear I see a message slowly fading away. We keep waiting, so if you ever find yourself alone in a storm and you see something stranger in the mirror, don't look too much, don't wipe off the steam, because sometimes the things we think we see are more real than we imagine, and once you let them in, they never go away completely. The moment I set foot in the Thompsons' mansion, heard that something was wrong. It wasn't the grandeur of the place, nor the eerie silence that permeated the air. Number was the way Mrs. Thompson's eyes moved nervously as she led me into the security room. "It's just a precaution," her voice said, barely a whisper. "She checks the cameras every hour, or something like that." "Probably not. Be it nothing." But he left the sentence unfinished, hanging in the air like a guillotine. I nodded, trying to hide my discomfort. It was just another babysitting job, right? Easy money for a college student like me. But when the Thompsons left for their charity gala, the weight of the empty house settled on my shoulders. Little Oliver was already asleep upstairs, his soft snores echoing through the monitor to babies. I settled on the luxurious sofa in the living room, the security tablet resting on the coffee table like a time bomb. The first hour passed without incident. I changed the channel without much interest in a reality show. When the clock struck 9, I took the tablet with reluctance. The security system was state-of-the-art, with cameras covering every corner of the property. I slipped my finger through the images: the perfectly manicured front lawn, the Olympic-sized swimming pool in the backyard, the long driveway flanked by towering oaks. Everything seemed normal until it wasn't. It was just a flash, a shadow crossing the camera that looked out onto the backyard, blinking, rubbing. When I looked again, everything was calm. It must have been a trick of the light, I told myself, putting the tablet on the table. But the seed of doubt already I was planted. The next hour passed slowly. I found myself staring at the tablet more often, with a growing sense of unease twisting inside me. When I went back to check the cameras, my heart almost stopped there. In the image of the side camera of the house, there was a figure. It was hard to make it out in grainy night vision, but its shape was unmistakably human, and it was standing perfectly motionless, looking out over the house to me. I jumped to my feet with my heart beating wildly. It had to be a mistake, right? Maybe a glitch in the system. I switched to other cameras, but they all showed empty scenes. When I returned to the side camera, the figure was gone. My palms were sweaty. While I held the tablet tightly, I zoomed in on the spot where I had seen the figure, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing, just the gentle swaying from the branches in the night breeze. I tried to calm down. It was probably just my imagination running wild, too many late-night horror movies, that was all. But when I settled back into the couch, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The house creaked and moaned around me. Sounds that would normally have gone unnoticed, now amplified by my nerves on edge. Every shadow seemed to move, every reflection in the windows a potential threat. When the clock struck 11, I almost didn't want to look at the cameras. But I forced myself to take the tablet, my fingers shaking over the screen before sliding to the first image. Front lawn clear, backyard empty, side of the house, nothing. I let out a trembling sigh. You see, nothing to worry about. I was about to put the tablet down when something caught my eye. The camera in the hallway from upstairs, the one just outside Oliver's room. There was someone standing there. The figure was tall, shrouded in shadows. It stood motionless at the end of the hall, his face hidden in the darkness. I felt blood leave my face as I stared at the screen, begging it to be another trick of light, a camera glitch, anything but real. But it didn't go away, it didn't move. It was just there, a silent sentinel in the darkness. My mind was racing at full speed. Oliver was in that room. I had to do something. But what to call the police, and if it was nothing, and if I was just seeing things? I switched to the camera inside Oliver's room. The boy was still fast asleep, his chest going up and down calmly. There was no sign of any intruder. When I returned to the hallway camera, the figure was already. I wasn't there. My hands were shaking so much that I almost dropped the tablet. I stood up with weak legs under my weight. I had to check Oliver. I had to make sure I was safe. The steps creaked under my feet as I climbed them, each step feeling like an eternity. The hallway stretched out in front of me, dark and imposing. I turned on the light switch, expecting to meet the shadowy figure. But the hallway was empty. I approached Oliver's room with my heart pounding in my ears. The door was ajar just as I had left it before. I pushed it carefully, holding my breath when I heard the squeak of the hinges. Oliver was still asleep, hugging his stuffed giraffe to his chest. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling how part of the tension left my body. Everything was in my head. Everything was okay. I was about to leave when I noticed something. The window was open. I was sure I had closed it before putting Oliver to bed. A shiver ran down my spine as the cold night air approached me, caressing my skin. I peeked out, scanning the garden below. The moonlight cast long shadows on the lawn, transforming familiar shapes into menacing silhouettes. When I was about to move away, a movement caught my attention. There, by the old oak tree, was the figure, perfectly still, his face raised to me. I held my breath, taking a step back in my hurry. I tripped over a lamp that fell to the ground with a deafening roar. Oliver stirred in his sleep but didn't wake up. I ran to the door with my heart in my throat. I had to get him out of there. We weren't sure. When I approached Oliver, the baby monitor creaked with interference before emitting a low and harsh voice. "I see you." I froze, the ice running through my veins. The voice was not coming from Oliver's room. It was coming from below, the living room where I had been sitting. With trembling hands, I picked up Oliver in his arms. He muttered something in his sleep, but he did not wake up. I held him tightly to my chest and walked stealthily towards the door. The hallway was still empty, but every shadow seemed to lurk. I walked downstairs with light steps, each creak of the wood echoing like a gunshot in the darkness. Then I heard footsteps coming from the kitchen, slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. I pressed Oliver against me, my eyes desperately scanning the house for a way out. The front door was only a few steps away. If I could get there. The footsteps grew louder now, accompanied by heavy breathing. Rough, my legs felt like lead, but I forced myself forward one step, two. The doorknob was within my reach, but before I could turn it, a hand closed on my shoulder. I let out a gasp and turned suddenly. But there was no one. The hallway was empty. I didn't think twice. I turned the knob with all my might, opening the door wide open, running into the night. The cold air hit me in the face, clearing my mind. I ran barefoot down the driveway, my feet hitting the pavement with every stride. I didn't stop until I reached the community guardhouse. The guard looked at me in surprise as he burst into my arms. Still asleep, I called the police. "Jade, there's someone in the house." The next few hours passed in a whirlwind. Patrol cars, flashing lights, curious neighbors. The Thompsons arrived shortly after, in a state of panic. Mrs. Thompson snatched Oliver from my arms, frantically examined the house, searched the house from top to bottom. found no signs of intrusion, no forced door, no open window, no figure in the security recordings. She's sure what she saw? The detective asked for the umpteenth time. I wanted to scream. Of course she was sure. She knew what she'd seen, what I had heard. But with every skeptical look I began to doubt. It had been real when the adrenaline wore off, the tiredness hit me hard, the Thompsons were kind, offering to take me home. But I couldn't stay a minute longer in that house. I ordered a cab. While I waited on the porch steps, Mrs. Thompson came up to me. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "We should have warned you." I looked at her, the fear and confusion burning on my chest. Warning me of what? She took a nervous look around before leaning towards me. "The house plays tricks. Sometimes shows us things that aren't there." We expected her to have stopped before I could answer. My taxi arrived. She handed me some extra money, muttering something about therapy and trauma. But as soon as I heard her, my mind kept repeating her words while the taxi, if it was moving away. I looked out of the window. In one of the rooms upstairs I saw a figure watching me, tall, shrouded in shadows beside him, a smaller figure, a child, blinking, and they were gone. But the image was etched in my memory. I never looked after the Thompsons again, but some nights when the wind snuffs out of my window, I catch myself looking for a tablet, even though I know there are no cameras, and in those moments I wonder what else I could be lurking in the dark waiting to be seen. I've always believed that a single act of kindness can change someone's life. I never imagined it could cost me mine. The night was black as coal. The rain hit my windshield with such force that my windshield wipers could barely keep up. I went home after a long shift in the hospital. My eyes were heavy with exhaustion. The roads were empty, spreading out before me like an endless river of wet asphalt. It was then that I saw a lone figure on the side of the road, thumbs spread out, soaking wet to the bone. In any other circumstance I would have walked along. My mother's voice echoed in my head, seeing me about the danger of picking up strangers, but something in the desperation of her posture, in the way she shrank against the relentless rain, made me hesitate. I slowed down. My tires whistled over the wet road. When I stopped in the light of the headlights, I could see her face. She looked young, perhaps in my 20s, a sloppy beard, eyes that reflected relief. I rolled down the window now, just a little bit. "Where are you going?" I asked, raising my voice above the downpour. "I just try to get to the next town," he replied. His voice was barely audible about the storm. "My car broke down a few miles ago. I've been walking for hours." I hesitated for a second more. Every instinct told me to get away, but the doctor in me couldn't stop someone stranded in this storm. I sighed up. I unlocked the door. He slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him the smell of rain and something else that I couldn't identify. When we rejoined the road, I watched him out of the corner of my eye closely. He looked even younger, almost childlike, despite the beard. His clothes were soaked, stuck to his thin body. "I'm Sarah," I said, trying to break her uncomfortable tension. Jake responded with a little smile. "Thank you for stopping. Not many would have done it." I shrugged my shoulders, keeping my eyes on the road. "I couldn't leave you out there in this weather. It's not safe." We drove in silence for a while. The only sound was the rhythm of the windshield wipers and the rain hitting the roof of the car. Still I felt aware of his presence, of how he moved in his seat, of how his eyes, they moved around, studying every detail of the car. "What do you do for a living?" Sarah asked suddenly. Her voice startled me. "I'm a doctor," I replied. "I just finished a shift at the hospital." She nodded, apparently interested. "It must be hard work, especially with everything that's going on in the world." We talked about my work, the pandemic, the state of the world. Jake was articulate, well-informed. That calmed me. Maybe I had been too paranoid. We had been driving about 30 minutes when I noticed Jake had changed. He'd gotten quieter, more restless. His fingers drum an irregular rhythm on his knee. "All right?" I asked cautiously. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was a whisper. "We need to divert." My stomach sank. "What's away to the right?" He said, his firm tone. "I need you to turn there." The hair on the back of my neck bristled. "That's not the route to Millbrook." Jake moved, and suddenly there was a knife in his hand. The blade flashed in the dim light of the board. The air in my lungs disappeared. It turned. He ordered. My mind was going full speed on. He was no longer the polite and talkative young man. He was something colder, more dangerous. He didn't have many options. If I tried to fight, he could stab me. If I tried to crash, we could both die. My hands were shaking when I turned the steering wheel and took the detour. The road, it was dirt, just a path in the brush. The trees closed on both sides. Their branches hit the car like skeletal fingers. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Just drive," he replied. We went on like this for several minutes. The rain had subsided, but the night felt darker than ever. Finally Jake ordered, "Stop here, I braked dry." The headlights illuminated an old barn. The gray and rotten wood stood like an ominous in the gloom. Jake pointed the knife at the low door. I obeyed, my legs shaking. The ground was muddy, my shoes sank with every step. Jake stayed close, the knife pressing my back. When we got to the barn, he pushed the doors with a creak. A rotten smell hit my stomach. Jake turned on a fluorescent light, and then I saw them, cages, dozens of them inside, people, men, women, children, all huddled with eyes open in terror. My throat closed. "What is this?" I whispered. Jake smiled proudly. Business. Horror hit me like a wave of people trafficking. Jake leaned over me. "We have a buyer looking for someone with your skills." My vision was clouded by fear. "Please," I begged, "you don't have to do this." Jake clicked his tongue. "Sorry, doctor. I can't let you go." Dragged me into an empty cage. My survival instinct kicked in my body, suddenly faking surrender. Jake, surprised, relaxed. His grip for an instant was all he needed. I elbowed him in the stomach. He doubled over with a growl. I knelt in the face. The knife fell. I didn't wait. I ran. The men screamed behind me. I didn't look back. I walked out of the barn, and I threw myself into the storm. I ran until my lungs burned, until the rain and mud mowed me down, until I saw lights in the distance, a gas station. I stumbled inside. Panting, the clerk looked at me, horrified. "Please," I begged, "call the police." The officers arrived fast, but when they found the barn was empty. No cage, no trace of Jake, just the echo of a business that had disappeared, leaving no trace. Today, I work helping victims of human trafficking, but on rainy nights I still see Jake's face reflected in my window, and I wonder, really, I ran away or was just let go. The forest always felt like home until the day he betrayed me. I had been exploring these trails since I was a child, but today something was different. The air was charged with an invisible tension. The usual birdsong, it had been replaced by an eerie silence. I should have turned around at that point. I should have listened to that primal instinct that screamed at me to run. But curiosity has always been my undoing. It all started innocently. I was late to my weekend hike due to an unexpected work call. By the time I got to the trailhead, the sun was already setting, tinting the sky shades of orange and rose. I knew I wouldn't have time for my usual route, but I was determined to get some fresh air and exercise. It was then that I remembered the shortcut. It didn't appear on any official map. It was just a local secret shared with whispers and glances, accomplices. A narrow path that cut through the heart of the forest, shaving at least an hour off the normal route. I had always been curious about it, but I had never had the courage. A slight depression in the undergrowth was barely visible as I turned off the main trail. The forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew closer together. Their intertwined branches blocked what was left of light. I turned on my headlamp, the ace of light, cutting through the growing darkness like a blade. The silence was oppressive. There were no rustling leaves. There were no animals running around, not even the buzzing of the insects. Only the rustling of my boots on the damp earth and the sound of my own breathing becoming more and more erratic. I had been walking for about 20 minutes when I saw it. At first I thought it was just a rock with a strange shape or a fallen tree, but as I got closer the light of my flashlight revealed its true shape. It was a door, a heavy metal door embedded in the side of a small hill, almost completely hidden by moss and vines. My heart raced. What the hell was a door doing in the middle of nowhere? My mind conjured up images of secret government facilities, bunkers hidden from some forgotten war. I knew I had to keep walking, stick to the trail, and get back before it got completely dark, but curiosity won over again. I approached cautiously, waiting for alarms to sound or for armed guards to appear from the shadows. Nothing happened. The forest was still as silent as a tomb. I stretched out my trembling hand and brushed away some of the moss that covered the door. It had no visible handle or lock, only smooth and cold metal, pressed carefully without expecting any result. To my surprise, the door opened with a low, ominous creak that echoed in the stillness of the forest. A rancid and damp air emerged from within, bringing I get an indescribable smell, something unpleasant. I hesitated on the threshold, common sense fighting curiosity. In the end, curiosity won again. I took a step inside, my flashlight barely illuminating the deep darkness. The ace of light revealed a long concrete corridor. Blushing, the heavy air made it difficult to breathe. I slowly advanced, my steps echoing on the walls. The corridor seemed endless. I was about to turn around, convinced that I made a terrible mistake, when the hallway opened into a large room, and then I saw them. Boxes, dozens of them stacked to the ceiling, some cardboard, some metal, all by a thick layer of dust. My curiosity ignited again. I went to the nearest pile and ran my hand over a box, wiping away the dust. There were no labels, no marks. With shaky hands I lifted the lid, which I saw inside. My blood froze. Jewelry, watches, wallets, personal belongings that clearly didn't belong together. It wasn't a forgotten warehouse. It was a hiding place, a place where someone stored stolen goods. I backed away with a racing heart. I needed to get out of there, call the police, do something. But when I turned to leave, I heard them, voices first muffled, then clearer. They came from the hallway through which panic had entered. Panic invaded me. I desperately searched for a place to hide, but the room was open. Without shelter, the footsteps were coming closer now, accompanied by flashlight lights that flickered in the distance. I crouched from boxes, trying to make myself as small as possible. I turned off my flashlight, plunging into total darkness. My heart was beating so hard I was sure they could hear it. The voices came into the room. "I tell you something is not right," growled a voice. "You probably forgot to close the door tightly the last time," replied another. "Carefree, never forgetting those things," snapped the first irritated voice. Someone was here. I forced myself to hold my breath. "Check if something is missing," ordered a third, calmer voice. I heard the boxes rummaging, opening and closing lids. "Everything seems to be in place," murmured the third man. "Maybe it was an animal," the second one suggested. "An animal pushing a metal door," snorted the first. They continued arguing. I was still motionless, my burning with tension. Then the worst happened. Sneeze was slight, barely a sound, but in the silence of the room it was like an explosion. Everything was absolutely silent until someone screamed there behind those boxes. I didn't wait. I jumped out of hiding, knocking boxes in my path as I ran. The men screamed behind me. Their flashlights moved frantically. I ran down the hallway without looking back. The echo of their steps chasing me. My lungs burned. My legs cried out for rest. But I didn't stop. I went out into the night, the fresh air hitting me like a slap. I didn't know where I ran. I just ran. I heard their voices getting closer. They knew how to move in the woods better than I was. I just had my instinct. I don't know how long I ran, minutes, hours, it didn't matter. Eventually I found the main trail. I recognized it immediately, and with the last strength that I felt they were left. I kept running. I ran until I saw my car. I ran until I was inside, until the doors were closed, until I was on the road, getting away from that hell. That night I went to the police. I told them everything. They promised to investigate, but they never found anything. No door, no hiding place, nothing. Sometimes on nights when sleep evades me, I wonder if I really escaped or if they just let me go. Because there is something I know for sure: some secrets are best left buried, and some shortcuts lead to places you'll never be able to get out of. The forest had always been my escape, but on that fateful night it became my prison. I had been planning this solo camping trip for months. Work suffocated me. My relationship had just ended. I needed to clear my mind, just me, my tent, and the immensity of nature without sign, cell phone, no emails, no responsibilities. It was my chance to reconnect with myself. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I went into nature, away from the busy trails and designated camping areas. The solitude was intoxicating. During the day, I explored hidden waterfalls and climbed to the top of rocks for breathtaking views. At night I would sit by the campfire watching the stars twinkle in a sky free of light pollution. On the third day I found what I thought was the perfect place to set up my camp. A small clearing surrounded by towering pines with a murmuring stream a few meters away. I pitched my tent, grabbed firewood, and settled in for another quiet night. But I woke up in the middle of the night disoriented. Something was wrong. The forest that was always overflowing with night sounds was in absolute silence. I stayed motionless in my sleeping bag, pricking up my ears. Nothing. Not the rustle of the leaves, not the snap of little creatures moving through the undergrowth, just the racing beat of my own heart. Then I heard it crack right outside my tent. My stomach sank. Maybe it was just an animal, a deer, a raccoon looking for food. But I knew it wasn't that. The footsteps were too deliberate, too human. I held back the breathing. Footsteps circled my tent, slow, methodical. Once, twice, on the third lap, stopped right in front of the entrance. A cold sweat ran down my back. I couldn't move. My mind was running with terrifying possibilities. A bear, a psychopath, or worse. The silence dragged on until it became unbearable. Then, without warning, the footsteps drifted away, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Each shadow inside it seemed to move every breeze against the canvas. It felt like a hand brushing against me at dawn. I finally gathered the courage to get out. Everything seemed normal. The birds were singing. The stream flowed calmly. I convinced myself that it had been a nightmare from fatigue, until I saw the footprints surrounding my tent in circles. They were big, human, and fresh. Panic invaded me. I began to pack my things with my hands shaking. Every sound in the woods, I spun around hoping to see someone or something watching me. I put my backpack over my shoulder and hurried out, but soon I realized an even worse problem. I didn't know where to go in my fear. I had lost track of direction. Each tree looked identical. The forest that had once seemed cozy to me now felt like a maze with no way out. I walked for hours trusting in my instinct, but the sun was advancing in the sky, and I still couldn't find the main path. Fear began to take over me. What would happen if I was walking in circles? What would happen if I couldn't get out when the daylight began to fade? I knew I had to stop and set up a makeshift camp. I looked for a safe place. Then I noticed something that made me hold my breath. My backpack was scrambled. Things inside, they weren't in the same place where I had kept them. Someone had rummaged through my belongings while I slept. Not only had he followed me, he had been watching me. Any intention of setting up a camp disappeared. I had to keep moving. I ran until I found a tall and thick tree. I would and spend the night there. I tied myself with a rope to keep from falling while I slept. From my hiding place in the heights I waited for the night. The forest came alive with familiar sounds, but between them I heard something else. Footsteps beneath me. My breathing stopped. A voice came out of the darkness. "I know you're up there." Every muscle in my body tensed down. He said in a harsh voice, "We need to talk." I didn't answer. I didn't move. "It's okay." He continued with a calm tone. "I can wait. I'm very patient." The sound of his breathing floated in the night. Then he sat down. He arranged under my tree and began to whistle a cheerful and out-of-place melody. In the immense darkness time passed. I didn't dare to move. When the sky began to clear with the dawn, he got up. "Last chance," said, his voice loaded with low threat. "Now, or things will get difficult." I didn't answer. He sighed. Then I heard a sound that made my stomach turn. Axe against the wood was cutting down the tree. Each blow echoed in my bones. The trunk trembled with each impact. I had no choice. I had to flee. I took my canteen and threw it as far as I could into a clump of bushes. The impact made it sound like someone was running away. The blows of the axe stopped. "You try to run," chuckled. "Well, I liked the challenge." I heard how it moved away in the direction of the noise. It was my chance. I came down from the tree as fast as I could, my hands scratched by the bark. When my feet touched the ground, I ran faster than I had ever run. The forest was a maze of shadows and sharp branches. I could hear his voice behind me, calling me. He was getting closer. My only hope was to find the main trail. And then I saw him. A flash of asphalt, a road. I darted towards him. In the distance, a car was approaching. I stood in the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically. The car stopped in its tracks. The driver, a woman, rolled down the window with her face full of concern. "Please," I screamed. "Help me." She opened the door, jumped inside, and slammed shut. As we walked away into the distance, I could feel her gaze. The police never found it, but I know she's still there, waiting, keeping a patient watch, because the question that torments me, it's not what he wanted to do to me, but what if he thought I was saving him? There were no birds singing, not the distant murmur of traffic, just an eerie and oppressive silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. It was then that I realized that I was no longer in my tent. I had undertaken this solo camping trip to clear my mind, to escape the noise and chaos of my life. And the irony of my current situation was not lost on me. Be careful what you wish for, right? Let me back up a bit. My name is Alex, and until yesterday I was just another exhausted office worker looking for a bit of adventure. I had planned this trip for months, checking maps, testing equipment, and dreaming of the solitude I would find in nature. The first 2 days were everything I had hoped for. I walked deep in nature, far from the beaten track and crowded ones. The scenery was stunning, towering pines, crystal clear streams, and views that seemed to stretch forever. On the third day, I decided to explore a little off the main trail. I had heard rumors about a hidden waterfall, and the idea of discovering something few had seen was too tempting to resist in hindsight. Maybe I should have stuck to the map. As I made my way through the dense mza, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining over my head to block most of the sunlight. The air became thick and heavy, filled with an earthy aroma that was almost overwhelming. I should have turned around at that moment, but curiosity pushed me forward. It was then that I saw it, a clearing ahead, bathed in a strange greenish light. I walked into the open space. I felt a warm breeze and a surge of dizziness that enveloped me. The world seemed to tilt and turn and then swim. Which brings me back to where I woke up as my eyes got used to the dim light. I realized that I was in some kind of cave. The walls were smooth and slightly damp with strange shiny mushrooms that provided soft and shiny lighting. Of another world. I sat up feeling a stabbing pain in my muscles. How long I had been unconscious? Hours, days. My backpack had disappeared along with all my supplies. Panic began to take hold of me as the reality of my situation sank into my mind. It was then that I heard it, a soft shuffling sound coming from the bottom of the cave. I froze, barely daring. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing on the walls of the cave. "There's someone there." The shuffling sound stopped abruptly, set in an eerie silence, then slowly, deliberately, whatever it was, began to move towards me. When it emerged from the shadows I had to suppress a scream. It was humanoid in its form, but there ended any resemblance to a person. Its skin was pale and slightly translucent, with a network of veins visible just below the surface. Its eyes were large and completely black, reflecting the bioluminescent light of the cave like polished obsidian. I crawled backwards until my back hit the wall of the cave, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst in my chest. The creature stopped a few feet away, tilting its head as it studied me with those haunting eyes. Then, to my absolute surprise, it spoke. "You shouldn't be here." Its voice said a strange mixture of clicks and whispers that somehow formed words I could understand. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. My mind was in chaos, unable to process what I was seeing and hearing. The creature took a step closer and pressed me closer to the wall, wishing I could melt into the stone. "The barrier is weakening," I continue, seemingly oblivious or indifferent to my terror. "Your species must not crossing, is not safe." "I don't understand," I managed to stammer. Finally, "What are you? Where am I?" The creature made a sound that could have been a sigh. "We are the guardians. This place is the between worlds. It is not your world. It is not ours. It is a buffer, a barrier." He pointed around the cave with a long thin arm. "But the walls become fragile. Your people push too far. They fit too deep, and now some are slid through my mind." I was spinning, trying to comprehend what I was hearing. Another world. Guardians sounded like something out of a fantasy novel, not something I should be experiencing on what I thought was a simple hiking trip. "Like, how do I get back?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The creature's expression, if you could call it that, seemed to soften slightly. "Not it's simple. The way of return changes, but I'll help you find it. The next few hours, or maybe days, were a haze." The guardian guided me through a maze of tunnels and caverns. We passed chambers full of crystals that emitted ethereal tones when touched, over underground rivers that flowed upwards defying gravity, and through forests of stone trees with shiny metal leaves. All the time the guardian spoke, telling me about the world and the delicate balance they maintained with ours. "Were not gods," he explained, "but custodians of the barrier between realities. For eons had worked to keep the two worlds separate, allowing only a slight trickle of energy between them, the source of what humans called magic, miracles, or unexplained phenomena. But in recent years the barrier had begun to weaken. Climate change, deforestation, urban sprawl were all having unforeseen consequences in the same of reality. More and more humans were stumbling in places where they shouldn't be, and creatures on the other side were finding their way into our world. Finally we arrived at a cavern unlike any we had walked through. The walls seemed to glow and change like the surface of a soap bubble. In the center there was a circle of stones, each carved with symbols I couldn't comprehend. "This is the way back," said the guardian, his voice tinged with what I thought might be sadness. "Come into the circle and you'll be back to your world." I stopped before crossing. "I'll remember this?" I asked. The guardian was silent for a long moment. "That's up to you." I took a deep breath. "I couldn't forget. I didn't want to forget. I want to remember," I said firmly. The guardian felt. "Then enter the circle. Awake. Look for others like you. You're not alone." I stepped forward and the world vanished in a whirlwind of light and shadows. The click of my camera echoed in the abandoned factory like a shot in the darkness, and at that moment I knew I had made a terrible mistake. I've always been fascinated by the abandoned, the art of decay, the places forgotten by time, the history hidden in every crack, every collapsed wall. I'm an urban explorer. I go where no one else is documenting what civilization left behind, and this factory was my greatest find. It wasn't easy to get in. It was fenced off with no trespass warnings, but I found an access and went in for hours. Took photos, every rusty machine, every broken window, every graffiti left by other explorers. I got lost in my art until I noticed something. The sun was setting. I had spent too much time there. I decided to take some last photos, and I left. Then I heard them voices. It wasn't an echo, it wasn't the wind. Someone was there, and they weren't scouts like I crept up on them. I heard them speak broken words, low tones. The merchandise arrives tonight, we gotta move it fast. We can't risk another mistake. My stomach sank. This wasn't a bunch of bums, it wasn't an empty place. There was something else here, something dangerous. I backed away in silence. I wanted to get out before they saw me, but then my foot hit a metal drum. The noise echoed throughout the factory. The voices stopped. What was that? Hurried footsteps coming for me. I ran without thinking, not knowing where I was going, just with one certainty: if I was caught I wouldn't make it out alive. I ran aimlessly, my gasping breath echoing in the vast space of the factory. Behind me I heard the screams. Someone is here. The ones raced. My mind was working at full speed. I couldn't let them catch me. I turned down a dark hallway, my hands slipping on a dusty wall. I saw a metal ladder and climbed it 2 by 2, the metal creaking under my weight. Up a maze of rusty walkways, I crossed the factory. If I managed to cross and find a way out at the other end, maybe I had a chance. A shot, it resounded in the darkness. The bullet hit the railing of the walkway. They were taking this seriously. My foot slipped from the fright, and I almost fell into the void below. The men were scattering between the machines looking for me. One of them saw me. There it is on the walkway. I couldn't go on like this. I didn't have a plan, I just had instinct, and my instinct told me to jump. I saw a lot of tarps and sacks, old people piled up a few meters below me. I didn't know whether to cushion the fall, but it was that or die. I pushed myself to the edge of the walkway and jumped. The impact was brutal. The air escaped from my lungs, but I was alive. I got up as best I could and kept running. I saw a door at the back, the same one I had entered hours before. I could escape, but behind me they were approaching. I heard another explosion. Another bullet ricocheted off the metal. I didn't stop. I ran with all my might. I hit the door and went out into the cold night air. But I wasn't safe. The ground was open. I had to get to the fence. I felt a hand brushing my jacket. I had been hit. I threw myself forward, holding on to the metal mesh. I started to climb at full speed. A hard pull stopped my ascent. I looked down on one of the men. I was holding on to the ankle. My fingers clung to the fence in desperation. Then I pulled with all my might. The fabric of my jacket tore, and with one last push I threw myself to the other side, fell backwards on the ground. My lungs were burning, but I was on the other side. I got up and ran without looking back. I ran until I found a road, until the city lights were on the site. I never went to the police. I couldn't explain why I was there without incriminating myself, but I knew what I had seen. That factory wasn't abandoned. It was a center of operations, and I had seen too much since. Then I left urban exploration. I don't see beauty in the abandoned anymore, because now I know that not everything empty is really empty. Sometimes shadows keep secrets, and sometimes those secrets, they marry you. The first shot broke the calm air of the forest like thunder, sending birds in disarray from the treetops. In a frenzy of panic, my best friend Mike and I froze halfway through our carefree dying. Instantly on our lips we looked into each other's eyes, sharing a single terrifying thought. Those weren't hunters. Let me back up a little. I'm Chris, a 29-year-old accountant from Boston. Mike and I had been planning this hiking trip for months, eager to escape the sweltering concrete jungle of the city and bolts on the green arm of Appalachian nature. We chose a little-known trail, one that promised solitude and undisturbed natural beauty. The morning started perfectly. The air was fresh and clean, impregnated with the earthy scent of pine trees and wildflowers. We set off at dawn hour, backpacks loaded with supplies for our 2-day hike. As we hiked, reminiscing about our college days, laughing at inside jokes, and marveling at the breathtaking views that seemed to unfold behind each bend in the trail. It wasn't until early afternoon that we found the first sign that something was wrong. The trail suddenly opened up to a small clearing, and there, in contrast to the natural beauty, were 3 men. They were tough-looking guys dressed in Orient clothes that I suggested days spent in the wild, but it wasn't their appearance. What set off the alarms in my head was the way they looked at us with hard and calculating eyes. "Wow," the tallest one said, his mouth curving it. He stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Hello, we're just passing through. Beautiful day for a walk, right?" The men exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The one who had spoken clearly, the leader, looked at us again with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This is private property," he said in a deceptively light tone. "They're invading." I frowned, the confusion momentarily nullifying my growing uneasiness. "That can't be true. This trail has been here for years. It's public land." The moment the words left my mouth I knew I'd made a mistake. The man's face darkened, his facade of kindness evaporating. "You're calling me a liar, boy," he growled, giving one step towards us. Mike intervened quickly. "No, no, of course not. Look, this is clearly a misunderstanding. We'll just go back the way we came. There's no harm done." For a moment I thought it might work. The men seemed to consider Mike's words, and I allowed myself hope that we could come out of this unscathed. But then the leader's eyes fell on our backpacks, and something in his gaze made my blood say, "Ilara, I don't believe it," he said slowly. "They've seen too much. We can't let them come back to the village telling stories." It was then that I noticed the fourth man quietly emerging from the trees behind us, blocking our escape route. We were surrounded. What happened next is a blur in my memory. I remember the growing sense of panic as the men approached. I remember Mike's gasp when one of them grabbed his arm, and I remember sickly gone from the flesh hitting the flesh when I tried to intervene, and I was hit with the butt of a rifle that I hadn't even noticed that they were carrying. The shot that left us paralyzed arrived moments later, shot into the air as a warning move, ordered the leader, pointing with his rifle to a barely visible path that went deeper into the forest with no other option. Obeying the arm that had been grabbed, he felt the blood dripping down my face where the rifle had hit me, but the fear pumping through my veins dulled the pain. Replacing it with a hyper-awareness of our surroundings, sent us marching for what seemed like hours, deeper and deeper into the woods. The terrain became more rugged, the trees closing in on us. Finally Emmeram in a small clearing. What I saw there made my heart sink. A ramshackle cabin stood in the center, surrounded by rusty vehicles and piles of rubble. This was not a chance encounter. These men lived here, hidden from the world. Inside the cabin they tied us to chairs with practical and efficient movements. The interior was a mess of mismatched furniture and mysterious equipment that I preferred not to examine too closely. "What do they want from us?" Mike asked, his voice surprisingly firm despite the fear that I saw in his eyes. The leader let out a dry, humorless laugh. "I don't want anything from you city guys. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time." As the day progressed, the reality of our situation began to sink. These men weren't simple hermits or survival, realistic off the grid. The snippets of conversation we heard, the suspicious team in the cabin, everything pointed to something much more sinister. We had stumbled upon the center of some illegal operation, possibly drug manufacturing. Night fell, bringing with it a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The men had been drinking intensely their own nights. Hidden under some papers on a nearby table, it must have been overlooked when we were tied up. If I could reach it, I began to work on my ties, ignoring the pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists. Hours passed by, the drunken laughter of the men providing the perfect cover for the small sounds of my struggle. Finally I felt the ropes give way. My heart hammered. I waited for my moment. When the cabin fell silent and the men fell asleep from the alcohol, I moved and took the knife and quickly freed Mike from the cabin, every floorboard creaking like a shot in the silent night. And then we ran. We ran like never before, making our way through the undergrowth, the branches whipping our faces. I had no idea how long we ran or in what direction. All I knew was that we should put as much distance as possible between the forest that just a day before had seemed beautiful to us now felt oppressive, full of hidden dangers. With every shadow that moved between the trees, with every rustle of a branch, we feared that they were following us, but we could not stop, not until we were sure. As the night gave way to the first light of dawn, finally, we allowed ourselves to rest. We collapsed by a small stream, panting, exhausted, wounded, but alive. We were still lost, but the sense of freedom was enough to give us strength. We had to keep going. It took us another full day of wandering before finally finding our way back to civilization. When we emerged from the forest and arrived at the first paved road, it was as if we had returned from a nightmare. With what little strength we had left, we walked to a gas station and called the police. At first the office of the was skeptical of our story. 2 hikers kidnapped in the woods and escaping from a group of armed strangers sounded too far-fetched, but the state in which they found us, wounded, terrified, and with our clothes torn, was proof enough that something horrible had happened to us. The investigation led to a raid on the cabin, where the police discovered a large-scale drug lab. For men they were arrested, and a background check turned out that they were involved in various crimes in the area, including suspicious disappearances. If we had not escaped, we could have been the following on that list. The following weeks were a whirlwind of statements, hearings, and testimonies. Each time we recounted our story, I relived the nightmare. However, the worst came later. The aftermath of the trauma was inevitable. The nights were filled with nightmares. Every sound unexpected made me jump. Every shadow seemed like a threat to me. Fear didn't disappear with the light of day, but along with that fear I also discovered something else, a new appreciation for life, for freedom, for the simple pleasure of sleeping in my own bed without the feeling that someone could break in at any moment. Mike and I, and close friends, now shared a bond that went beyond words. We had faced death together and survived. I still hike sometimes, but never on that trail. And now every time I enter a forest I carry with me the certainty that danger can lurk even in the most beautiful places, but I also carry something else. The certainty that even in our darkest moments, the will to survive and hope can carry us through our 2-day journey through the jungle. Mountain became an unimaginable nightmare, but we survived and in the process discovered a strength in ourselves that we had never known, is a strength that we carry with us every day, a reminder that no matter how difficult the road may seem, there is always hope. You just have to keep moving forward. The moment I set foot in the lake house I knew I had made a terrible mistake, but it was too much late. I'd been dreaming about this getaway for months. The stress of work was consuming me. I felt like a ghost in my own life. When I found the ad for a cabin for rent by the lake, it seemed like the perfect solution. The photos showed a cozy wooden house surrounded by tall pines and with a private dock that overlooked a serene lake. It promised peace, solitude, a break from the chaos of the city. I booked immediately. The road meandered through the woods as I made my way to the lake. The afternoon sun filtered its golden light through the trees. It was the perfect getaway. When I arrived at the property, the cabin was exactly as in the photos, perhaps a little more weathered by time, but still lovely. I parked the car and took a deep breath. The fresh mountain air. The only sound was the gentle patter of the water against on the pier. I climbed the creaky steps of the porch, feeling a strange excitement bubbling inside me. I took the key out of my pocket and opened the door. It was then that I saw him. A man was sitting in an armchair by the fireplace, a glass of whiskey in his hand. He looked up when he saw me enter. His expression was a mixture of surprise and irritation. "Who the hell are you?" I froze in the doorway. My mind was going at full speed. "I rent this cabin for the week," I managed to say. His eyes were between closed. "You rented," he repeated slowly. "This is my house." The air became dense. My skin stood on end. I took out my phone and looked for the confirmation email. "Look here is the reservation," I said, holding the screen to him. He didn't even look at it. "I don't care what he says there," he replied. "You are invading." A shiver ran down my spine. "A mistake. I had that being a mistake. I'm sorry. Maybe there was a confusion. I'll leave and contact the owner." I turned to leave. His voice stopped me in dry, "You're not going anywhere." My breath rages from whiskey. I was on the table in his place, held a knife. The edge shone in the dim light of the evening. "Sit down," he ordered, pointing to the sofa with the blade. My body moved before I could think. The jelly legs took me to the sofa. Every part of my being screamed to run, but I knew I didn't have a chance. The man was watching me, dark eyes empty. It wasn't a mistake. It was a trap, and I had fallen straight into it. "What does he want?" I whispered. "About me." He smiled, a gesture that made my blood run cold. "Company." His voice was almost melancholy. "You know how hard it is to be alone here." The thought terrified me more than the knife. He didn't want to kill me. He didn't want anything worse. He wanted to stay there. The hours dragged on in a surreal nightmare. He made me prepare dinner. He forced me to sit with him at the table. He talked as if we were old friends. The blade of the knife was never far away. When night fell, took me to a small room. "You'll sleep here," said he. Stayed at the door. "Don't try to escape. I'll wake up if you move." Locked the door. My heart hammers in my chest. I tried the window, sealed with rusty nails. I desperately searched for something I could use as a weapon. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I just heard waiting dawn. The sound of the lock spinning shook me from my lethargy. The door opened. He was smiling. "You slept well." I nodded my head. I wasn't going to provoke him. The day passed in a dreadful simulacrum of normality. He told me about his life, about how he had had a family, a job in the city, until everything fell apart. The cabin was his refuge, but the loneliness hurt. Every word was a warning. He wasn't the first person he kept here, and if not, I escaped soon. It wouldn't be the last either. I waited. My chance came on the third day. I was outside chopping wood. The axe was hitting the wood in a steady rhythm. I saw his phone on the table, my salvation. I threw myself at him, dialing with trembling hands a 911 doorbell. "What is his emergency?" A whisper of hope ran through my body. I opened my mouth to speak. A hand closed on my shoulder. "What do you think you're doing?" The phone fell. The knife reappeared. His face was a mask of anger. "Trust you." He dragged me to the door, to the dock. The dark water stared at me like a bottomless abyss. "I can't let you go." he said with something like sadness in his voice. "No again. No again. It wasn't the first. It wouldn't be the last." He pushed me into the boat, started the engine. We drove away from the shore. I knew what I was going to do, and I would rather die than let him do it. I jumped into the water. His hand closed in my jacket. I struggled, kicked. The icy waters devoured me. One more pull. I let go, sprouted to the surface, and I swam with everything behind me. I heard his angry voice, but I didn't stop. My feet touched land. I staggered out of the water, my lungs on fire. I ran. I ran until I saw the road. I ran until I saw the lights. I ran until someone braked and let me into his car. The sirens came fast, but when they got back to the cabin, he was gone. There was no sign that anyone had lived there in years. The authorities found nothing. They told me that trauma can make the mind make things up, but I know the truth. He's still there. Wait. Watch. Look for his next victim. And on cold nights when the wind blows hard against my window, I swear I still hear his voice whispering through the trees. No again. Tom disappeared from my car in a patch. A second I was there, soaked by the rain, thankful for the ride, and the next nothing, just an empty seat where a man should be. But that was just the beginning. The night that followed would change my life for always, and I would drag myself into a world I had never heard of. I am Rachel, a 34-year-old software engineer. That night I was returning home after an endless work meeting. I was exhausted. The rain fell on thick curtains, transforming the road into a river of asphalt. My windshield wipers could barely maintain visibility. It was then that I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road with his thumb extended. Everything inside me was telling me to keep going. Picking up a stranger in the middle of a storm on a deserted road was the scene from any horror movie. But something about him, I don't know what it was. Maybe his desperation, maybe my own exhaustion slowed down, and when the man opened the passenger door and went inside, I knew I just made a mistake. He shook his water from my hair and gave me a grateful look. "Thank you. I thought no one was going to pass you. Uncomfortable where you're going." His answer was vague. "North, as far as you can take me." Something in his tone he made me nervous. He seemed alert, as if he expected something to follow him. I kept my hand steady on the steering wheel. "I'm Rachel." It took a moment to answer. Tom didn't say more. The silence was thick. The only sound, it was the pounding of the rain against the roof. It was then that it happened. I looked at him, and at that moment exactly, he disappeared. I braked dry. The car skidded a few meters before stopping. On the shoulder, my breathing was short. I blinked. I looked at the empty passenger seat. Totally empty. There was no sound of the door opening. There was no trace that anyone had been there in the first place. No, it can't be. My pulse hammers in my ears. I was going crazy. Yes, that had to be, until my phone rang. I looked at the screen. Unknown number with a racing pulse. I answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end froze my blood. "Rachel, listen carefully. You are in danger." It was Tom, but his voice sounded different. "Urgent. Ada." "Tom, where are you? What is happening?" A silence, then a warning in a whisper. "There is no time. Drive now. Don't you stop. What are they going for you?" And the call, my heart cut the ant tightly in my chest. And then in the rear view mirror I saw the headlights, a black vehicle approaching fast, too fast. It was no coincidence. It was not just any car following. Acceleration. My little sedan skidded on the wet road, but the black vehicle was catching up with me. It lined up next to me. I could see the driver, a man in a dark suit, his expression empty, emotionless, and then turned the steering wheel, tried to get me off the road. My mind went into survival mode. I kept control of the car with all my might. Black Vullo tried to hit me again. I had no choice. If they ran me off the road, I was dead, so I did the only thing I could do. I stomped the gas pedal. The city lights were far away, but there was a town nearby. My only option was to get to it before they caught me. My fuel was in reserve. I couldn't stop. Not now. Not now, when reality was crumbling around me. And then I saw him, a figure standing in the middle of the road. Tom. But this time he wasn't fully human. His eyes shone as if they contained the reflection of 1,000 stars. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly time stopped. The raindrops were suspended in the air. The roar of the engine faded away. The whole world seemed to stop. Tom opened the car door and pulled me out with inhuman ease. He closes his eyes. I didn't ask why I did it, and the world changed when I opened my eyes. I was no longer on the road. I was in a strange room. The walls were covered with star maps and symbols I didn't recognize around me. People who didn't seem fully human. They were watching me in silence. Tom was standing next to me, but he didn't look the same anymore. His voice was firmer, more confident. "Welcome, Rachel. We've been waiting for you." They explained it all to me. Tom wasn't human. He was a guardian. a being tasked with protecting the thin barrier between our world and other realities. The men who were chasing me were hunters, guardians, renegades, who wanted to break that barrier, and to help Tom that night I had been marked as an ally. You have a choice. Tom said, you can come back to your life and you'll never remember this, or you can stay and fight with us. I looked around. I looked around me. I looked at the world I thought I knew and the one I had just discovered, and I knew the truth. My former life was no more. I had crossed the line and there was no turning back. Tom stared at me, waiting for my answer. I took a breath and smiled. When we started from that night, my world was never the same, and every time it rains, every time I drive alone on a dark road, I remember that sometimes picking up a stranger can change the fate of the universe. The flickering glow of the Starlight Motel neon sign should have been my first warning. But when you've been driving for 12 hours, any bed looks like paradise. The motel was what I expected. Old rooms, an owner who smelled of cigarettes and disinterestedness. I paid cash, handed me a key, room 13, great. The room reeked of damp, the bathroom a mess. But it didn't matter, I just needed to sleep. I was almost asleep when I heard it, a noise in the next door. Something hit against the wall, and then a voice of a choked, trembling woman. Please, no. My body froze. I heard another door make its way into the parking lot. I looked out the window. A man was walking away. He got in his car and left. Something wasn't right. I knocked on the door of the other room. Hello, it's all good. Silence, then the sound of a bolt moving. The door opened a little and I saw her eyes full of terror. You need to go. What's going on? She looked over her shoulder and murmured, if you call the police they will kill her. They will kill her. Who? What was going on in this motel? Had no idea. But I was about to find out, and I wish I hadn't. My heart was pounding. Who would they kill? Who was she? I looked at the young woman. I was terrified. Let me help you. She hesitated, looked inside again, as if making sure we weren't heard. She finally opened the door a little more. The room was identical to mine, but with one difference here. Desperation. Clothes lying on the floor, a small suitcase half hidden under the bed. She plopped down on the mattress. Her hands were shaking. I'm Sarah. Her voice was barely a whisper. And I think I'm going to die here. Her story made my blood run cold. She had been trapped in this motel for days. She had been brought here against her will. A man, a kind truck driver, had offered to take her to her sister in another city. But he never took her to her destination. Instead, he left her here with other girls. They sell human trafficking, whispered. A motel lost in nowhere, used as a distribution center. The owner was involved, the monster customers, and Sarah had a little sister on her hands. If I run away, they will kill her now. I understood her fear. This was bigger than I thought, but I couldn't turn my back on her. Then outside I heard the sound of an engine. Sarah turned pale. It's him. I looked out the window. The man I saw before she was back, got out of her car and went to the reception. In a matter of minutes she would come to get her. We have to go. Sarah shook her head, terrified. I can't. You don't have. I assured her, if you stay here you don't come out alive. She believed me, or maybe she knew I was right. We left in silence. We stayed stuck to the shadow of the walls. My car was only a few meters from, and then someone screamed behind us. Hey! We ran. My hand trembled as I put the key in the lock. Just as the car door opened, a figure appeared in the darkness. A fist hit the window with fury. It was the man. His face was a mask of anger under the car. I started the engine and stepped on the gas. The car squeaked as we drove away. He was after us, getting closer and closer. Sarah was screaming in the passenger seat. She called her a policewoman in her hometown. The line was full of static and fear. They follow us. They follow us. Their aunt told us where to go, to a police checkpoint on the road. But the chase didn't end. Our pursuer's car was getting closer and closer until in the distance we saw red and blue lights. The police were us, waiting. When we arrived they blocked the road. The car behind us stopped abruptly. The man knew he had lost. He tried to flee, but it was too late. He was caught. The next few days were a nightmare of chilling statements and news. This motel was part of a human trafficking network. Sarah was not the only victim. Her sister was rescued, the organization dismantled, but although justice was done, I was no longer the same. Now every cheap motel makes me nervous. Every person on the road could be a victim or predator. The world doesn't feel safe anymore. Sarah says I saved her, but the truth is that she saved me too, because now I know that evil doesn't always hide in the dark. Sometimes it's in plain sight, at the reception of a forgotten motel, behind the smile of a friendly truck driver, and in the places where no one look. The first shot broke something other than the tranquil atmosphere of the forest. It destroyed my naive belief that nature was a sanctuary away from the darkest aspects of humanity. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back to the beginning, to the day when a simple hike turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was supposed to be a perfect day. My friends and I had been planning on this hike for weeks. We wanted to escape the scorching heat of the city and get lost in the cool tranquility of the mountain forest. There were 4 of us. Jake, Sarah, Mike and I met in college and bonded because of our love of nature and nature. The trail we chose was a local secret, away from the tourist trails, promising spectacular views and absolute peace, or so we thought. We left early. The morning fog was still floating between the trees as I ascended. The air was fresh, permeated with the scent of pine and wildflowers, birds chirping in the canopy above us, and excitement wafted through the air. "I can't believe we have this to ourselves," Sarah said, her eyes shining in amazement as she watched the green landscape around us. Jake smiled, adjusting his backpack. "That's the good thing about getting to know the place without tourists, without crowds, just us and nature. If only I had known how wrong I was." We had been walking for about 3 hours when we noticed something was wrong. The forest had become eerily quiet. The birdsong had disappeared, leaving behind an oppressive silence. A chill ran down my spine despite the heat of the day. "Guys," Mike said quietly, "listen to that." We stopped listening at first. I didn't hear nothing, but then, in the distance, voices filtered through the trees, harsh, aggressive voices, completely out of place in such a peaceful environment. Before we could decide what to do, 3 men emerged from the foliage in front of us. They weren't hikers. They looked tough, worn out, with cold looks and dirty and worn clothes, each of them carrying a rifle. "Well, well," said the tallest one with a crooked smile. "What do we have here?" I felt Sarah tensing next to me, her hand holding my arm tightly. Jake always stepped forward. "Hello," he said in a calm voice. "We're just passing through. We don't want to bother." The men looked at each other as if they were communicating without words. The leader looked at us again, his smile becoming even more unpleasant. "They are on private property." I frowned. "That can't be true. This path, it's been here for years, public land." As soon as I finished the sentence, his expression changed. The false kindness disappeared instantly. "You're calling me a liar?" Boy growled forward a step. Jake intervened quickly. No, of course there must be no misunderstanding. We'll go the way we came from." For a moment I thought it would work. The men seemed to consider it, and then the leader looked at Sarah, and his expression changed. My blood froze. "I don't think so," he said slowly. "They've seen too much. We can't let them go back to the village to talk about this." Was so when I noticed the 4th man silently emerging from the trees behind us. They had surrounded us. Everything happened too fast. Sarah screamed when one of the men grabbed her arm. Mike tried to intervene, but he received a brutal blow with the butt of a rifle. The sound of bone against metal was nauseating. I was paralyzed. Fear immobilized me while our calm the walk became absolute chaos. Then the shot was heard, not aimed at us, but in the air. The roar resounded in the forest like thunder, making us all shudder. "Move." The leader pointed with his rifle to a narrow path that went even deeper into the forest. Now we had no choice. Obedience to walk for hours, going into scrap metal, as if someone had lived there for years, hidden from the world inside. Ordered. The leader pushed us into the cabin. The inside reeked of damp and confinement. The furniture was old, worn, covered in dust and grime. We were forced to sit together on a threadbare couch. The leader leaned against the wall, watching us with calculating eyes. "That's how things are going to be." His tone was casual, almost conversational. "They're going to tell us everything about you. Where do you live, with whom, who will wait for you at home?" "We think," another of the men chimed in, smiling eerily, "maybe we'll let them go." The implication was Clara. If they didn't like our answers, we wouldn't get out of the cabin. They interrogated us for hours. They separated us, asking us questions over and over again, looking for inconsistencies. Every word felt like a death sentence. We didn't know if we were saying the right thing or digging our own graves. My whole mind was working on one thing, finding one way to escape, but every outing I imagined ended in the same thing. Us dead in the woods after midnight. Finally they seemed satisfied. They tied our hands and left us in the living room, 2 of them standing guard, while the others slept. The night went on slowly, agonizing. I couldn't sleep. Every shadow, every creak in the wood was an invisible threat. Then I heard it, a distant sound. At first I thought it was my imagination, but it was a helicopter. The guards heard it too, tensed up, exchanged worried looks. One of them hurriedly went out to wake the others in the confusion. I looked at Jake. This was our time. We managed to loosen the restraints. The voices of our captors were louder now, arguing. The helicopter was approaching. Jake and Mike threw themselves on the guards, fighting with everything they had. I took the hand of Sarah and we ran. The forest was a tangle of shadows and branches that hit our faces, but it didn't matter, we just had to run. Don't stop, don't look back. The screams behind us intensified. They were chasing us. Then suddenly the vegetation opened a dirt road. Lights in the distance, and then we saw it. A patrol quickly advancing towards us. We were saved. By a miracle. We were saved. The next few hours they were a whirlwind of paramedics, statements and calls to our families. The men were arrested. Later we learned that they were part of an extremist group hidden in the woods for years. Arms smuggling, drugs, who knows what else. We had stumbled upon their hiding place and almost didn't make it out alive. Months have passed since that day. I have tried to go hiking again, to regain that peace that I used to find in nature. But no, I can. Every crack of a branch makes me jump. Every person on the trail seems like a threat to me. Nature was my sanctuary, now it's my prison. Because now I know the truth. Civilization is a thin layer, and under it the darkness is always lurking. The crackle of the old radio was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence of the night in the desert. I should have known then that something was going terribly bad, but as they say, the hindsight is 20/20, and I was too focused on the promise of adventure to heed the warning signs. My name is Jack, and I'm what some would call an adrenaline junkie. Skydiving, bungee jumping, whitewater rafting, you name it, I've probably already done it. But lately, those conventional emotions weren't enough. I needed something else, something truly unique. That's when I came across an ad on a dark forum about the Desert Challenge. The premise was simple. Navigate through a section of the Mojave Desert using only basic supplies and your wits. No GPS, no phones, just you against the elements. Sounded perfect, challenging, potentially dangerous, and completely off the grid. I signed up without a second thought. The organizers were vague with the details, claiming they needed to keep the secret to preserve the purity of the experience. Everything what I knew was that I would be dropped off in a remote place and given a general direction to go to. The goal was to get to a specific point in CCO days. Easy. True, the day of the challenge came, and I found myself in the back of an old pickup truck bouncing down a dirt road while we were rounded by the driver. A sun-beaten old man hadn't said a word since we left the last vestige of civilization hours ago when the sun began to set, painting the sky bright shades of orange and purple. The van finally stopped. The old man turned to me, his eyes hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. "This is where you get off," growled his voice, rough like a piece of paper. Handed over my backpack and practically pushed me out of the vehicle. Watched bewildered as it drove away, leaving me alone in the rising twilight. Checked my gear, water, some dry food, a compass, and a first aid kit. I also had an old portable radio that organizers said would allow me to be tracked and send help only in case of extreme emergency. When night fell, I set up a small camp and tried to rest the air from the. It was surprisingly cold, and strange sounds echoed in the distance. My sleep was light and was plagued by haunting dreams, quicksand and whispering voices. The next morning I headed east as indicated. The terrain was challenging. Rock formations giving way to vast oceans of sand, with the occasional plant stubbornly clinging to life. The sun was pounding hard, and I soon realized that I would have to rationing my water more carefully than I had planned. It was on the second day that I noticed something strange. As I climbed a low hill, I saw what appeared to be ruins in the distance, not the remains of an ancient city of the Old West, but something much older. The structures seemed to glow in the haze of heat, their architecture unlike anything I had seen before. Intrigued, I headed towards them, but I didn't. No matter how much I walked, they never seemed to be closer. Finally I convinced my mind that it was a mirage, a trick of the light, and my brain, exhausted by the heat that night, huddled in my sleeping bag. I heard it, a low, pulsating hum coming from the ground itself. At first it was barely noticeable, but as the hours went by it became stronger, more insistent. Sleeping was impossible. At dawn the sound faded, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The desert that once seemed so empty now felt alive with hidden presences. I tried to use the radio to call for help, but I only got static. My compass also began to act strangely, its needle spinning erratically before settling in a direction that was not the east. But I had no choice. I had to keep going. The third day brought new horrors. The landscape began to change in ways that defied all logic. Rock formations appeared and disappeared before my eyes. In a moment I saw the sand flowing uphill like an inverted waterfall. My water was dangerously low, and the relentless sun left me disoriented and nauseous. I began to hallucinate. I saw oases that faded as I approached. I heard voices calling my name in the wind. It was in this state that I stumbled upon the cave. I was half hidden behind a rock formation, its entrance dark and menacing. Every instinct inside me screamed, "Don't go in." But the promise of shade and perhaps water was too tempting. The temperature dropped noticeably as I entered, giving me a welcome relief. When my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I gasped. The walls were covered with intricate carvings, scenes that seemed to change before my hypnotized gaze. I advanced the carvings further. More elaborate, more alien, showed impossible creatures and vast cities that couldn't exist, and yet there was something eerily familiar about them, as if I were seeing memories of a place I'd never been. Then I heard the voices, not the imaginary calls of my heat-drained mind, but real whispers echoing from the depths of the cave. They spoke in a language I didn't understand, but somehow I understood that they spoke of ancient things, of a world beyond the veil of reality, of guardians and portals, of cosmic balances, and of an inevitable destiny. And they spoke of me. Terror paralyzed me. I turned to flee, but my path was ad by shadowy figures. They were tall, incredibly thin, with eyes that glowed in the darkness. One of them advanced, his fluid and unnatural movements. "Welcome, traveler," his voice said, resounding in my mind instead of in my ears. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. The figure tilted his head as if he was watching me with bareness. "You still don't understand," he continued. "But you will. You've been chosen." Before I could react, the creature stretched out a long, thin finger and pressed it against my forehead. Pain, burning reaper, and then nothing. The first photograph I found was of a girl with pigtails, smiling with a wide gap between her teeth. Was the typical innocent and cheerful image you'd expect to see in any family album, but this wasn't a family album, and the dozens of other photos I discovered hidden behind the ruined wall were far from innocent. That's when I realized that the Airbnb I'd rented for a quiet weekend wasn't a place. I'm an ordinary Emma, a 30-year-old graphic designer from Chicago, had been working tirelessly for months, handling multiple stressful projects, and was on the verge of collapse when my best friend suggested I take a weekend to myself somewhere quiet and remote. I accepted without hesitation. I found the listing on Airbnb, an old cottage 2 hours from the city. The photos showed cozy rooms with furniture. Rolling hills surrounding the property seemed like the ideal retreat. The owner, a woman named Margaret, was very kind in her messages. She told me that the house had been in her family for generations, but now she lived in another state and rented it. Gave me the code to the safe deposit box and wished me a pleasant stay. When I arrived on Friday in the afternoon, the house looked exactly like the pictures, a little weathered but with that rustic and cozy charm. I took my bags inside, made a cup of tea, and settled on the porch to watch the sunset for the first time in months. I felt the tension in my body begin to fade. That night I slept better than in years, lulled by the complete silence of the countryside. The next morning, after a long and quiet breakfast, I decided to explore. The house was bigger than I needed, with several rooms on the upper floor and a basement that I had not yet checked. While wandering through the rooms, I noticed small quirks: a door that did not fit well in its frame, a floor that creaked too loudly, a window painted so that it could not be opened in one of the guest rooms. A piece of paper tapestry was peeling off the wall curiously. I pulled it, and then I saw it, a small door about 2 feet high, hidden behind the wallpaper. My heart raced. A secret compartment was like something out of a mystery novel. I pulled the little doorknob, but the door was stuck. It took effort, but I finally managed to open it. Behind, the space was dark and dusty. I used my phone's flashlight to I looked inside and saw what looked like old papers or photographs. I reached in and pulled out a handful. It was then that I found the first photo. The girl with pigtails, smiling innocently. At first I thought I had found an old family album, but the more I went through the photos, the more my blood became. There were dozens of photos, all of different children, some smiling, others looked confused or scared, and in many of them I recognized parts of this same house in the background. My hands began to tremble. I kept going through the photos. There were documents, birth certificates, school records, even medical files, all of different children from different decades. The truth began to sink into my mind. This was not a family album. This was something else, something much darker. My stomach turned up. It had been this house used for something horrible, child trafficking, illegal adoption. I needed to call the police, but just as I picked up my phone, I heard a sound that made me freeze, the creaking of the front door when it opened. Someone had entered the house. A chill ran down my spine. I hurriedly put the photos and documents in its hiding place, and tried to re-glue the wallpaper in place. My heart was beating so hard I thought the person downstairs might hear it. Hello, called a female voice. It was Margaret. I recognized her by her voice from the welcome video on the Herbie and page. But what was I doing here? I took a deep breath to calm myself down. For a moment, I said, trying to sound calm. I tried to compose myself, and I went downstairs. Margaret was in the living room with a kind smile on her face, but her eyes scanned the room too, carefully. Oh, darling, I'm sorry to bother you, she said sweetly. She was in the area, and I thought I'd stop by to see if everything was okay. I tried to give her back the smile. It's all right, thank you. The house is lovely, she nodded, but her gaze moved around the house like she's looking for something wonderful. Well, I don't want to interrupt. Enjoy your stay. She turned on her heel and headed for the door, but then I saw him on his keychain. A small antique key, exactly the size of the door hidden in the wall. I waited for him to come out, and as soon as his car disappeared in the driveway, I ran back to the room, took out my phone and started taking pictures of everything. It was so when I noticed something I'd overlooked before, a small notebook hidden among the documents. I opened it and started reading. It was a diary. Since the 70s, the entries were disturbing details about children brought into the house, training placement with new families. It was all written in a cold, clinical tone. It was a child trafficking ring, and this house had been used for decades. My stomach churned. This wasn't just a scary story, it was real, and Margaret knew what was going on. She had come back because she suspected she had found something, and now she knew I knew. Then I heard the sound of a car coming back into the driveway. She was back, and she wasn't alone. There was no time to call the police. There was no time to think. I had to hide. I heard the car engine go out and doors closing. Male voices. Multiple footsteps approaching. I ran out of the room and went downstairs as quickly and quietly as possible. The basement was my only option. I opened the door and was slid just as the front door was slamming open, rushed down the wooden steps, closing the door behind me carefully. The basement was dark and damp, with a smell of earth and old furniture piled up in dusty corners scattered everywhere. I hid behind a large closet, my breathing heavy. Upstairs, I heard Margaret search every room for her. It can't have gone far. They were looking for me. My heart was pounding so hard I feared they'd hear it. Footsteps moved around the house, opened doors, moved furniture. Every sound was a gulp of adrenaline in my body. Don't be aware of the basement door. Don't suddenly notice a creak right above my head. Someone was on the other side of the floor. Door. The handle turned. No, the door opened slowly. A few steps down the first steps, I sank deeper into the shadows. Asked Margaret's voice from above. The man hesitated. Not just a bunch of old crap. Silence. Then the door closed steps away. I waited until I heard the front door open and close again. I waited until I heard the car engine start. It wasn't until the sound of the car faded into the distance I dared to move. I climbed the stairs slowly and went inside. I opened the door quietly. The house was empty. I ran back to the secret room. I took the photos, the documents, the diary as much as I could. I left the house at full speed, my mind running faster than my steps. I drove non-stop to the nearest police station. When the officers saw the photos on my phone, the atmosphere changed completely. Detectives were called, my statement was taken, an investigation was immediately launched. What followed in the following months was a whirlwind. The police discovered a child trafficking ring that had operated for over 50 years. Margaret and several other people were arrested. Some of the children in the photos were identified and found. Although they were already adults, some were never located. The horror of the one that had happened in that house was too big to comprehend. I still testify in the case. I still have nightmares with my breath held in the basement, listening to the footsteps of my pursuers. But at least the house is closed forever, and no child will ever disappear between those walls, even to the kilo herbs from time to time. But now I always check behind the wallpaper just in case. The first doll hanging from a branch, it sent a shiver down my spine. Her porcelain face, cracked and worn by time. She seemed to look at me with empty eyes. I told myself that it must be some kind of macabre art, a teenage practical joke, but as I went deeper into the woods and found more dolls, I realized that I had stumbled upon something much more estro than I could have ever imagined. I am Liam, a photographer of nature and hiking lover. I have always been attracted to the unknown, the little explored trails, the forgotten corners of the world that little dare to discover. It was this passion that led me to Blackwood Forest, a vast area of ancient trees in a remote corner of the Pacific Northwest. I had heard rumors about Blackwood, whispers of strange apparitions, unexplained sounds, and a heavy atmosphere that made people avoid the area the most. Dismiss them as campfire tales, but for me it was a challenge, irresistible. I wanted to capture the essence of that place with my lens. The day I left was perfect. The sun was shining through the trees. The streams murmured softly and the air smelled of damp and wood. I spent the first few hours photographing the beauty of the forest, the twisted roots, the brightly colored mushrooms, the light filtering through the dense foliage. But all around. At noon the atmosphere changed. The forest became denser, the air heavier. The songs of the birds disappeared, leaving an unnatural silence. Then I saw her. The first doll was hanging from a low branch, with her dress dirty and her eyes fixed on nothingness. My first instinct was to photograph her. But when I raised the camera I felt a shiver run down my spine. Something was not right. It was not just the doll. It was the sensation as if I was being watched. I kept moving forward, and soon I found more dolls, some hanging by strings like broken puppets, others were nailed to the trunks or arranged in the roots of trees. They all shared the same terrifying detail. Their empty eyes seemed to follow me. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was an art installation, some kind of ritual, or even a shrine to someone. But the further I went, the more my mind refused to find an explanation. Logic, something deep inside me was telling me to turn around. But I didn't. The path became narrower. The branches scratched my skin as if the forest wanted to hold me back. When the sun began to descend, my restlessness turned to panic. The dolls multiplied. Now there were feelings, some without eyes, others with their mouths sewn with black thread. And then I saw it, a clearing in the forest, and in the center a huge gnarled tree covered with dolls, hundreds, maybe thousands, and at its feet an altar made of bones. The air turned cold. I felt an uncontrollable tremor in my legs. It was madness. But the worst was not yet over, because then I heard it, a low and rhythmic chant. It was not coming from one direction. It came from everywhere. I turned around, and then I saw covered figures with dark robes emerging from the trees, moving silently towards me. I wanted to run, but my body was not responding to me. I was paralyzed with terror. One of them stepped forward, took off his hood, and I almost screamed, because his face was identical to that of the first doll that had encountered the same features, but his eyes shone with an unearthly light, and when he spoke his voice was a dry whisper like dead leaves crunching in the wind. Welcome, photographer. My mind screamed to run, but I couldn't. You found us. The doll man continued, and now you must stay. The others began to approach. I could feel their cold breath on my skin. Then something shook my body, a primitive instinct, need to survive. With the last spark of force I raised my camera and shot the flash. The light exploded in the darkness. The hooded men staggered. The chants turned to shrieks, and at that moment I ran. I ran without looking back. The trees seemed to close in my path. The dolls were watching me, but I didn't stop. I didn't stop. Until I saw the road. I collapsed, panting, trembling. A motorist found me and called the police. But when the authorities searched the forest they found nothing. No dolls, no altar, no hooded figures, only trees. They said I must have hallucinated. I was there. I saw them, and sometimes on the quietest nights I still hear the chants. They're praying, my name, calling me back. I don't hike anymore. I don't photograph forests anymore. But every time I see a doll in a tent or in a child's arms I feel like it's watching me, waiting, because I know that one day they'll come for me to finish it. As they started, the gentle splash of the waves against the hull of the ship should have been reassuring, but all I felt was a growing sense of dread. Something was very wrong. The ship that had been following us for the last hour was approaching, and the look in Captain Mike's eyes told me that this was no ordinary encounter at sea. I'm Sophia, a 28-year-old marine biologist. Had been planning this research trip to study coral reefs in the Calyces of Florida for months. Was supposed to be a routine expedition to collect data, take samples, and enjoy the beauty of the ocean. I never imagined that it would become a fight for survival. The morning had started perfectly. The sun was shining. The water was calm, and our small research boat, the S.E. Whisper, cut the waves with ease. Captain Mike, an old sea dog with a skin tanned by the sun and a vast knowledge of the ocean, led us to our first research site. While working to document coral health and collect water samples, I lost track of time. It wasn't until after the afternoon that I noticed that something had changed. Captain Mike was tense. His typical relaxed attitude had been replaced by a somber expression as they scanned a point in the distance. That ship has been following us for a long time. A good time. It doesn't look like a fishing or research boat. Between I closed my eyes against the glare of the sun, I was still too far away to make out details. But something in their presence gave me goosebumps. Maybe they're just going in the same direction, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Mike shook his head. They've copied each of our changes of course. This is no coincidence. Like if they wanted to confirm their suspicions, the boat accelerated, suddenly closing the distance between us. Go down to the cabin now, Mike ordered, his voice full of urgency. Close the door and don't leave until I tell you. I wanted to protest, insist that I could help, but the seriousness in his eyes made me obey. I got into the cabin and make sure by hitting our deck they had approached us. My heart was beating wildly while I was looking for something, anything I could use as a weapon. Then I saw the satellite phone. With trembling hands, I dialed the emergency number that Mike had made me memorize at the beginning of the trip. Coast Guard, what is your emergency? Answered a calm voice with a thread of voice. I explained, and say our last known coordinates. Stay safe, said the operator. We are already on our way, but it will take us a while to get there. Just as I hung up the door of the cabin, he slammed open. Two men burst in with ski goggles covering their faces. One of them was holding Mike tightly, a gun pointed at his side. Wow, the one with the gun said with a sinister smile. Looks like we have a stowaway. Mike growled, trying to free himself. Let her go. She's a scientist. She has nothing to do with this, the other man laughed. Oh, I think now she has everything to do with. We can't have witnesses, right? An icy knot formed in my stomach. Witnesses of what made us go out to the deck, where I finally understood what was happening. Say, Whisper was tied to the larger ship and several men were transferring boxes from their boat to ours. What's going on? I asked with a trembling voice. Who are you? The one who seemed to be the leader turned to me. Let's say we are businessmen and you and your captain have turned up at a bad time. Drug dealing. We had stumbled upon a smuggling operation on the high seas. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We don't want trouble. We're just here to study the reefs. Let us go and I promise we won't say anything. The leader chuckled. I'm afraid it's not that simple. We can't risk them changing their minds once we. When they came ashore, they were going to kidnap us or worse. But then the sound, the distant heartbeat of helicopters, the traffickers also heard it. Their heads were raised in alarm. Coast Guard shouted. One of them screamed. Panic exploded. The men began to let go of their moorings, trying to escape in the midst of the chaos. Mike saw his opportunity with impressive force. He knocked down the man who was holding him and ran to the helm. Run, he yelled at me. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself at the radio to update the Coast Guard, but one of the smugglers caught me. I fell to the ground struggling with him. We rolled close to the edge of the deck with a last surge of adrenaline. He gave him a knee in the stomach. I managed to let go, but he grabbed my ankle, pulling me. Then a shot was heard. For a terrifying instant, I thought Mike had been caught up. But number one of the smugglers had fired into the air in a desperate attempt to deter the helicopter. It was the distraction I needed. I shook myself and ran to the cockpit where Mike already had the engine roaring. The SE Whisper was released just as the helicopter came over us. What followed was the most intense hour of my life. The smugglers' boat chased us at full speed. The Coast Guard ordered them to stop. More shots, but finally, when the Coast Guard vessels arrived, the smugglers were rounded up and arrested from the safety of a Coast Guard boat. I saw the men being handcuffed and their boxes confiscated. I couldn't believe it. We had survived. In the days that followed, we gave statements and tried to process everything that happened. The incident hit the news all of a sudden. It was no longer just a marine biologist. It was the scientist who helped dismantling a trafficking network. Was surreal. But even though my research was paused for a while, I knew one thing for sure. The sea was still my home, and now every time I go out into the ocean I carry with me the certainty of my own resilience. What started as a simple research trip became a lesson in bravery and survival. The distant rumble of thunder should have been my first warning. But that storm would not be the real threat that night. I will not see. The real danger would come in the form of a good Samaritan, a helping hand that almost dragged me into an abyss of no return. I had been driving for hours. The monotony of the road was only interrupted by the occasional flash of lightning on the horizon. It was late past midnight and I was exhausted. I had attended a conference that lasted longer than expected. Instead of staying another night on the town, I decided to drive home, a decision I would soon regret. The rain started as a slight dew, but within minutes it turned into a torrential deluge. The wipers couldn't keep up, visibility was almost zero. I leaned forward, straining my eyes through the windshield. Then a loud boom occurred, followed by a violent pull on the car. A blown tire, I cursed. Maneuvered towards the shoulder, the water hit the roof of the car with intensity that I had a hard time thinking clearly. For a moment I sat there weighing my options. I had a spare tire, but the idea of changing it in that hellish weather seemed like a nightmare. Just as I was about to go out into the storm, I saw lights approaching in the rearview mirror. A large pickup truck slowed down and stopped behind me. Its lights emergency, blink in the dim light. Help had arrived, or so I thought. A man got out of the truck, hunched over against the rain, approached my window. I lowered the glass. "Just a crack, problems?" he asked in a harsh voice. In the dim light I could see his face. He had a messy beard, tan skin, and small eyes that glowed in the dark. Something in his expression made me uncomfortable. But I needed help, yes, I answered, raising my voice to that. He heard me about the storm blowout. "I have a spare, but gesticulate." "The downpour," the man nodded. "Open the trunk, I'll give you a hand." I hesitated, but finally I agreed in the rain. We worked together to change the tire. The guy knew what he was doing too well. Too fast. When we finished I tried to give him din, but he rejected it with a smile. "It's not necessary. Just helping a fellow traveler." I felt immense relief. They still existed. Good people in the world. If only I'd known how wrong I was. "Hey, that spare tire isn't going to get you very far," he said, nodding at them. "There's a gas station about 20 kilometers away. You're following me." Something in his tone made me doubt, but he was right. I didn't want to get stranded again. "It's okay." I got in the car and followed him down the dark road. I had no idea he had just fallen in a trap. We drove for 15 minutes, then his truck suddenly turned on a side road, a dirt road with no signs. Bewildered, I followed him. Maybe it was a shortcut, maybe the gas station was ahead, but every minute I passed the road got narrower. The trees closed in around us. The feeling of discomfort in my chest grew. This wasn't right. Finally I decided to turn around, but just when I was about to brake, the truck in front of me stopped abruptly. The driver's door opened, and then I saw him, the reflection of a gun in his hand. My blood froze. This was not a Samaritan. It was a hunt, and I was the prey. Salt of the car. His voice no longer sounded friendly. It was an order. I didn't think about it. I put the reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator. The car skidded in the mud, spinning dangerously. A shot rumbled in the night. The windshield cracked a small hole right in the glass. They were shooting at me, but I didn't stop. I drove like demented, skating in the mud, trying to get back on the road. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man was running back to his truck. I had seconds before he caught up with me. I finally saw the road. The car was shaking. The spare tire. I wouldn't take much longer, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was escaping. When I got back on the tarmac, the engine roared hard. I kept my foot flat on the accelerator. In the mirror, the lights of the truck came behind me. It was coming for me. I didn't stand a chance in a long chase. The only hope was to find help, and then I saw it. A rest area, lights, people. I swerved and entered the rest area, touching the horn loudly. A large truck was parked nearby. Travelers raised their heads, alarmed by the noise. My car stopped, screeching. The truck stopped behind me. The man was still inside for a second. I thought he would come down with his gun. But there were witnesses. The door of the truck never opened. Instead, it backed up violently and disappeared into the night. The police arrived. They took my statement. They checked my punctured windshield. Tire tracks still fresh on the ground. "You're lucky to be alive," an officer with a serious face told me. "We've had reports of similar incidents in this area. Not everyone has made it out alive." My stomach churned. How many more had fallen into the trap? How many didn't escape? Never caught the man. Never found him, and that's what keeps terrifying me now. Every time I drive at night, I look in the rearview mirror constantly. Every truck makes me tense. Every good Samaritan fills me with suspicion. 'Cause I know out there on some dark road he's still hunting. When I came to myself, I was lying on the desert sand, the scorching sun beating my foot mercilessly. The cave was gone for a moment. I thought it was all a hallucination caused by heat and dehydration, but then I felt it. The world had changed, or maybe I'd changed. I could see things that were invisible to me before. Patterns in the sand, currents of energy undulating in the air. The world seemed to throb, things that I had never perceived. My radio crackled through the static. A familiar voice broke the silence. "You have seen it, true." It was the old man who had left me in the desert. His tone was not one of surprise. It was of certainty. "What is happening to me?" I managed to ask, my voice raspy with thirst. There was a pause. Then with a sigh replied, "You've woken up, son. Every fiber of my being told me that it wasn't just a metaphor." The old man went on to explain that the desert challenge had never been a simple test of survival. It was a test of perception, an experiment to see who could cross the threshold and return with their eyes open. I had passed the test, and now my true journey was beginning, where I would meet others like me and begin my training as I walked towards my destination. The desert that once seemed to me an empty wasteland revealed itself as a living thing. Every grain of sand, every shadow had a purpose. The desert was not an obstacle, it was a door, and I had just walked through it as I made my way into the unknown. A smile was drawn on my face, after all. This was not what I've been searching for. The smell of old wood and forgotten secrets hit me as soon as I walked through the creaky door of the house. I'd bought this property for a bargain, eager to remodel it and make a quick profit, but as the light from my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating layers of dust and abandoned memories, I realized I'd found more than I expected. What I didn't know yet was that a hidden door I was about to be taken down a path of mystery, danger, and a past that was better left buried. My name is Alex. I am 34 years old, and I am a real estate investor. I have a gift for seeing potential in the most run-down houses. From the moment I saw the advertisement for this old Victorian mansion on the outskirts of the village, I was attracted. Yes, I needed an absurd amount of work, but I had good foundations, and with the right renovations it could sell for a small fortune. The first few days were normal. I made inspections, I took notes on the necessary repairs, I planned the modernization of the kitchen and bathrooms, the usual. Everything was going according to plan until I found the hidden door. It was while removing the old wallpaper from the study my fingers tripped over something solid under the layers of faded flowers. Curious, I tore off more paper. What I saw did my heart raced. A small bronze knob protruded from the wall, a secret door. My excitement was instantaneous. These kinds of discoveries increase the value of a property. I could make a hidden wine cellar, a secret reading room. With some effort I managed to open it. The hinges groaned, as if protesting that they had been awakened after decades of neglect. I illuminated the interior with my flashlight, and my excitement became. The room was small, little more than a closet, but what it contained sent a shiver down my spine. Photographs, dozens of yellowed them, old faces of men, women, children, looking at me. At first I thought I had found an old family file, but when I examined the photos more closely I realized something terrifying. They were not from the same family. The ages, races, eras were too diverse, but the expressions on their faces weren't smiles from old photos. They were scary looks. My breathing quickened as I went through the rest of the contents of the room, birth certificates, medical reports, even police files. My stomach sank. They weren't normal photos. They were missing people. The sound of an engine approaching wrenched me from my stupor. I froze. I didn't expect to visit, and something told me that whoever was here wasn't a buyer. Interested in the property, quickly closed the hidden door and put the wallpaper back on as best I could. I had barely left the studio when the front door opened. Slow, controlled steps. A male voice called, "Hi, there is someone here." Every fiber of my being was telling me to run, but if I did, I would have a confirmation that someone was inside. I took a breath and went out into the hallway. Two men were there, dressed. Dark suits seemed out of place in such a dusty house. The older of the two pulled out a badge. "Agent Carlson, FBI. This is my partner, Agent Riffs. We want to ask you a few questions about this property, FBI." I felt a knot in my stomach. They knew something. Their questions were simple. At first, when I bought the house, I knew something about its former owners. I had noticed something unusual. I answered them as naturally as possible. But then I noticed something disturbing. Agent Riffs scans the house with his gaze as if he were looking for something. When his hand passed over the wall that hid the secret door, I stopped breathing. But he continued on his way. Finally, Agent Carlson handed me his card. "If you notice something strange, call us." I nodded. I saw them leave, and as soon as they did I dropped against the wall, my heart hammering in my chest. What the hell had I found in that? For the next few days the idea of the hidden door wouldn't leave me alone. I knew I should call the FBI, but I didn't. I don't know if it was curiosity or fear. I started researching the history of the house. What I discovered made my blood run cold. Every previous owner had lived here for a short time. Some sold the house after a few months. Others disappeared without a trace. One night, while I checked the files in the studio, I heard a noise downstairs, a creak. I froze. I wasn't alone. I hurriedly put the papers in the secret room and closed the door. I heard footsteps on the stairs. I desperately searched for a way out. I had no weapons. I had no escape then. The door of the studio burst open. A man was there, dark silhouette, a gun pointed directly at my chest. "Where are they?" demanded the files where the "you" hid my mouth dried up. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man stepped forward. "Don't play with me. I know you got them." The truth hit me like a fist in the stomach. This wasn't an unsolved mystery. It was a living thing, something dangerous. Before I could react, there was a rumble on the ground floor. "FBI, throw away your guns." The room lit up red and blue. The man tried to run, but he was shot down by the agents who stormed the studio. Agent Carlson turned to me. "You're fine." I nodded weakly. I had been seconds away from becoming the next missing person. Investigations revealed that the house had been a key point in a human trafficking ring. The secret door contained evidence that could bring down the entire organization. I had been on the verge of losing my life. Luckily, the FBI arrived earlier than it was. Too late. I sold the house. Now I just invest in new construction. No hidden doors, no secrets. But sometimes on the quietest nights I think about that room and how close I was to becoming another picture on that wall. The racing beat of my heart. It was the only thing I could hear over the roar of the boat engine. Every second that passed felt like an eternity while scans the horizon praying to see Earth, a ship, anything but the endless expanse of the ocean. How a simple boat ride had ended in this nightmare. I should never have trusted it. It all started on a sunny Tuesday morning in Miami. I'm Sarah, a 28-year-old freelance writer who had recently moved to the city in search of a change of pace. She was always looking for new experiences so when my neighbor Tom invited me on a day trip to explore some nearby islands, I accepted without hesitation. Tom was charming with his sun-lightened hair and a perpetual tan that gave away countless hours in the water. He was known in the building for his love of the sea. "You're going to love it," he assured me with a smile. "I know a small cove perfect for snorkeling. Almost no one knows it." I was excited by the idea of discovering a hidden place and maybe getting a good story. The morning of the trip, the sky was clear and the sea calm. We met in the marina, my bag full of sunscreen, some food and my notebook. Tom's boat was smaller than I expected, but he insisted that it was more than enough for the trip. When we were in the boat, we moved away from the coast with the sea breeze in my hair and the sun warming my skin. I felt a surge of excitement, but as the hours passed and the coast completely disappeared from view, an uneasiness began to settle in my stomach. "We shouldn't have arrived?" I already asked, trying to make my voice sound relaxed. Tom gave me a strange look before smiling. "Just a little more. Trust me, it's worth it." I tried to ignore the chill that ran down my spine, but an hour later, when the sun began to descend, "Not anymore." I could ignore it. "Tom, we should go back. This is already too far for a day trip." He didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice had lost all warmth. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Sarah." The cold I felt had nothing to do with the ocean wind. "What do you mean?" Tom kept his eyes on the horizon, his tone flat. "I'm in trouble. I owe a lot of money. They were about of taking the boat from me. The house." Everything turned to look at me, his empty expression. "But then I had an idea. And if I gave them something more valuable?" Horror settled in me when I understood the meaning of his words. "You can't be serious. This is kidnapping." Tom laughed, but without a hint of humor. "Call it what you want, but you're my ticket out of this." My mind went into survival mode. I tried to grab my bag, find my phone, but Tom was faster. He held me tightly by the arm, his grip so tight. "I don't do anything stupid. There's nowhere to go." The next few hours were hell. Tom steered the boat even farther into the ocean. My mind was frantically working for a way out. I couldn't fight him. I couldn't jump into the water. And then on the horizon another boat appeared. A yacht. I saw the relaxation in Tom's posture just in time. That was his destiny. And if I got on that yacht, it would all be over. For me, panic gave me courage. I waited until Tom was distracted, preparing the mooring. Then I took the boat's fire extinguisher and hit it with all my strength. Tom fell to the ground without hesitation. I threw myself into the boat's control panel. I didn't know how to handle it, but I had to. I started the engine and accelerated at full speed. Screams and stops echoed behind me, but I kept going. I ran for my life in the middle of the ocean. I don't know how long the chase lasted. I only know that I survived. I was rescued days later, dehydrated and on the verge of collapse. The police arrested Tom and dismantled a human trafficking network I still struggle with. The aftermath. I'm afraid of the ocean. Nightmares with endless waves and voices. But I survived, and now I have a story to tell. A warning to others and proof that when we face the worst, we discover how strong we really are. The strings of vintage Gibson vibrated under my fingers, a siren song that drowned out the voice in my head. That one that screamed that something wasn't right. If only listened, maybe I wouldn't be here now, wondering if every shadow hide a threat, if every creak in my apartment is the sound of an intruder coming to finish what he started. But better let's start from the beginning. I'm a collector. Vintage guitars are my passion, each with its own story, its own soul. I spend hours searching online marketplaces hoping for that hidden gem. That's how I found the ad for a 1959 Gibson Les Paul Standard, the holy grail of electric guitars. The price was too good to be true, but the photos looked authentic. The salesman Rick had a compelling story. He had inherited it from his uncle and didn't know its true value. We agreed to meet at a downtown coffee shop. I should have been more cautious, but the excitement of getting my hands on such a legendary instrument clouded my judgment. Rick was already there when I arrived with a case of the guitar next to him. He looked like an ordinary guy in his 40s, a little scruffy, with a friendly smile that didn't reach his eyes. We talked a little while examining the guitar. It was beautiful, with a deep and rich sunburst finish, the shimmering mother of pearl inlays. It's a beauty. True, Rick said with a hint of pride in his voice. I nodded, running my fingers across the fretboard. You get annoyed, and I connected. He gestured to a small practice amp he had brought, plugged in the guitar and played a chord. The sound was amazing, warm, complete. It was authentic. We negotiated a bit, but in the end I paid almost the price he was asking for. Still a bargain for an instrument of that category while storing the guitar in its case. Rick asked with apparent coincidence, "You live around here?" I hesitated for a moment, but finally told him that it was only a few miles away at the time. It wasn't until the evening that I noticed something strange. There was a car parked across the street, a nondescript dark sedan. Save for the fact that it had been there for hours, I tried to ignore it. I was being paranoid, right? But as the night wore on, the car kept going there. I found myself peeking through the blinds every few minutes, my heart beating faster every time I confirmed his presence. Close to midnight, I saw movement. A figure emerged from the car and crossed the street to my building. The light of the street lamp illuminated his face. For an instant, and my blood froze. It was Rick. I stepped back from the window. My mind faced, what was he doing here? How did I know where he lived? I hadn't given my exact address. The sound of the front door of the building opening echoed in the stillness of the night. Footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, and I counted each step with growing fear. Footsteps stopped in front of my door. A moment of silence, then a soft knock. "Hello," Rick's voice. Friendly, but with a dark hue. "I think you have something of mine." Me, I was motionless, breathing. "I know you're there." He continued, his tone hardening them. "This difficult. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into." With trembling hands I reached for my phone, ready to call the police. But before dialing, I heard a sound that made the blood rise. The RCE of a key in the lock. The door slammed open. There was Rick with a crooked smile on his face. "I told you that we had to talk," I backed away, clutching my phone. "How did you get a key?" Rick laughed, shutting the door behind. "Yes, I have my methods. Now let's talk about that guitar. We made a deal," I said, trying to keep my voice firm. "I paid you for it. Now it's mine." His eyes hardened. "The guitar was never for sale. It was bait, and you took the bait." My mind was spinning. "Bait for what?" As if reading my thoughts, Rick, he continued, "That guitar is special, more than you think, and there are people who love it. People who will pay much more than what you gave me." Stepped forward, and I noticed for the first time the bulge under his jacket. "A gun? So this is what's going to happen," he said in a low and threatening voice. "You're going to give me the guitar, and then you're going to forget that this happened." "Understood." I nodded. Silence, eyes fixed on the hidden weapon. I moved slowly to the guitar case. "It's better," Rick said with a note of triumph in his voice, calm and easy. But reaching for the case, my elbow hit a lamp on the side table. The rumble was deafening. In the tense silence, Rick startled, his hand moving towards his weapon. In that moment of distraction I acted on pure instinct. I grabbed the guitar case and swung it with all my might. Hit Rick's head with a dull, sickly sound. He collapsed on the floor, unconscious. I stood there for a moment, my heart pounding, the case still clutching in my hands. Then reality set in. I had just attacked someone. Someone I knew where I lived. Someone who had a key to my apartment. Someone involved in something dangerous. Had I took a backpack and packed some clothes and essentials, I took the guitar. Whatever was going on was there. Of course it was important. When I was about to leave, I saw Rick start to move without thinking. I grabbed a roll of duct tape from my drawer and quickly tied his hands and feet. "I'm going to call the police," I told him, trying to sound braver than I felt. Don't try. I ran away at night, a plan, just wanting to put as much distance as possible between that apartment, and I drove for hours, my mind spinning. Who were those people Rick talked about? What was so special about the guitar? I ended up in a cheap motel several cities away. I plopped down on the bed with the guitar case next to me. I was shaking. I opened the case hoping to find drugs or something hidden inside the instrument, but the guitar seemed normal. On impulse, I decided to play it, and then I felt it. A small electric shock ran through my fingers like a static discharge, but stronger, and then nothing. The absolute silence. I played again, but no confused sound came out. I checked the guitar. Everything was in order, and then I saw it. The television in the corner of the lit up. Only on the screen appeared a sheet musical, the notes scrolling on the staff. My mind refused to comprehend what I saw. Guitars don't do this. But there it was. The notes on the screen matched exactly what I had played before. Suddenly Rick's words made sense. This guitar was special. It didn't just generate music, it could translate into visual data, maybe store it and convey it. The implications were terrifying. In the wrong hands, this could be used to hide, and carrying encrypted information wasn't just a guitar, it was a spy tool. I spent the next few days on the move, never staying long in one place. I tried to research the guitar, but I found nothing. Whoever created it made sure its existence remained a secret. On the 5th day I saw the black sedan again, different license plate, but I knew it was them. I narrowly escaped too. Right in that moment I understood that this would never end as long as I had the guitar. They would come after me. I made a decision, found a secure storage facility in another state, and left the guitar locked up, then disappeared. New name, new look, new life. But I can never fully relax. Every time I see a vintage guitar, my heart races. Every time I hear the distinctive sound of a vintage guitar, I look over my shoulder because I know they are still going on. She stopped that night in the motel room, but the danger never ended. Sometimes in my dreams I hear the spectral chords of that Gibson playing a melody that sounds like a warning, and I wake up looking for a guitar that is no longer asking me if I will ever feel safe again.